Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, all right. Hello again, everybody. We are back.
Happy New Year, Chad. Did you
Yeah,
miss us?
Happy New Year. It's been an interesting start to the year. So, we're at part 9 of this series. If you could believe that. I mean, I kind of can't, to be honest.
Yeah. Right. No,
It's
a lot of hours, right?
a lot of hours. Yeah. A little while back, I listened to like our part 8. Well, no, I think it was part 7. Yeah, I was listening to part 7, and it's just, yeah, like that was like 4 hours, and the fun tangents. We seem to always go on a Christopher Nolan tangent. I believe we'll go on another one today.
I think that's the common denominator of this entire podcast is just like, how does it relate to Christopher Nolan? No, I'm kidding.
Some kind of Nolan tangent.
But it ends up
There's
happening.
A lot of stuff there to talk about.
And if you want to kick off this top 20 to 11, I guess, we can talk immediately about Christopher Nolan because I rewatched Tenet finally.
Yeah.
The 4K Blu-ray that I paid $40 for.
I think we'll have to I think we should do a whole thing on Tenet.
I don't want to. I feel like I've talked so fucking much about it.
Yeah, I could probably piece together stuff from. I think we've covered.
It a lot. Yeah, if you
this.
edit all of the different times we talked about fucking Tenet, we probably have.
It would probably be 45 minutes.
But yeah, I was just joking. But yeah, that was.
It's not going to be on your list. Didn't jump up to your top.
Tenet, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't enter at number 11. No, it didn't.
Cool. Yeah. So we're going to be covering 20 to number 11 in this series, and yeah, this is almost it. We're like these are like the ones. These are the films that you really really love. That really have something that just keeps you coming back.
Yeah, these are the films that are going to make everybody judge me. No, yeah, I mean, whatever. And also, the disclaimer is the top 100 is our top 100s. We're not telling you these are the greatest films ever made. We have some of the greatest films ever made on our lists, but they're highly, highly tailored and personal lists. My list in particular, I would say, is more of like a collage. It's more of like a painting of all of the different things that I've ever loved about films in general. Because there's so many things that I'm missing here because I'm kind of hyperbolic about things and I like to say I love this, I love it. Like, why isn't Total Recall on my top 100? Gah! But then it's like you can only pick.
You can only have.
I'm trying to represent all the different things. So yeah, these are pretty fun, chilled out lists, but we are almost there.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, why don't we start off? So Lucian, what is your number 20?
Coming in hot at number 20 is I think I prefaced this a while ago when I don't remember whatever the first Brian De Palma movie was that we talked about. And I was like, he is going to come back on this list and he's gonna be chilling on here for a while. And that's one of the tangents that I tend to go off on a lot is like Brian De Palma and like the movie brats of the 70s. So my number 20 is Brian De Palma's Carlito's Way, which is, by his own admission, the best movie he's ever made. So in his opinion, he said I don't know if you saw that documentary that Noah Baumbach did on Brian De Palma. They interviewed De Palma. This was like 5 years ago, I want to say. And they went through his entire filmography, which as a fan, as somebody who has sat through that entire filmography, it's like one of the greatest documentaries. And by the time they got to Carlito's Way, he was just like, as an epic and as a story and like using all of the techniques that he'd ever used making a film, he said, like, I can't possibly make a better film than this. Like, I cannot stretch myself for me to do like a better film than this. I can't do it. So like, I have to do something else basically. And that's when he made Mission Impossible. He was just like, well, fucking, we'll do a spy movie. Well, whatever, or rather Tom Cruise, went to him, but yeah. So Carlito's Way is kind of like in my head canon, like the bookend of like the classic De Palma. And it's also in my head canon and in my opinion, his like Goodfellas and his like Casino, basically. I mean, if Scarface is his Goodfellas, certainly Carlito's Way is his Casino. We'll put it that way. Because it's basically the same shit. It's like Casino is just like De Niro and Pesci, and like we'll throw Sharon Stone in there, whatever. She's hot at the moment, and we'll just do it again, and we'll make it about casinos. This is basically Scarface. We'll get Al in there. We'll get him to scream shit. There's this great, awesome scene in the beginning of the movie where he's like goes to this bar and takes out these gangsters, and he's like holed up in the bathroom. And it's this like very like purple, blue tinted, like noir-ish shot of him with a gun, and he's just like, "You think you're big time? You're gonna fucking die, big time." It's got.
Is that the I'm Reloaded, or was that later in the film?
That is later in the film.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. I haven't seen it in a while, but it has the impact of it lasted. And
I'm
I mean,
reloaded.
Okay, I'm reloaded.
So Jay-Z sampled that in one of his songs.
I'm not surprised.
Which makes sense, right? Like it's like if you love Scarface, you gotta love Carlito's Way.
Well, we talked about this, like, and I keep talking about Scarface when I talk about, fucking. So there's a couple of things I like, right? There's Brian De Palma, Al Pacino, and Scarface, foreshadowing. But like when that movie came out, it was like super denigrated, and they were like, Scarface is garbage, and it's whatever. And then it comes up in all of the rap songs, right? Yeah. Like you said, like Tony Montana becomes this like symbol all of a sudden in the late 90s, early 2000s. So yeah, of course. So anyways, I feel like this is the kind of stepchild of that. Like Scarface is like this mythic status. And I feel like I have a suspicion that not enough people have seen Carlito's Way, because it is every bit as good. It's a different take, but it's got like, it's hard not to say it's the same movie, because it's got Al Pacino in it playing a gangster, and except in this case he's running a club, so there's a lot of club scenes that are similar to the Copa scenes, or not the Copa, that's a different movie, similar to the whatever the club was in Scarface. I forget at the time. So it's like aesthetically maybe it's got a lot of the same things, but I think what makes this different is that it feels more like a Goodfellas or something. It's about this guy. He's trying to get out of the life, and he keeps getting pulled into it. There's a great bit parts. I mean, the bit parts in this movie are incredible. Benny Blanco from the Bronx, played by John Leguizamo.
Love Benny Blanco from the Bronx.
It's so stupid. Viggo Mortensen in a wheelchair.
Dude, Viggo is in this movie for what, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
He makes a huge impact in this movie.
He's like, and like that, his part is like really resonates.
It's hugely important.
There was a South Park episode where they where they did a spoof of that. But that dude, he kills that part.
Yeah.
I forget what the guy's name is, but
I forget what his name is too. Hold on, I can probably get it. Lalin. Lalin.
Who's the FBI informant or whatever, and he's wearing a wire.
Yeah, and he like, and just Al Pacino just fucking berates him and just like kicks his wheelchair, and he's like gets mad at him and stuff. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So yeah,
when he's like, I got no legs, man. Something like that. It's like great. I can't hop. I can't do nothing, man.
So that's what I love about this movie, and that's what I love about Brian De Palma movies in general, or particularly his crime movies, is that everybody is overacting 100% of the time. Sean Penn in this movie is like the cocaine addicted lawyer, right? And he's just like hanging out with all these girls, and he's doing coke in the bathroom, and he's just like fucking everything. And then of course he ends up being paranoid. For video game fans, he is granted a lot of things are inspirations, but specifically Scarface and Carlito's Way is like basically Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So we have the lawyer character in that game is ripped straight from this movie. I believe Sean Penn was nominated for this film, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. Maybe not for an Oscar, but yeah, I don't know. There's too much to say about Carlito's Way. It's a gangster epic done by like just one of the guys basically who does the gangster epics. It's a little more subdued than Scarface. It's not as like just purely just blowing puffs of cocaine in your face, but it has those moments, and it's got those, like we talked about, those performances. They're just like unhinged, and all of these guys in these bit parts like end up being huge actors, right?
Yes.
Huge, almost A-listers. So yeah, I mean, it's a sight to behold, I think. And I love it. I love it for its, it's a 90s movie. It's a crime movie. And I can't not love it. So coming in at number 20, Carlito's Way.
Yeah. Our guy, James Rebhorn, he's in this movie too.
Yes, he is. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. So we're going to do an episode after our top 100. Potentially, where we are basically going to crunch the numbers and get some statistics out, and just to see like just interesting facts that pop out at us. Like from what I can tell already, my list is like mostly 90s neo-noirs and thrillers and stuff like that. And I didn't expect that to be the case when I started. I expected to have more classic films or more maybe 70s films or whatever, and it just ended up being a bunch of like gritty 90s crime movies. But that's just what it is. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of the people that keep coming up in our movies, and James Rebhorn is one of those guys. He's just, if you look him up and you see his face, he's been in every movie. Yeah, he's just
especially in the 90s. Like, man, he was everywhere.
Yeah,
he just
and there's like in the beginning of it, like I feel like every single week I was just like kept bringing up Jennifer Jason Leigh. I'm just like, well, she's in this movie too. So there's going to be a lot of interesting factoids like that as we keep going. But
yeah, I remember seeing this movie in like the 2000s on television and just loving
TV.
it.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, this was like back in the day when you had like HBO had 30 channel, HBO East, HBO West, HBO fucking HBO Western, HBO Thriller, HBO. Yeah.
HBO
I saw it on one of those.
Romance.
Yeah, romance. Yeah. It just had everything. And then you had Showtime too, and it was the same thing. So yeah, I saw it on like one of those channels and just remember loving it. One of the scenes I really love, there's a scene where they're going to do, I don't know, it's like a drug deal or something, and then Carlito knows it's a setup, and so he's like, okay, it's a setup, and there's like 4 or 5 of them, and there's basically me and this other dumbass teenager. So how can I get out of this? Yeah, and so then he's like, "Oh man, I got this trick. You'll like, this is the greatest bull trick of all time." He gets this guy to put a fucking thing right in front of his face, and then he basically takes out like 3 or 4 guys, gets a gun, shoots a bunch of them. His friend gets killed. Who's a fucking idiot. Who's another guy who
it was Luis Guzman. Yeah,
Luis Guzman, and he's like, "Hey man, look in here, man. There's something down there for you." It's like, I don't see nothing, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, man, I'm like the guy, dude, and the way he shot that scene is so brilliant because, someone else may have just like, thrown a bunch of shit to the wall. He does it very Hitchcockian, right?
So,
very Hitchcockian.
Well, right. And the thing that I appreciate about, that's what separates, I think, a lot of these, because we could talk about a lot of just Carlito's Way knockoffs and a lot of just other movies, like Donnie Brasco is a movie that like a lot of people really love and talk about, from a mob movie from the 90s. But I think what separates some of these like ones made by some of these old school directors by all the other ones is the approach and the shot choices. Because if you watch every other movie made in the 90s, it's like 50% like Dutch angles and like camera movements and like weird editing just for the sake of it, because they could
MTV-ish kind of shit.
Yeah. And like when you have a director like this who has like a very steady hand basically, and he like knows, and again, we've talked about this with De Palma, and we'll talk about it again, his entire purpose, like his mission statement is just, I'm gonna do Hitchcock but like schlock. Like, I'm going to do Hitchcock, but like all of the naughty bits, basically, it was like his entire thing.
Yeah, I'm going to do Hitchcock, and instead of like, oh, the guy's looking and then he's masturbating.
Instead of the mystery, I'm just going to show you the dick, basically. Yeah.
But yeah, that scene is so brilliant because like, we all, like, at a certain point, we get the subtext, okay, something bad is going to, especially when the guy's like, hey, man, look at the that, and we're like, okay, this is fucking bad. But we don't know how he's going to get out of it. And so we're invested in that scene because we're like, okay, how's he going to get out of this thing? And so then we see the guy creeping in the other door, and then and then he does this great shot where it's basically in slow motion, where the guy, it's very Hitchcockian. The guy, we see the reflection in this other dude's like sunglasses of a guy coming with a knife.
Yeah.
And then Carlito makes his move. He starts killing people and taking them out.
It's like
Yeah, it's great. It's brilliant directing.
Yeah, and he does this a lot. It's a lot like that scene in The Untouchables where they're at the like whatever the Union Station or whatever, and with the guys are coming up the stairs to like kill Kevin Costner or whatever, and then there's the woman with the baby stroller, and obviously he rips that right out of Potemkin or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
yes,
the way that like he orchestrates the thing with like the slow-mo shots and the overhead shot of like the stroller going down the thing and the guy shooting each other in slow motion. I mean, there again, like, yeah, you're right. Like, there are just some very smart directorial choices that there's other kind of gutter tier movies like this, but there's nothing quite like something done by like a master. Yeah,
absolutely. And I have to say, Penelope Ann Miller is like unbelievable in this fucking movie. She's so hot. She's so, and there's like some people, I feel like Sean Young is like this too. Like they have this moment where they're just like unbelievably like they're just in it. Yeah, they're just in it. They're gorgeous. They're in every movie for like a period of like 5 years. She was also, I think she was in the other movie that I really liked her in. What was that? Yeah, she was in The Shadow. She's like really good in The Shadow. Where she plays this kind of basically almost like a femme fatale-ish type, because that movie is sort of trying to be I guess 30s or 40s kind of crime thing.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of those kind of motifs, a lot of noir stuff.
So are you telling me it's a movie made in the mid 90s that's a neo-noir thriller?
Pretty, yeah. It mixed in with some like kind of unfortunately badish 90s stuff. Like, you know, when you're doing a superhero movie in the 90s, people don't know what the fuck they're doing.
No. But fun fact, that's one of the guys, the guy who did that movie, I believe, ended up making one of the Resident Evil movies. I remember looking that up. So like he stuck to it, I guess.
Yeah, he stuck to it. But that movie's got some stuff he did in that movie was really cool. Anyway, so Carlito's Way is brilliant. It's so brilliant. There's so many like another scene that I really love is like, again, the Benny Blanco stuff. Benny Blanco keeps showing up, and then there's a scene where like he just dresses him down. He's like, dude, who the fuck are you? Like, I was made people.
Exactly. Like
you're a fucking purse snatcher. Go steal some grandma's fucking purse, or go on the subway and rob it. Like, I'm not, you're beneath me.
And it's satisfying to see Al Pacino in a role where he doesn't have to like make his way up the ladder, or he doesn't have to start somewhere. He starts at the top of his game and he is respected and everything. And he kind of creates his own downfall. I mean, he's always, this fucking guy always plays like tragic characters. But I mean, and also, I'm glad you brought up the Penelope Ann Miller thing, because when I was over for New Year's or whatever, like my mom had some of her business friends over, and they were asking me like, "Oh, you like movies?" You know, the annoying like, "Oh, how's LA? Oh, you like movies?" And
how's
LA?
Yeah, it's a fucking apocalypse. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You think people live in LA because they like? Oh, I fucking love the traffic, and I love the fucking smog, and I love that, you know, when I go to downtown LA, like someone's gonna cough on me and I'm gonna die.
Corner of Sunset and Melrose. I just love being there. No, but they were like, yeah. So who's your favorite actor? And I was like Al Pacino, and they're like, who's your favorite actress? And I was like, I don't know, because here's what I have this bone to pick, and it's not my bone to pick with Hollywood. It's everybody's been figuring it out over the last couple of years. Actresses like this, like Penelope Ann Miller or Sean Young or fucking whoever, Virginia Madsen, you pick one. Anybody who was great at any given point in time in the 80s or 90s or 70s or 60s or whatever, unless you are, you know, Katharine Hepburn or Elizabeth Taylor and you go down in legend, the rest of your career turns out to be moms or grandmas, or God forbid you end up doing like a Lifetime original movie or whatever. I feel like, was it like Ellen Burstyn is like finally, like she just keeps getting the mom roles basically, and that's great because she gets like important mom roles, but it's just not, like we can like Al Pacino gets the Irishman and he can do his thing and he can be like you're late, so he can still do his thing, but like what we won't get like a badass scene with like one of these other legendary
Yeah.
actresses. So I don't know what I'm trying to say is that like yes, it does annoy me that we can talk
They
about
just don't
Penelope
get
Ann
their
Miller
career
in this
has
moment.
to be a moment. It
Yeah,
sucks.
and we can't say like oh she was so great in that thing that came out 5 years ago, because like a lot of the times it just doesn't happen. They just end up doing like shitty movies.
I feel like the only ones that really like the British, like the Dames, basically.
The Danes,
They are
okay,
allowed.
sure, yeah.
They're like Judi Dench and
Helen Mirren and shit,
Helen Mirren. Yeah, they're allowed to like age and then still get parts.
Helen Mirren's a great example because she started out doing fucking garbage, just gutter tier trash in the 60s. Shit that I like Caligula, right?
Yeah.
Just
some
utter
sexy stuff.
just B tier shit. Like there's another movie I like, Hussy, where she plays a prostitute. I mean, it's fucking just funny, dumb noir, like neo noir shit. But then she gets to keep that status and like elevate. And I would like to see that with a lot more actresses. I mean, I think it's happening now. Like I think Charlize Theron isn't going anywhere. Kate Blanchett isn't going anywhere. Like there's a couple of those, but like for a lot of these actresses in the 70s, 80s, 90s, they kind of have their moment and then they disappear.
A lot of I saw recently. So Cameron Diaz retired from acting.
Yeah,
she said,
"Fucking, I'm out."
I don't know if she would ever be in those categories, but I mean, she was huge.
And not only in her body of work is like, if you keep digging in, it's like super diverse. It's like way more diverse than you would think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about way earlier, she was in Being John Malkovich. She's in some good stuff, but I think the other thing too is like, again, if you're her and you have like 7 million followers on Instagram and you can mine that for like money, why would I deal with Hollywood when I can?
Well, she can do that. She can absolutely do that. But I'm thinking more of like the Elizabeth Shoes. Like why isn't, I mean, she's still in things, but she's in like the Death Wish remake with Bruce Willis and things like that, which is great because again, that's kind of my stomping grounds. But like I don't see why we wouldn't just put Elizabeth Shue in like more big movies. I don't know.
Yeah,
just something to think
man.
about.
It's a tragedy. It's like, but that's that's the Hollywood machine. They basically sort of commodify you, and if you're a woman, it's like even worse because it's basically like
flavor of the month.
Yeah, exactly. It's flavor of the month, and then we're just gonna
I think it's changing. I think it's changing because they have a lot more like someone like Margot Robbie is like a perfect example of somebody who would have absolutely just fucking shined and burned in like the 80s or 90s, right? But she has now, because of the moment that we're in, she has a lot more say. She has like a superhero franchise. She can talk directly to Warner Brothers about shit or whatever. She's played her hand well. But that is somebody that like comes on the scene and is just like out of this world, kind of like, whoa, who is this new talent, fucking gorgeous actress, whatever, and then just kind of disappears after a while.
Yeah, that's Hollywood for you, man.
Yeah, right.
It's a hell of a thing. It's crazy, but that's how these dream factory gets made, Yeah,
and it is 100% a dream factory. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, but like people like Penelope Ann Miller, it's just you see her in this movie and you're like, wow, right?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Wow. And it's just like it's like, give me more of this. And then
yeah, but also, and it also has to do with like Hollywood, especially, when you're at that level, they punish you. Like, unless you're grandfathered in like Al Pacino and like you're the guy from The Godfather, you get to make a Jack and Jill and you get to make a Jiggly. But for a lot of these people who come in, and that's the other thing that always fucking bothers me to this day is that they'll get a guy like an Al Pacino, or in this example, let's say a Ben Affleck, the example I'm going to bring up, and they just give him whatever fucking like young, hot flavor of the month actress to be their like wife or their significant other. Like, I'm thinking specifically of The Way Back. Like, did they have to give him like the 30-year-old Janina Gavankar as his wife? Like, did they have to do that? Okay, cool.
No, they didn't, but they do, right?
It's so annoying to me. It's so frustrating. Yeah. Like, can we not maybe like I don't know, whatever. It's not important, but yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. Not for this discussion. So yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. All right, cool. So, all right, so my number 20. This is a film that, for me, it's risen a lot over the last couple of years. I think we've talked about it a bit in the past couple episodes. So mine it's Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh.
Yeah, and so Lawrence of Arabia. So yeah, I guess I'll talk about my experience watching this movie. So the first time
It's
I
an
saw it,
experience, right?
yeah, the first time I ever saw it was probably like 2000, probably 6 or 7 or something like that. And I saw it on like a DVD that I got from Netflix.
Shout out to Netflix.
Yeah, when they shipped you DVDs in those red envelopes. Yeah, and it was probably like in 2 discs, ironically, because like it's not like it made the quality better.
Yeah.
But basically, it did not look great, and it's like, oh, okay, this is like.
Was it widescreen at least?
Oh, dude, I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been so long.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that period where DVDs were full screen and widescreen edition? Do you remember that at all?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's a
I don't
thing
know if
that
I
happened.
cared enough, but yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Even as like a fucking teenager or like a 12-year-old, when I went to the Hollywood Video or whatever, Blockbuster, whatever we had, there's a full screen version of a movie and a widescreen version. And I was just like, as a kid, I was like, what the fuck is full screen? And then you realize it's like the 4:3 pan and scan letterbox version. Yeah. So anyways, they would do that though. So if you happen to see Lawrence of Arabia in like a 4:3, I pity you.
Yeah, it's just it's just not the way it was meant to be seen. And I've seen it, I kept watching it, and then finally I recently watched like a 4K version of it. And to me, like just seeing the 4K versus the Blu-ray, like it's so much more detail that you get in seeing what the film is. And it's just, it really was like a revelation for me. I was like, whoa, this is it. This is what this film is. This is why this film is so great. This is what you can get basically mostly only if you saw like the 60 millimeter print.
Yeah. It's as close. It's not as close, but it's much closer than we've ever been before.
It's much closer than we've ever been to like actually seeing that experience replicated on your, 40, 50 inch 4K television. And it's amazing. It's amazing. They did a new restoration of it, and it has a new soundtrack, and it's in 4K. It is fucking unbelievably gorgeous.
Yeah. It is,
and it really like all of that put together really makes you kind of because there's stuff that you're always gonna get like that match cut where he like blows out the thing, and then it's like the sun,
desert.
The desert and the sun rising. That's just pure cinema.
Yeah,
that's
it's so. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just so like anyone can get how that makes sense, and it makes you feel something. You're like, holy fuck, this is epic. But like when you watch the 4K and you see these scenes of Omar Sharif and Peter O'Toole just like sitting together.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. Yeah.
It's like, whoa, I'm transported back to 1962, and it just feels palpable. And yeah, this film is really, really, really. This film is epic. This film is the definition of epic. Of an epic film. I mean, just like what this film covers, all the story, like the way, and it's a really kind of interesting film too, because the Lawrence character is he's really kind of interesting because he goes through a lot of different sort of things in this adventure, and at the end we're kind of left like the ending, because we know that he's going to die in this motorcycle accident. And then we meet all these people who were going to come into his life, like the different people that he was serving under, the guy who is like the reporter, the American reporter, who's going to show up and see his adventures. But at the end of the film, we're kind of left with him. He basically kind of fails at his grand mission, which is to like sort of help the Arab people empower themselves.
Right.
But he kind of, there's all these parts where he kind of, he becomes really grandiose, and he's like, he almost thinks he's like invulnerable, or he's like a god. Like there's this crazy subplot where he just goes to, I forget where, but then he gets captured by some French people, and then they beat him, and some other shit's implied that they do to him.
Yeah. This movie's a fucking odyssey, dude.
And then again at the end we're left, and he's just like basically retiring from military service, and all the power brokers are taking what he did and they're divvying up the power, and he's left not really satisfied, and it leaves us kind of in a almost melancholy kind of way at the end. But there's this one great shot where they're driving in a car, and then they see this guy. He sees this guy on like a camel, and he's like, "Oh, is that my friend? Is that Omar Sharif?" And he looks back, but it's not, and he's just like, "Oh," and he just keeps going, and that's the end of the movie.
it's like a reverse Shawshank.
yeah. It's like, my friend's not there, and I'm just gonna retire, and that's it. It's there's just so many things like that are just, like seeing them crash that fucking train.
Oh my god!
Is like, whoa, dude, that's what I'm here for, and that's like right at the beginning of the second part, as like the American journalist is trying to find him, and then we get this cool shot of like the train. It's like a POV shot on the train, and then we see an explosion, and we see this train just flip off, and then just like this great shot of like you see the line of soldiers, and they just like attack. It's really cool. Like this film is just so epic, so epic, and one of the great performances, one of the great film characters. Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah. We talked a bit about like some of these epic movies that they were making in the like late 50s, early 60s, the ones like they were shot on the biggest film stock they could find and stuff. And this movie for me was lumped together. So my family, they had those like tapes that they were getting from like Germany or wherever at the time, because it was in Romania. They weren't allowed to like watch anything basically. But my grandpa had a VCR or whatever they had. There was like a tape trading thing, and my family was super into these epics, these like old Hollywood epics. It wasn't even popular at the time. They would have been into like the 80s stuff, like and like music videos and things were being traded. But I remember like being a kid going through my grandpa's stash of these like fucking communist bootleg tapes. And then I went through a phase where like it was like Ben-Hur and this movie and Dr. Zhivago and like a couple of the other ones, like the really big ones. And I didn't understand a goddamn thing of what was going on most of the time, but I just remember being so enraptured in it, even on like a bad like VHS copy. I just remember being like you said, like there's just something so palpable and cinematic about the scale of these things and the stuff that the way that they would just compose a frame and just show you the biggest shit they could possibly show you. It was just like a really, I mean, whatever. This was like David Lean's whole thing was just making the epicest of epics he could possibly make. And this was like Cleopatra was a fucking movie that got made, right? In the 50s. So like Hollywood blew its load. But what a time. What a crazy movie.
I really like really have come to appreciate this film more. This is definitely, I always knew, like I remember like at some point I realized, okay, I really like these kind of movies. And I knew that at some point I was going to come around to this movie. It's just a matter of when.
Gotcha. To like fully kind of appreciate it.
Yeah. Because like I remember at the time just being like, there were some things that always kind of stuck out to me. Like there's this great scene where, they just do all this stuff in the desert, this photography that's so beautiful. And it's just like, man. But there's a scene where, they're all going on this long trek they're trying to basically cross the desert so they can do a surprise attack, and they're riding day and night. And so then they wake up in the morning and they're like, oh, hey, where's this guy? Oh, the guy, he probably fell asleep and then fell off his camel. So he's dead. Yeah. And Lawrence is like, no, I got to save him. He's like, dude, you're going to die. Don't save him. He does it anyway. So he saves this guy. Well, actually, it's two people. Actually, he saves two people. It's his servant and this other guy. So he saves both of them. Oh, and that scene is really well done too. Like the way that is able to make you feel the heat of the
Yeah,
desert
yeah, that's a big
in
thing.
this it's really, really well done.
Mhm.
And yeah, so then he saves him, but then later on, the guy, again, it's some tribal blood feud. The guy who he saved has a blood feud with someone else, and then he murdered somebody, and so they're just about to do what he's trying to get them to do the surprise attack, but right before the surprise attack, this guy murders somebody, and so then the only way for him to keep the peace is to kill the guy he saved. So he does it. He kills him, and then on top of that, to make it even better, he says, I kind of liked it. I kind of like doing murder.
Yeah.
Such a great scene. And then there's the other scene too was like when one of his servants gets sucked into the what's that, the sand pit or whatever, the quicksand.
Oh, the quicksand. Yeah.
Yeah, when he gets sucked into that's really brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
It's like all the different adventure or like not adventure,
Tropes,
but it's
yeah.
like not tropes necessarily. It's just like one of those movies that is just like it takes you through like an odyssey, basically, like an entire journey. And like we know kind of like where like we end up in one. We start somewhere, we end somewhere, but then like the journey in the middle is like all of the different set pieces and stuff is like
that scene's at
ahead of its time.
At the end of the first half, where so his friend, he sees the servant die. The guy gets sucked into the quicksand. They can't save him. So him and his other servant, they're just basically aimlessly walking through the desert, and then they come to this like bombed out place. I don't know what, it's just bombed out, and they're just like they're done. You can tell they're done. And then it has this brilliant shot where they're just like they're walking. They walk through this bombed out place, and then you see like a ship, like an actual ship going, but it's like it's behind a sand dune. So you see the sand dune and then you see a ship. It's like, the fuck? And then he gets to the top of the sand dune and they've made it. They're at basically, I don't know, Sinai or something like that.
Yeah.
And they're close to Cairo. And they're like, holy shit, Mr. Lawrence, we made it, or whatever. And then like when he actually comes back to the officer's lounge is like basically where the movie starts. And he's wearing all the like Arab kind of garb.
Yeah.
And he's totally different. He never fit in. Like the opening scene basically tells us this guy doesn't fit in. But this really kind of, when he comes back, that shows who he really is at that point. He is someone who is meant to be in this other world, and he's the only one who could really approach these other people because he's just the guy to do it. He's just a weirdo. He has a love for them, and he has a sort of this romantic thing about what they can accomplish. A lot can be said about this movie. It's great.
And it's like, I'm sure there's entire fucking books about this movie. Yeah. Well, surprisingly, not as many as I think there should be. There probably should be more. I feel like certainly when I think about these types of epics, this is kind of the one that I always think about first. Like I know there's a lot of other ones, like some of the ones I mentioned, but I think that like this is at the forefront of my mind. I think this is kind of like, I don't know if it's because it just feels like the most modern in the way that it's shot and everything, but like it's the one that sticks out to me the most for sure. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So that's my number 20. Lawrence of Arabia.
Damn, we're going strong. Hey, you know what time it is? It's time to talk about Chris Nolan. Number 19, The Dark Knight.
Cool.
When this list started, when I was thinking about, so I've had, and I'll say this now, and I'll probably reiterate it later. I've always had like, if you asked me 5 years ago to like do this, it would have been a totally different thing. But I had like five to 10 movies that like I knew for a fact are in the top 10. And I had my top 5 pretty much figured out and nothing moved like ever until like today when I finalized it in the top 5. But for sure, Dark Knight was in the top 10. There was nothing that was ever going to kick the Dark Knight out of the top 10. And then fucking here we are, number 19. But I mean, we already talked about this movie a little bit because it was on your list already.
A lot of it.
A lot of it. No, we talked a lot about a lot of things. but I love it, dude. It's so good. And now here's what I'll say. Here's something new I'll add to this particular discussion of it is honestly, I think what this movie does above all else, above the fact that it's, heat with psychopaths that dress up as fucking, in costumes, or that
one guy's a bat, the other guy's a joker.
Is a joker, yeah. The boss told me
Same
to
premise.
kill you. Boss told me to kill you after with a fucking score or whatever. Oh, funny.
Yeah,
he told me the
yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Whatever. Outside of all of that and the all the action set pieces and stuff, I think what this movie really like clutched, or like something that it really kind of figured out, is what we just talked about. Is like it went back to the Dr. Zhivago or the Lawrence of Arabia. Like, what if I just use the biggest film stock just in existence, but for a superhero movie, or really rather for like a remake of Heat that I really wanted to make.
Yeah.
And like, what a great fucking idea, because in my mind, that's what stands out to me about it. So there's a couple of things that stand out to me about this movie. When I think about The Dark Knight, I think about Heath Ledger, I think about the score, and I think about that like droning, like cello, that like tense building kind of moments in the score, the scene with "You Want to Know How I Got These Scars," like all of the tense stuff. I think about the heist in the beginning. But then I think about the cinematography, and specifically just like the IMAX shots, like the really big establishing shots, like that Hong Kong shot, or that shot in the very beginning of the movie. Is just like, when this movie came out, I had never seen anything like this on a movie theater screen, because we didn't grow up in the 60s when these movies were coming out, right? Yeah. I had never seen something like this, when the aspect ratio changes and it fills the entire theater screen. And you're just like, holy goddamn. And we've already kind of talked about this, how I'm glad he did it. And now he's obviously doing more and more. He's doing it more and more. To where we have movies like Dunkirk that are just going to fucking exist forever, looking like that. But I'm glad that he did it.
Shooting the Nolan way, because like he really kind of has invented a new. Well, it's not really new, but it's his way of doing this thing, which is you just shoot a lot in IMAX, as much as you can, and the rest you shoot in 35. And like maybe some people are like, I don't really like changing aspect. He's like, fuck that. It's gonna look great. Who cares?
No, because he knows he's smart about it. He's smart about when to use it, And I have a couple of friends who are just like, why doesn't he just shoot the entire thing in IMAX? If he's so obsessed with it. It was like, well, that's not how movies are made. Like, they plan these things. Like, it is a widescreen aspect ratio movie that happens to have for effect these great, huge fucking set pieces that are shot in IMAX.
He would, but you can't with IMAX film. You
can't like stick IMAX cameras in, like, if in like that interrogation scene or whatever,
it makes it very hard because like then you can't really do sound, and then you have to like ADR the whole movie.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's a lot of technical reasons, but the point is that I think it's just so smart. He's basically able to take the stuff that has traditionally been reserved for these 5-hour epics, like a Lawrence of Arabia or something, that is like this great, or it's like it's about the locations, or it's about this and that, and he's like, no, fuck that, I'm gonna do it in Chicago, or I'm gonna do it in fucking space. We'll do it on a soundstage, like. It's great that he's able to just adapt it to just whatever he feels like making. Basically, he's able to take this big screen format and just say, like, I'm going to make a movie about time spies. Fucking shoot it in the style of Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, shoot it in 60 millimeter and a lot of IMAX, like a lot of IMAX.
Yeah, which is like it's no one else is doing that. Nobody else is probably going to do that, because everybody's like, oh, we have 8K cameras. Who gives a fuck? But like, it makes a difference.
There's
it makes
something
a big difference.
There's something about when you shoot on that 70 millimeter IMAX film, the way that looks.
Yeah. And I think subconsciously, like, a lot of people don't notice it, or maybe they don't pay attention to it. But I'm telling you, like, if the people that love The Dark Knight, like, it's no small part that we have just, again, the way that he kind of approached it technologically. That's no small part of it. It's just like, again, and then when we get to the ferry scene and you see the ferry on the water and everything, and you have these great, like, he does these great establishing shots in this movie that like just keep taking you from scene to scene. So yeah, I don't know. We talked about The Dark Knight a lot, but
Yeah, we
I
talked
think
about
that's
it a
what I
lot.
say.
Like I said before, this film is a lot of the reason why. I mean, Iron Man as well. But this
Right.
film really felt different than every other comic book film. Like there were other films that were maybe good or they were fun or whatever, but this film felt like it was really a marriage of art and
Yes.
commerce, and the fact
Yes.
that this film was like the minute it came out, people were like, okay, this film's like not kind of good. This film's really, really, really good. And
Mhm.
that had never, there had never, ever, ever been a film in the comic book genre that got anywhere near that type of discussion
Yeah.
ever up to that point. And so that was the moment where it really kind of changed, where it's like, okay, not only can we make films that make money, but it can also be something that, and this film made a fuck ton of money. Like when it came out,
Yeah.
it was probably like the third or fourth or fifth highest grossing film of all time, like in the United States. If you
Yeah.
just, because this came out before Avatar. So if you just did its USA gross, it was probably like maybe second or third highest ever.
And why do you
Which is
think
crazy.
that is? Yeah, why do you think that is? Like, why do people like why? How do we get asses in seats, right? Like, why do people go to movie theaters? And of course, it was different 12 years ago than it was now, but not necessarily, because ultimately you're going there because you want to see you want an experience, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what are the other top two movies? Probably fucking Titanic and like some Star Wars movie or something,
And
right?
yeah, and Star Wars and Jurassic Park. Probably
Jurassic
at the
Park.
time that was basically
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Independence Day.
Right, the spectacle things. And like a Batman movie on paper is not necessarily a spectacle movie. Like it doesn't have to be, right? Like the fucking Tim Burton movies were not. They were just kind of like weird art movies that like happened to be a little creepy and a little comic-y. But he made this a spectacle movie. The addition of all of that, like the big idea stuff and the big set pieces, it turned into like an event. Like people, because I remember people were talking about it. They're like, "You got to go see this new fucking Batman movie." It's like, why? Like like I've seen Batman before, and it had bat nipples and bat credit card, and it was
a
weird.
disaster.
Like, why would I go see this thing? Is like, well, it's not just a Batman movie. It's like actually like a huge epic thing. So I think that's a huge thing. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we've definitely talked a lot about this film. It's a masterpiece, and
Yeah.
this and Inception are, I think, the things that really like catapulted him to where he is today.
Yeah.
Because if he just made like The Prestige and Memento, like I think people would see him as sort of an interesting director that makes some really cool plot twisty kind of films. But yeah, once he made The Dark Knight, he was like on top of the whole planet, basically.
Yeah. He really took that Kubrick inspiration to heart. He was just like, I'm just gonna fucking get interesting with it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make like a movie for like everything that I'm interested in.
yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick one. Boom. Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah, Dark Knight. We've talked a lot about it. It's a
Mhm.
great one, man. It's a great
Mhm.
one. All right, so my number 19. So next couple films are some sequels, some great sequel films. So this is Godfather Part 2. So yeah, Godfather Part 2, I feel it's kind of weird, but it's almost like underrated. Like it's rated highly, but it's like it's almost better. It's better than number 19, I almost feel like. But like for me, it just falls there because that's just where I feel about it. I think we'll see where the first one falls for me. But this one does a lot of amazing stuff. When you think about what this film does as a sequel and the type of traps that you can fall into with the sequel to The Godfather. And Coppola was like, fuck that. I'm not gonna get trapped.
And in particular, a sequel that just didn't want to be made. Coppola didn't want to make it. Fucking Mario, there was no like novel to base it off of. The sequel part, like it's just like, what are we gonna, it had to be original. Like this movie didn't want to be made, and then he found a way, basically. So yeah.
Yeah, he found a way, and pretty much it's like two narratives. One is the stuff of the dad and how he became the Don, The Godfather, and the other one is this sort of murder mystery with Michael, which is really interesting because, like, yeah, like basically, there's this whole thing. There's this party in Vegas, and there's this douchebag senator, and he
Hyman
makes a
Roth,
power
dude.
play.
What a fucking great character.
Yeah.
Oh. So I'm not talking a lot because
it's gonna come up.
I'm just gonna tell you this movie's in my top 5.
Okay. Yeah.
I love this movie with every fiber of my being.
Yeah, this movie is really, really amazing. Just the stuff that they do with the flashbacks, it's just like unfucking believable. It's so cool.
And I mean, and we've talked about a couple other movies like that have like this kind of immigrant story thing, and certainly every mob movie has an element to it. But there's something about, and I'm personally attached to it, but there's something about the way it's done in this movie. It just
well, especially because it opens and there's a fucking murder, and there's one murder. So his brother gets shot at a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck? And then his mom's begging for mercy, and then she gets killed in a pretty brutal way. It's not like, oh, she died and we look away. No, it's like you see her fucking fly when she gets blasted with the shotgun.
Yeah.
And then you like that.
Yeah.
and then it's like, okay, he's just biding his time, and then he comes back. I love when he fucking murders that dude. And he's like, Vito Andolini, and then he like takes it and he
God.
rips him. I love that. That's one of my favorite murders, I have to say. It's really fucked up, but like I love that.
I'm exercising so much restraint right now. I love this movie so much. This is probably the best Al Pacino performance like ever, because it's like 90% restrained. There's no I mean, there's a little bit of screaming, but when the screaming happens, it's like everything leads up to that moment. Thematically, the story, the plot, like when he fucking loses it, he loses it, and it's awesome. But like 90% of the movie, he's just fucking pissed. I don't know. It's awesome.
Yeah. There's so much stuff. Like, one of the scenes that I really love that I keep coming back to is like they're all in Cuba, all the basically gangsters and corporate interests. Mm-hmm. And there's a scene where they and this is just so brilliant. So they have this cake.
Yeah, the cake. I knew you were going to talk about the cake.
Have the cake that has Cuba on it, and they cut up the cake.
Yeah,
and it's just so brilliant. What's funny too is like that allegory for me. There's so many things in life that actually that's how the world works.
How it works. Yeah.
That's literally how it works. Like your internet provider in America and probably in a lot of other that's
Spectrum,
literally
Comcast, AT&T, whatever.
Yeah, Verizon. Literally they cut up the fucking country like a cake and they set up monopolies or duopolies.
Well, what is the mafia if not just a microcosm of the rest of the system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The stuff with Fredo, just like
come on, man, so good,
so good, just so good. It's a fucking masterpiece.
It's one of the greats, and I mean, like you said, I think what I will chime in with is to say that like for a sequel, like wow, and also not only that, by the way, you're welcome movies that you have things that are called 2 or part 2 now, because again, there's that story that we may have talked about already where like they didn't want to call this part 2 because they just assumed that audiences were not really conditioned to direct sequels in this way. Or if there were like even going back to like the 30s or the 20s or not the 30s, like those Dashiell Hammett, like the Thin Man movies or whatever, they always had like the Thin Man, or like the Pink Panther Returns, Revenge of the Pink Panther. There was not Pink Panther 1, Pink Panther 2, Pink Panther 3. They didn't do it that way.
And back in the day, they did serials.
That too, right? Yeah.
And so it would just be like, but that was it's kind of weird because it's basically considered one film. So it's like
you mean The Godfather or the serials?
Like the serials way back in the
yeah.
Up to the 30s and 40s, it would be like Le Vampire, and it's like 4 hours, but it's like 30 serials. It's 30 10-minute films. They just kept making because people kept watching them. Yeah. So yeah, this is totally different, and
It's totally different because they came in and they just called it part 2 basically.
Yeah.
And it's like, and again, there's no, it's confusing because it's like to audiences they weren't used to it. Okay, sure, whatever, they'll figure it out. It's part 2, it's the sequel, not part 2 as in the second half of the first movie that you've already seen. But then also like there's no part 2 for the book. Like there's no Godfather 2. So that was another thing. You're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can't call it part 2. And you're just like, no, I want to call it part 2. And then immediately after that is like French Connection 2 pops up. It's like, what? Okay, I guess we're doing this now.
Yeah.
And so now we just have 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that's a funny little anecdote, but in the history of this movie. But I mean, lots to talk about, and we'll get to it for my opinions on it. But I love it dearly.
Yeah, it's a masterpiece, man. It's a masterpiece. Yeah, that's all I'll say. Yeah, so that's my number 19, The Godfather Part 2.
Part 2. Sick. All right, cool. Switching gears a little bit, we're coming back to my swamp, my 90s swamp. Number 18 is a Joel Schumacher film, God bless him, Falling Down. This is for sure. This is by far my favorite Joel Schumacher film, and it made it this high up the fucking list. I love this movie so much. Now, why do I love this movie so much? It again comes down to that like relatable, simple premise. It's just a very simple premise movie. It's Michael Douglas is just like a little bit kind of kind of a fringe guy. He's like an office worker, and then you later find out that he's like some kind of veteran or something. And he feels mistreated by the system, and he's trapped in the system like we all are. We're trapped in the rat race. I mean, if you hold a 9 to 5, you kind of understand what this movie's going for. So the movie opens up. It's an LA movie, which again, I love that setting. I just love that backdrop, this concrete jungle, this absolute just mire that everybody is in LA. So he's stuck on the freeway. It's hot as hell. They do a good job. It's like a do the right thing kind of thing where everybody's just sweating and there's this like orange filter over the screen and it's like shaky, not shaky, but it's just like that melting kind of filter they have over it. And he's just stuck on this on ramp or whatever. And he just decides, fuck it. Like, why am I doing this? I'm done. So he gets out of his car and just starts walking. And then it's like an odyssey through LA. Basically, he goes to this like corner store owned by some Koreans, which is again
a classic trope of the 90s.
Yes, of course. Every like we talked about, like every movie, Menace to Society, right? The Koreans,
in the Hood,
yeah. And I mean, yeah, but like still kind of. And I mean, even Do the Right Thing actually had like a Korean store owner scene, or like a
that scene's crazy. Like they destroyed the Italian place, and then they were going to destroy the Korean place.
Yeah, but then they were
and then the guy's like, no, he's good.
He's cool. Yeah,
he's cool.
We they're all right. Like the white guys, fuck him, but we're all right. So yeah, it's just. So anyways, if you haven't seen this movie, it's basically just Michael Douglas gets out of his car on his way to work and he just decides he doesn't intend on going on a rampage, but what ends up happening is that every little thing that has been chipping away at him his entire life just kind of all breaks loose that day. And so, and it goes back and forth between the Michael Douglas adventures of him. He goes into the store and he gets frustrated over how the soda costs $2.50 or whatever. He's like, $2.50, that is fucking insane or whatever, and the store owner's just like, dude, just pay it and get out. And then he gets frustrated with the fact that the guy's Korean, and then he starts getting racist with it. And then it's just like you can kind of see the inner machinations of this like white collar guy or like blue collar guy or whatever, just breaking down in the system just that's been oppressing everybody. Just like he's just like,
it's kind of like Gran Torino, but with a middle aged guy.
A little bit, yeah.
It's like Gran Torino and Fight Club had a baby.
Yeah,
And
that's
you just have a rampage in the middle.
yeah, thank you for selling my movie. So yeah, and then so it goes back and forth between that and then Robert Duvall. It plays a police officer, detective, or whatever. He's on his last day. He's about to retire, and he gets the call. Him and his partner to just like there's this fucking maniac who like busted up a Korean shop, and now he's like he's going through. I forget what neighborhood they're going through, but like he ends up in one of the like Latino in neighborhoods in LA. There's like a fucking drive-by shooting that happens, and then he like tracks him down. He gets like a bag full of guns, and then he goes to a McDonald's, and then he gets fucking pissed that the guy won't give him breakfast past a certain hour, and he pulls out a Mac 10. He starts, but the whole time
RPG like involved.
He does. Yeah. Well, he gets he gets back on the freeway at some point, and there's a couple of construction workers. They're like, "We have the contract for this," and he's like, "Your contract is bullshit. The city made up the contract to keep you employed. The road doesn't need any work." And he's like, "What are you getting mad at me for? Like, I'm just fucking the construction guy." He's like, "I will fix it for you." Then he pulls out an RPG and he just fucking blows up the construction site.
Yeah.
So, it's funny and it's crazy, but it's like also super relatable because especially, and I feel like it's pertinent because especially at this point in time after 2020, so many people and so many young people that had like weren't even born when this movie got made, like understand the frustration of like this system that we're stuck in kind of just doesn't make any sense. It's just there for its own sake kind of a thing. And I'm not saying Michael Douglas is the most relatable character in this movie, but you kind of get it. He's just a guy that's trapped in the 9 to 5. And of course because I think there had to be a little bit, maybe there was some studio meddling or whatever. There's an element of like, he's actually crazy and he wants to kill his fucking wife or whatever. By the end of it, there's this great scene. He ends up in this army surplus store with like an actual Nazi, like racist guy. And that's kind of when you realize that like as bad as Michael Douglas is, like this is the true evil, right? And the guy just starts dropping all of the gamer words. So it's just I feel like this movie is super relevant still, and it's one of my favorite movies of all time, and it made it this high up the list because I love the premise of it. I love how simple it is, and I love that it's more or less just like following this guy around LA. It's just a really cool movie. I love it.
This movie really feels like it's a person trying to strike back at the system that's just fucked them over, but they don't have anyone to strike back at, so they just like they go. Right. It's like
they don't know what to focus their rage on.
Yeah, is it the guy at the convenience store's fault that the corporate people up to the thing, but. No, but you're still mad. It's like, what the fuck?
Still right. Mad. Like Michael Douglas's character doesn't understand that, but the viewer understands that. That's what I like about this movie. It's like every time, like when he walks into that McDonald's and he's just like, it's 11:05, just fucking serve me the breakfast. Like
we're done.
We've all been there. Like we get it. And then he just takes it a step further and he pulls out the Mac 10 and he's just like, look, I don't want to hurt anybody, but I just think it's obscene that you can't give me my fucking breakfast meal.
Exactly.
You know,
that's like the kind of the punchline of this whole thing is like, it's scenarios we've all been in, right? We've all been in like, oh, I bought this thing. I've bought this soda for like 5 years and then just doubled. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah. Like why?
Or I walk into Wendy's and like, I want a fucking, Frosty, and like, well, the machine doesn't work. Well, fuck you.
Right.
It does work. You lazy son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Or oh my god, just LA driving and fucking and then there's construction. Construction in LA during peak. Fuck you.
Peak hours, peak heat. Like everything in this movie is obviously at its like maximum irritation level on purpose. But yeah, I mean, you 100% get it, and especially if you live in a city, like you're just but
there's no one to be mad at. You can be mad at the mayor.
Exactly.
Well, you're just gonna get another mayor you're not gonna like. It's just
exactly.
It's just the metropolitan life. It's just kind of you have to learn to just live with it. Yeah, it sucks. But sometimes people are like, fuck that, I don't want to live with this shit. Yeah. And that's what he does in this movie.
It's a good fantasy in that way. And of course he doesn't get, he doesn't like, it's not, he doesn't get a happy ending or anything. So like the second half of the movie kind of falls off when we get into some of the stuff with his wife and whatever. It's not as impactful because it's just plot based random garbage. But like the other stuff that we've been talking about is like it just feels super relevant, and I think it will continue to be relevant. This movie.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Cool. Falling Down. All right, so my number 18, another sequel, is The Empire Strikes Back, the great sequel to Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Again, not Star Wars 2. The Empire Strikes Back.
Empire Strikes Back, and then he titled it Episode 5.
Motherfucker!
Like what? Episode what?
Yeah,
that's another mind fuck, by the way, right? So wait, I just saw episode 4. So what's 1, 2, 3? One of the biggest teases of all time, right?
Even as like a kid, when I was watching 4, 5, and 6 on VHS, I was just like, why are they 4, 5, and 6? And then somebody had to explain to me like, well, 1 just came out, but we're waiting for 2 to come out. I'm like, what the fuck? We've already have the rest of the series, and they're like, no, this is how it works.
No, George Lucas.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think a lot should be said about this movie. This movie, I think a lot of people don't totally understand like what George Lucas did and like how kind of unbelievably incredible it is that he did it.
That he just took his hands a little bit off.
Well, no, the fact that he made this film on his own.
Oh,
George Lucas made this film. It wasn't Fox. It wasn't Paramount. It wasn't Warner. It was him. And he made these agreements with them with Fox to distribute it. But he got the money. He got the loans. He did everything. And he, like, the amount of shit he had to deal with to make this movie is kind of unbelievable if you actually kind of do the deep dive into it. And I feel like this film, like, is why Star Wars is a thing.
Yeah.
And so, like, what I was kind of thinking, the best way to put it is, like, The Empire Strikes Back is basically why George Lucas became a billionaire instead of just being the guy who made Star Wars.
Yeah.
Because in this film, he, like, again, it's so amazing. So I was reading about, so I'll kind of give you the story, and then let's sort of paint a picture in our minds of what this sounds like. So he decides, I'm going to make this movie. But I'm going to do it on my own because I have all this money now from Star Wars. Tons of money that he, it was a huge windfall because he got all the toy rights. And I think the first Christmas that Star Wars, they tried to sell the toys, they all sold out immediately. And so they had to like give people shit on layaway. It was crazy.
Nice.
So he made a ton of money. And so he's like, okay, so I'm going to have to do this thing. I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to just finance it all myself. So they start off with a $15 million budget. The first thing he has to do is, so the people who were part of ILM that he created, half of them quit. And then I was reading there was other, basically like some of the visual effects supervisors, he kind of hated them. So he basically had to then spend like months recreating ILM, and so that's rebuilding, and that's basically why he. Part of why he didn't direct this movie is that he had so much to do with making sure ILM was rebuilt so that they could do the special effects for this. So then, okay, we're going to make this movie. It's $15 million, which is a pretty big budget. Immediately doubles. The budget immediately doubled. And so then...
Well, what was the budget on the first one?
Oh, it was like 7 million, 8 million, something like that.
To be fair, it's kind of a simple movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That was probably a pretty good budget for the time. Yeah. But he was going to double it, and then that doubled.
Yeah.
And then the banks freaked out, and they were going to try and call the loan on him, and so then he had to renegotiate with Fox. So then he puts out that fire. So then their first day of shooting, they're shooting like in fucking Norway or something like that.
For the hot scenes?
Yeah. The coldest day ever. Massive snowstorm. Does this sound like Apocalypse Now, maybe?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like it's starting to, right? And so we're starting to see like, oh, this could go really, really poorly if things don't work out. It's really funny. So apparently like it was so bad that they they got like 1 or 2 shots of Luke. Like it's literally they told Mark Hamill, go out into the snow, and then the DP and whoever is gonna be inside of the hotel shooting out.
That's right. I've heard the story. Yeah.
So they just told Mark Hamill, go outside, and
Yeah.
then they're shooting him inside the hotel. So they somehow get through all that. Then they have a massive fire on one of their sets. I think basically the set that they built to be Dagobah just caught on fire and just burnt. And it just completely burned. And I think they had to rebuild it. Disaster after disaster after disaster. But in the end, somehow this becomes basically the best Star Wars film.
Yeah.
It was the highest grossing film of 1980. And it completely set Star Wars as basically the first blockbuster franchise.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's kind of incredible when you think about all that stuff. Like, people don't realize Star Wars, like these Star Wars films, this film and the sixth one.
Yeah. Oh,
these are independent films.
Yeah.
Made by George Lucas.
Well,
just
so
George Lucas.
Aren't the prequels are too, aren't they?
They are. Yeah.
Yeah. So so I'm glad you brought that up because we talked about this. I remember having this discussion with you at some point. I don't know if it was on camera or off, but from a like, if you're interested purely in like, so if you like to say like, oh, you know, George Lucas fucking got lucky. He had a good idea. He wrote a good script, right? And he made a movie once, kind of a thing. When you look at it from that like perspective, and you don't know anything about anything, you're just like, he directed the first movie, and then he fucking got the toy rights, and then he just stepped off. Or when you look at like, oh, Steven Spielberg, okay, he's got talent, but like he made Jaws, and so good, you know, he got lucky or whatever. The amount of finagling and parlaying one good thing into another thing, like that's the real genius. That's the real talent. It's not so much that he was able to adapt a fucking hero's journey and turn it into a space movie, or he took a Kurosawa movie and he made it a space movie. That's cool that he did that. But I'm glad that you brought up the business side of things, because that's that's the side of things that people don't think about when it comes to Hollywood. They just look at what's on the screen and they're like, yeah, it's a good movie, but like, he didn't direct it, and like they just got everybody back, and everybody like Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill, they were all at the top of their game, you know, so it's like whatever. Billy D. Williams was fucking cool, so like they put him in the movie. But like, no, dude, it's like the day-to-day, and again, just the turning one shit nugget into like a gold mine, and then just keep doing that.
He averted so many disasters on this movie. And again, there could be another universe where this movie is bad. And Star Wars, absolutely. Oh yeah, there's Star Wars, and then there's
that we talk about Star Wars as like that one important movie in the 70s that like set the stage for other more important movies. But now we kind of like Star Wars is it, right? Because of this movie.
Yeah, Star Wars is the it franchise.
Yeah.
Like in terms of theatrical film.
Yeah.
Like it is it. And this, I really feel like this film is the reason why he was able to finagle all these things. And yeah, it's just so much stuff. Like the way that they got the puppets. I think they even like they wanted to do Yoda in a way where they like had a monkey train a monkey to do something.
Yes.
Some shit like that. And then like finally at some point he called Jim Henson and was like, hey, can you make a puppet for this? It's like, yeah, sure. I can make a puppet for you.
Right. It also helps that you have access to all of these great things, and you've already built ILM, and you're, you know, whatever, you're building it again. But like, so I feel like so many people can feel like not necessarily jealousy, but like a little bit jaded, where they're like, well, all of these great guys, they just got, like I said, they got lucky, or they just don't think about like the amount of work and the amount of savviness that you have to make some of these things happen. Like Empire Strikes Back is not like a sure thing.
Not at all.
It just never was.
Not at all. Not at all.
You think it is now because you see it and you're like, I'll just fucking do that movie again. Yeah. But like, no, dude.
Yeah. And that's not even, so that's the business side, right? And then there's the story side.
Yeah.
The story side in and of itself is a whole nother thing, right? Because coming out of Star Wars, and so there was this
kind of has an ending, and you're kind of just like,
yeah, it does.
Do we really want to fuck with it? Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, but like there's a lot of stuff that he changed just on the fly, basically. There was this novel that was written, and in that novel, there's a love story between Luke and Leia.
Yeah.
Like, and that's a fucking book that he he got someone to write. And then in this movie, he at some point in the middle, he was like, okay, they're going to be related.
And
Vader's going to be the father, all this other stuff. And, and then he gets Lawrence Kasdan to write the script. And actually, so this is another disaster that happened. So he got this, I forget what her name. He got this other person to write and then she died. She just died.
Yeah, and she's responsible for like a lot of the like big kind of plot points in the movie.
Yeah, so she dies, and that's another disaster on so many levels. So like there was a lot of shit.
Lee Brackett.
Yeah, Lee Brackett. And so like it's
who by the way is just like a fucking absolute like a Hollywood movie studio writer, wrote Rio Bravo, The Big Sleep, and like all of these things.
You see, like these guys like Lucas get it, right?
Yeah,
because he's watched all these John Ford films, and he's like, who wrote these films? Oh, right. She's like a part of all. I'm hiring her.
Right? I'm at the level where I can get Jim Henson and I can get someone like Lee Brackett. I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so then it just gives him more of a chance to succeed. Yeah. And then again, he comes up with the Luke, I'm your father stuff. One of the greatest plot twists of all time.
Yeah.
And the rest
is
history.
Important. That's super important. The rest is history. And I think because of that, because like you said, like there were sequels to things, like there was Godfather Part 2, but it was just kind of like, it was just like another one, right? It was just like its own thing, kind of a thing, or it followed on from the first, whatever. But there weren't like the way that they set up, especially for something as commercial as Star Wars, where people had already had toys, and then he made up like the myth of like those toys would be like retroactively enhanced by the new plot twists in this movie. Like you have your Vader toy, and then Vader turns out to be Luke's father, and then now you're hyped as shit for the third movie.
Yes.
You don't know if they're gonna make a third movie, but like now they're gonna make a third movie.
You want to see it. Even if it doesn't, you want to see it really bad.
It's a huge thing. I mean, people weren't doing that. They were doing like project by project basis, or if there were sequels to things, again, they were kind of single, like Popeye Doyle goes to France, whatever. Not quite like this like serialized kind of thing.
Because a lot of the really good stuff that we really like about just Star Wars in general, he basically invented as backstory for this movie. Like the duel on Mustafar, he invented it. We didn't see it for another 25 years, but that was the backstory he generated to like understand, okay, this is where this world comes. So he did all this world building, did all this stuff, and this film really propels it into the franchise territory where people are like, okay, I'm invested in this saga. I want to know more of what's going to happen to these characters. And I mean, it just can't be stated that this could have gone a totally different way.
Yeah, no, this could have been a footnote. We could have just been talking about Star Wars as, again, that one movie that did a lot of things in the 70s and then kind of fell off.
But there's just so much, and like again, all the stuff he does with the way that, because in the first movie we don't really see much with the Force or understand what the Force is.
Oh, yeah, it's that world building, baby. You got to sprinkle in the mystery.
We see him use the Force to blow up the Death Star.
Yeah.
But what does that really mean? We don't know. In here, he totally expands it so much.
It's like even when you when you're a kid, when you're like writing stories, or like in my case, I was drawing comic books when I was a kid, and you would just make shit up as you went along. And you didn't know where it was leading, but you're like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this guy did this? Like, I feel like this is what Star Wars was. He just had the sense enough to know that, like, I don't know what the fuck the Force is, but like when I figure it out, the groundwork is laid, and I can.
Yeah, I think he's always been really good at the big ideas. Articulating those ideas has been difficult, or he's gotten bogged down a bit.
Yeah,
I do think like they did a really good, like the writers did a really good job, like all the stuff on Dagobah where
it's vague enough but like not completely unknowable.
Where Yoda like really, and Yoda as a character is like one of the greatest characters
so
ever.
Cool. Yeah, come on.
Like Yoda's such a great fucking character. I mean, they literally did a whole TV show about Yoda but a baby, and it was like
Right.
people
We
loved it.
don't have to. We don't have to talk about that. We don't have time to get into that. But that's another one of those things where, like, again, making shit up as you go along. But like, you find the right guys who are passionate, and like who understand the meta
Very
mythos
passionate.
of this thing, and you're just like, ah, what if Yoda but baby? You know, that'll
Yeah.
sell toys
Oh,
and
the
make the story
ass! Oh
interesting.
my
You
god,
know,
the
it's the
toys.
same thing that Lucas was doing. That'll sell
It was the
toys.
same.
Like, we're gonna sell way more Darth Vader toys now than ever before, and we're gonna, like, the story will continue, kind of a thing.
Mhm.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I really there's a lot to be said about this movie. Just like the way that it propels the franchise, right? Like just all these thematic things. Like Luke, what's Luke's thing as in the first movie? He wants to be like his father.
I want to
He wants
be
to learn.
the very best.
Yeah, he wants to, and he has that line with Obi-Wan. I wanna learn the ways of the Force like my father did, or whatever. And it's like,
Yeah. Right.
okay,
Right. Right.
cool. Yeah, yeah, kid. Little do you know. And then that this is the payoff to that. It's like, oh, your dad is the most evil human being in the universe, like literally.
And I mean, yeah. I mean, I was so attached to this story. I gotta tell you, like, these first three, I didn't watch the prequels when as they were coming out because I just didn't know enough about Star Wars. My family wasn't hyped about it, and plus we were in
Yeah.
Romania, so like again, the first movie theater opened into the first megaplex open or multiplex, I'm sorry, opened in the year 2000. I remember that very specifically because we went there and I saw fucking Vertical Limit, this like shitty Chris O'Donnell movie. But
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, that was like the first movie I
Right.
ever saw in the theater, I think. But like, so we weren't, like, the media machine was not working over there like it worked over here. But like, just spending the day that I spent, it was one day where I watched 4, 5, and 6, those tapes back to back to back. And it was pre special edition. I think when I saw them, because it's like 98 or whatever. Yeah, it was just like so cool. It was just like I was so invested in that character and Luke in particular. And I thought that was it. I thought that was a really good, really solid story. And I've never changed my opinion on that. Because I did when I watched the prequels, I just was like, I got a little too lost in the sauce for me. But that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, yeah. I think for me the big picture stuff about why this film is, first off, this film is a masterpiece. I think is really really well done.
It's
There's so
really
many
good.
there's so many just like really beautiful cinematic moments.
Yes.
Like when they and like you got to know, right? You're directing this movie. Okay, when I have to make the moment where Vader and Luke face off, like it has to hit.
Yeah.
And dude, they really like that shit is unbelievable when it's like it's him and it's Vader and he's like kind of backlit and it's really dark and he's he's just like, you're not a Jedi yet. And then they both draw their lightsabers. It's like, dude, that's cinema, man.
Yeah,
That-
exactly.
That is cinematic because you can feel that build. It's been like and again, it's been building from the last movie where Luke's fighting him, but it's not totally the same, and he gets saved. There's no one to save him this time.
Yeah.
Before he got saved by Han Solo, but now Han Solo's basically he's gone.
Yeah.
And so he has to, and it's just such a hero's journey kind of thing, like you have to face your greatest fear
by yourself after having trained for all this time, right? Like you've trained to come to this moment. Yeah, no, it's really good. And like you said, it's really cinematic is the thing. Like this movie, it is. It's just like it's a widescreen ratio. It's very like this photography is incredible. As much as I despise and abhor the special editions, this one is the one that's fucked with the least out of all of them. Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot you can fuck with. It's just like it's like a really well made thing.
Yeah.
So it's been preserved really well, is what I'm trying to say. So like the 4K versions that are out there look incredible, and
this movie's really dark, by the way. I mean,
that's why I like it.
They kind of lay down some of the stuff, but I never. So this was something I only realized when I watched The Revenant, which is again, you have a guy who writes westerns writing this story, but like at the beginning when the tauntaun freezes and then he sticks Luke in the tauntaun.
Yeah.
I never got that. Like
Oh yeah, that's a
for
horse thing.
decades, I never understood why he opened up the tauntaun. I never got it.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No, I didn't. I had no idea that he stuck him in the tauntaun. That's pretty kind of fucked up, actually.
Yeah.
In a certain way. But then also, like, after the Luke, I'm your father thing, Luke tries to commit suicide.
Yeah.
He literally tries to commit suicide, but then it's some Mary Poppins-y kind of stuff where he falls into a thing and he lives. But that he literally tries to kill himself. Like imagine that. Imagine them doing that shit like in the new Disney shit.
Captain America just decides I'm at the rock bottom and he just fucking goes to off himself.
Yeah. Like that's
Captain America
really,
with a gun in his mouth.
Oh, yeah. Like that's really something, man. Like the fact that and George let that happen. He was the guy, he was the last deciding guy. And he said, "Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to go for it." That's your archetypal hero.
Yeah.
Saying fuck it. Like literally fuck it.
Yeah, I mean I imagine the whole time he's got his like Socrates book and he's got like all these other books about storytelling. He's just like, "All right, what do we do next?" Okay, cool.
Yeah, what's next in the playbook?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's an incredible film.
It's I'm glad we had to have at least a little bit of a Star Wars discussion.
Yep. So that's my number 18.
Great, awesome. Moving right along, bringing you back. Let me bring you back to my filth. Number 17 is another Brian De Palma film. For a lot of people, it's like the Brian De Palma film, Dressed to Kill. This movie is basically, I love it so much, but that's why we're as high up on the list as we are, right? So what he does for the first hour, 45 minutes to an hour of this movie is it's just unfiltered, unashamedly Hitchcock. It is just pure Hitchcock. I mean, it is like he does a scene in a museum where in this case, the woman like chases around, like follows a guy around in the museum, right? I mean, it's just pure vertigo. He's just like pulling all of these things. He's just doing pure Hitchcock. But what I love about it too is that the opening. So he's smart enough. He casts Angie Dickinson in this movie, who is literally every red-blooded straight male's just boner. It's just she just is an embodiment of like every moviegoer's boner at the time, right? And so he opens the movie with Angie Dickinson taking a shower, and you're like, all right. And then he uses a body double for the nudity and whatever, but like you don't know that when you're watching it. So you're like, holy shit, cool. This is awesome. This is great. Back then we had Playboys, and that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
And then during this like very picturesque, literally steamy shower sequence, like a guy comes in the shower and she starts like grabbing her and stuff, and you're like, all right, like where is this going? Fuck yeah. And and then I think the guy pulls out a knife, or he's like starts choking her or whatever. I think he pulls out a knife and then he like fucking slits her throat in the shower, and there's fucking blood everywhere, right? And so you're quickly going from like smut like boner stuff to just like smut like sexy women getting murdered for like what reason, I don't know. And then she wakes up, and then so the whole thing is played off as a psychological thing. So the movie is about the psychiatrist played by Michael Caine, and he is her psychologist. And so the opening sequence is kind of like a psychological Freudian kind of a thing on how she is unfulfilled in her marriage life, her husband, or in her sex life specifically with her husband. So what ends up happening for the rest of the first like half of the movie is she chases she's like, it's so brilliant the way that this first half is shot. Granted, 80% of it is Hitchcock, so it's not like he invented the stuff, but like there's not a lot of dialogue. I think in the first hour of the movie, there's maybe like 5 minutes of dialogue, 5-10 minutes of dialogue. The rest of it is just a lot on Angie Dickinson's face, her like inner machinations about like, she's basically thinking after she goes to the psychiatrist, she's thinking about like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to cheat on my husband. I have to do this like for myself. I'm just like unfulfilled. I'm gonna go insane if I don't, kind of a thing. She doesn't say it out loud, but you kind of get it. And then she starts lusting after this guy in the museum. She takes the day basically. She goes to a museum, looks at a bunch of art pieces. She sees this guy in the museum. She starts chasing this guy or like following him around and stuff. Very Hitchcock, very long takes, tracking shots, the works, everything. She ends up going to bed with this guy. She follows him, whatever. They get in the same cab together. But he does a little bit of a Fight Club thing, or rather, vice versa. You know what I mean? Where he inserts at the museum scene a couple shots of what ends up being the killer, which I think is really smart. You don't pick that up until the second viewing. Whatever. She gets in the cab with this guy. They start making out in the cab. They go to his place. They bang. Great success. She fucking did it. Is she a piece of shit for it? I don't know. You be the judge. And then she goes to leave him she wakes up while he's still asleep. She puts all her stuff back on. She's got to go. She goes to write him a farewell letter, and she can't find a pen. So it's, again, all of these Hitchcock kind of like situation based things. She needs to write a note, but she can't find a pen. So she starts looking through the guy's desk for a pen, and she finds a medical report where from like the day before, dated, that the guy has syphilis or whatever that she just slept with. And then it's just like, again, this great, just like no dialogue, but like you just see her face and she's just like horrified by it. So now you're so into this story. You're just like, this is fucking, I have no idea what this movie's about. We're like 45 minutes in, but like, all right, so this woman cheated on her husband. Now she's got fucking STDs from this man and she has to tell her husband about it. Like, what's going to happen, right? 5 minutes later, she gets brutally stabbed and murdered in an elevator by a fucking woman in a trench coat with like a blonde wig and sunglasses. And the entire thing is played out. You have the suspense, you have the shots of the elevator doors closing, the woman coming in, just fucking stabbing this woman very brutally. I mean, they had to do a lot. Again, this is another one of those examples, if you look into like censorship, like the history of censorship in movies, that like, down to the frame, they had to cut this movie to not get an X rating. And he would do this a lot. He did this a lot with Scarface and a lot of other movies. So you got this Hitchcock murder happen in the elevator, and our protagonist, the person that we've been following this whole time, Angie Dickinson, biggest movie star of the 50s and 60s or whatever, fucking dead in the elevator. So what's the rest of the movie about? It's about this hooker played by Nancy Allen, the great Nancy Allen, who happens to witness the murder, and then she takes it to the police, and then whatever it turns into, we're trying to figure out who the killer is. Turns out the killer is Michael Caine, except he's a psychologist, but he has a thing where he's transgender, but he can't, in the time that they were in, he can't rationalize it, basically, with his own psychology. So it becomes another thing where it's like, whoa, now we're in like this whole other territory of like, is this a trans movie? Like, what the fuck is happening? Is this movie trying to say that trans people are psychopathic killers? Like, what is going on? So yeah, and then we have a couple more scenes. There's a scene where Nancy Allen gets on a subway and like a couple like 4 or 5 gangster looking dudes like are chasing after her, and you're just like, there's just a lot of suspense in this movie. There's so much like top of his game Brian De Palma Hitchcock knockoff suspense. I mean, absolutely incredibly paced, shot, edited, but with the backdrop of like the most insane, it's basically Psycho. I mean, right?
It sounds like Psycho, yeah.
Yeah, it's Psycho.
Kill the person, set up someone as the protagonist, kill him, and then have the second story with someone else.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, even the twist, right?
Yeah, right. But exactly. Except the guy happens to be trans, right? Like he either he happens to be trans or he believes like his alter ego is a woman or whatever. He thinks he has schizophrenia, but really he doesn't. I don't know what it is. But there's actually a great scene in the movie. He does the split diopter thing where obviously he does it in every fucking.
He does
movie.
it, yeah. He
loves
that shit.
He does that. There's a couple scenes with whatever. There's that, and then he does a split screen in this movie, which I think is really cool. He does split screen at one point where Nancy Allen is trying to get into Michael Caine's office or whatever, and he's in the office, and we see it in real time from both of their perspectives. And like it syncs up. So like when she passes by a window, you see her in the window in the other shot in the other split screen. There's just so much fucking. You just feel like a cinematic, just like it blowing your load all over the place. Just like every technique, every fun kind of thriller trope is in this movie, and I love it so much. And it's schlocky. It's schlocky as hell, and it's so good. It's like it's way more artistic than it has any right to be. Yeah, it's great.
He just loves to try to elevate that.
He pushes that shit as far as possible, and I believe he wrote the script for this too. So it purely comes out of somebody's head who just has seen Psycho 1,800 million times, and then is just like, I want to make Psycho, but I'm gonna get Angie Dickinson in it and like make her fucking hot as hell and whatever, just all of this stuff.
It's like, why can't I just show the woman naked in the shower?
Yeah, exactly. And why can't I get her show her getting murdered in the shower? Like that'll shock audience.
And show the knife going in to her body.
Dude, that scene in the elevator with the I think he kills her with like I think it's a knife or it might be a pair of scissors. I don't remember. Either way, the there's a lot of like close-up shots of the knife going in.
Yeah.
So if you're, shit, man, this is one of the best thrillers I think ever made. So yeah, if you're into that kind of stuff, Dressed to Kill is it. So, but this is also kind of this movie and Blowout are kind of like counterpieces. After this, I feel like De Palma kind of just the Hitchcock phase is behind him, and now he's doing Scarface. And then I think after Carlito's Way, that phase is beyond the big epic gangster movie kind of is behind him. The Untouchables, all that is behind him. Now he's doing Mission Impossible, so he has phases. But Dressed to Kill is like the epitome of the Hitchcock kind of love letter, I think, and it's really really well done.
Cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that one out.
Oh, dude, you're gonna like it, I think. Yeah.
All right, cool. So my number 17, another sequel. We've had 3 sequels in a row from me. So this is the Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
We haven't talked about this on your list yet?
No, man, I love this movie. Like
holy shit. So I had Terminator 2 like weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
And you already have Godfather Part 2, but now we just get to Terminator 2. All right.
Now we get to
tell me more.
Listen, man, this movie is so like if I had to rank R-rated action movies, I think this is probably my favorite of all time. Like of R-rated action movies. Like there are others that like do stuff that's really really good. The Killer. And I forget the other one. Hard Boiled. Yeah, those are like really, really John Woo shit. Even John Wick, some of that. But like, there's something about this movie, like the levels that he goes to. Yeah. For me, this is his best film. And like, it's just so fucking incredible. I saw this thing the other day. So it was a guy who currently works for ILM, and he's worked on 4 Star Wars films and like hella shit. So he did this thing where he talked about this one shot from the beginning of the movie where there's that battle where it's like the future and you see the Terminator. So he was talking. So this is insane. So they did this shot. So if you look at the shot, you can see there's a Terminator in the foreground, there's a Terminator in the midground, there's a Terminator in the background. So in order to do this shot, it's literally a Terminator full scale. Then there's a rear projection of a Terminator that's a miniature. Then that is another rear projection of a Terminator that's another miniature.
How? How? Wait, that sounds like a Inception. How do you do that?
It's literally Terminator Inception. I'll see if I can send you the thread. But I was like, what? And this is for like a shot and then the guy's like, oh yeah, and then he was like, oh, I found this special feature that shows Stan Winston making the miniature Terminator. Wow. And you can see him make this little miniature Terminator that they then
shot to do.
That they then shot to do the rear projection.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not fucking surprised at all. We've talked about this movie. We've talked about James Cameron. This is what he knows, right?
This is it, man. I feel like he really. There's so much he puts into this movie in terms of the world building, in terms of the ideas, in terms of like paying off all the things that we've wanted. The first movie is like a very low budget kind of B movie that he really does well.
I
But it's a
think it's
fucking
kind of
B
like
movie.
I think it's a Star Wars situation too, where like
Yeah.
you can leave the first movie alone. You don't have to make another
Yes.
one unless you want to really blow it up and like the world building and everything, right?
Yeah. And again, there's so many pitfalls he could have fallen into with this movie, right? Just like looking at all the fucking sequels that they've done to this movie, they all fall into one of the pitfalls, you know. But in this, he keeps it grounded, right? This movie, and I think that what makes this movie so good is this movie's about Sarah Connor, but it's about
Sarah
her.
Connor.
Yeah, it's about her, how she deals with, like, imagine if you knew the world is going to end at about
Like
X
when?
time,
Yeah.
and you know how, right? So like imagine, okay, in the future you understand there's something even worse than, like, let's just paint a scenario. You know there's something that's going to be invented that's worse than nukes, and human beings are going to use it on each other, and it's going to instantly kill like 7 billion people, just incinerate them, and then the rest it's just fucking, dog eat dog. So she's living with that trauma, and we see it manifested later on in this amazing shot where they reproduce a nuke going off in Los Angeles, and it's like super accurate in terms of like that's basically what it would look like if you were in LA and you're like da 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 da, oh shit, flash, like that's
Done.
basically what, and you would just turn into ashes. Like, not a skeleton, not like ash. And you float away in the wind. He just, everything that we wanted from the first movie, if you thought about like how big could this world be, he gives us all of it. In that opening scene, we get to see the most coolest, most accurate version of what the future war is like. And I mean that what is like 4 or 5 minutes of fucking footage is some of the coolest shit ever,
dude.
Right?
Let me tell you, those 4 or 5 minutes, like there's people, I follow people online. I mean, I watch a lot of commentaries and reviews on things on like YouTubers that I like and stuff like that. Very consistently, people daydream. People that like Terminator and people that like this movie, they fantasize about a future war movie just based off of those 5 minutes, not off of fucking Terminator Salvation, whatever the fuck that movie was.
Yeah,
because that was not it, Chief.
That wasn't what he showed us.
That wasn't it, right? There's one scene even in Terminator Dark Fate where they do it, but then it's fucking makes no sense. It makes it stupid. It's like comic booky.
Dark Fate, they completely fucked the timeline, and so that's not even the thing that we know. That's not even the future that we know.
Yeah. So, but and that's exactly it. Like, we don't care about any of that shit. We want to see. Yeah. We want to see the 5 minutes that James Cameron did. We just want to see a whole movie of that. But that's just one example, right? There's so many other things in this movie.
That's 5 minutes at the beginning of this movie.
Exactly.
Where we have the inception of Terminators.
Yeah.
We have a Terminator crush a skull. We have this great shot of like some kind of the Skynet type of flying vehicle get blown up, and it's a miniature, and it just looks beautiful.
It looks awesome.
It's just everything, And then on top of that, he does a lot of things I think that are really brilliant. He takes the great villain and he makes him a hero from the first movie. Then he makes an even better, even more sort of frightening villain in the T-1000, and then it's really crazy too, because he kind of almost outpaced himself in terms of the things that he wanted to do with the T-1000.
He's always doing that.
Yeah, there's stuff that he couldn't even do. There's this deleted scene of the T-1000 scanning John Connor's room.
I've seen that,
Yeah, that they cut just because I think that he
just wasn't happy with it, with the tech.
The technology just couldn't do what he you wanted to show this robot literally scanning the room. Yeah. And using his hand, so there would be basically equivalent today would be some kind of CGI thing where his hands are I don't know, doing something, and we'd be able to see, he's able to see through the walls and shit. He's able to see fingerprints or whatever.
Yeah.
Just couldn't do that in 1991. But yeah, there, and then the film is so brilliant in the way that, from the setup, if you showed someone who knew nothing about Terminator at all, you show them this movie, right? And so then you show them that
happens a lot.
Probably, yeah. And if you show them that scene where John Connor is caught between the two Terminators, you have no idea what's going to happen, and you have no fucking clue. Is he?
That's true.
Who's going to kill him? Who's the good guy?
Yeah.
Because one of them's a cop, and the other one's this guy we saw go fuck up a biker gang. Who's the good guy? Is there, or are they both there to kill him? Who knows?
And I love to the meta of like people reading into that, especially at the time in 1991, reading into the fact that Robert Patrick is a cop, or the T-1000 is a cop, and he's just like this fucking unrelenting killing machine. And people were like starting to like the shit was bubbling up in the media about police brutality and stuff. I mean, it's just, you cannot write that, you can't time that, you know.
Yeah, and you know the whole that stuff is brilliant for sure. That stuff is brilliant, and I love when this guy like does the world building, when he like takes a premise to its nth conclusion. He really is able to spell out this universe in a way that no one else is able to do. Like just no one else is able to do. Yeah, no one has, and you know, there's just so much cool stuff about how he does the stuff with the T-1000. Like I'll always bring this up. There's a scene where the T-1000 flying at him with a helicopter, and the T-1000 sprouts 2 extra arms so that it can reload an Uzi.
Wow!
Shoot at Sarah Connor while flying this fucking plane. By the way, this scene where you see a helicopter, it does a couple of crazy fucking things. There's like a scene the helicopter goes over a bridge.
That's right. Those
like
are real stunts, right?
That's real shit. Yeah, and then it goes under the bridge.
Yeah.
That was real shit too. And people were just like, fuck that. I don't want to be anywhere near it. So Jim Cameron is the one behind the camera fucking filming that scene.
He's the guy who goes to the bottom of the ocean for the fun of it. So yeah.
Yeah, he's a maniac. And the other thing too, James Cameron does this a lot in his movies. This movie, I think it's done really, really well. But he does these like false ending, I guess is the way you could put it, where it's like, oh, you think it's over? It's not.
I'm so happy you brought that up. Go on.
Because he does it in Aliens. So like you think, oh, they get away, the thing blew up, the Queen is dead. No, the Queen was on the ship, and you got to now fight the Queen. In this movie, it's Hasta la Vista, baby. He gets frozen in the liquid nitrogen, which was actually liquid nitrogen on set. Another just crazy shit. It's like, well, Jim, you know, we could just have it be some water with some steam.
No, it has to be liquid nitrogen. Shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing.
It will be liquid nitrogen. And so then we get, again, and the way they shot that scene when he freezes, it's so brilliant because they actually got an actor who didn't have his legs or whatever, and they shot
I remember that,
actual stuff of him, plus close-ups of Robert Patrick, like looking at the thing when he doesn't have a hand.
That's right.
But that's not the end of the story. Like, that could have been the ending, right? It's like, hasta la vista, baby. He shatters. Game over. No, we get another sort of ending tacked onto this where we get this massive, this kind of fight, and then there's the twins, another fun thing. Linda Hamilton has a twin. Literally has a twin, and she's in this movie in like a couple of shots. They do this one mirror shot.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember
which
that.
Which I think that was also cut. They basically that
was cut, right? Or because there's another thing is that there's two like distinct like official versions of this movie, but then there's like deleted scenes for the like director's cut. So there's like even more shit.
Yeah, there's even more shit. Yeah. So in that
I've seen
scene,
all of it.
Yeah. They're like removing some inhibitor, some bullshit.
I remember now. Yeah.
But what's cool is they do the shot where instead of a mirror, it's Linda Hamilton.
That's right. I remember watching that. Yeah. That's so really cool. Yeah.
And so then he uses her twin again at the end of this film when the thing is being the doppelganger, the T-1000 doppelganger. So there's just so much cool shit that he just does, like all this practical stuff. And it's beautiful. It's just so beautiful. And I really like. Did you want to say something? Because then I'm gonna go off on another tangent.
I was just gonna say like you talk about how like yes, you could have had somebody else do this movie, even if James Cameron wrote the script or whatever. Yes, you could have had because there were a lot of these types of action movies in the early 90s. I'm thinking of Predator 2, right? You could have had just a guy. 2, yeah. You could have had a guy do it. The studio could have made it. But when you have like an expert in his field do it. Like we were talking about Carlito's Way. Like you could make that movie, but when you have a guy who like knows the minutia that he's dealing with, and especially in this case, the guy who like fucking understands the world and the science that he made up for it. That's why I think that's why it works so well.
Yeah, totally. And he is such a, again, a detail-oriented guy, a perfectionist. Yeah, and I really appreciate like what he did with Sarah Connor in this movie. I think that's a lot of the reason why this movie works is that she's so literally, she basically just becomes a fucking terrorist. Like she literally tried to fucking blow up Cyberdyne, and they put her in the loony bin. And we get this exposition where, like, she's just she's basically trying to bang whoever, fucking nut job crazy guy,
unhinged,
like her, like her thing on Tinder would be like, how many guns do you own?
into blowing up corporations.
Yeah. Into preventing the apocalypse.
Preventing the apocalypse. Yeah, I'll do
like
whatever.
That's like her fucking headline is like preventing the apocalypse. But like she and her character but she's basically given up on life. She's like, fuck it, I'm not gonna see the future, and because like even if there is a future, like it's the apocalypse, right? Like she believes the apocalypse is gonna happen, so she's just like, fuck it. And then there's that great scene in the middle where she has the dream about the nuke, and she goes to kill Dyson. She's wearing the fucking tactical gear, and she's gonna kill this guy, and she just can't do it. She can't pull the trigger and kill this innocent guy. And then John and the T-800 come to show up, and then she finally has this emotional moment where she's like, "Thank you for coming to stop me from, ending my humanity." And then it's like, okay, actually, there is a possibility of a future. There's a possibility that we can blow up. We can use him to destroy Cyberdyne and stop Judgment Day. And then that becomes the second half of the film. I just think that's really brilliant that he was able to like the way, like how different she is in Terminator 2.
Yes,
than the first Terminator. It's like,
well, I think we talked about this a little bit the last time about how he did this with. I mean, I think he just kind of understands. I'm not going to say James Cameron understands women. Other people have written that article, and you can go read that. But he does like the thing that he did. Like I'm always going to I always point to the thing with Ripley in general, like even in the first movie, but especially in Aliens. He just he just picked a thing. He just said like, what defines her character? Motherhood. I'll write the whole fucking movie around that, right? And then that's just like a genuine, unforced, normal thing that you can write onto a female character. It's just like it's fucking nature, right? So yeah, I mean, and this is kind of the same thing with this. I mean, he happens to write a badass character that is happens to be he doesn't make up another guy like another Kyle Reese or whatever. He just says, what if Sarah Connor just does it, right? And it's like, why not? Like, why not? Why doesn't she just get she has this vision, she's so convicted, she gets shredded, and then she just, like you said, fucking Tinder profile, will do whatever, bring all of your buddies and let's stop Judgment Day.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about like now I just can't stop thinking about Sarah Connor's Tinder profile.
I know. That's got to be like a Twitter account.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah. And what's interesting too is like there's an alternate ending to this where it's like kind of happier. He had this idea where he wanted it to be old Sarah Connor. This is kind of weird. Old Sarah Connor meeting what's his face? Meeting Michael Biehn, meeting Kyle Reese.
Yeah.
And they shot this thing of
right.
Old Sarah Connor, but they scrapped that shit. They were like, that's actually the studio didn't like that, ironically.
That's ironic as hell.
Yeah. They were like, I think this needs to be more open-ended and kind of. Well, they probably wanted a fucking sequel. Like, if you have a happy ending, you can't have more sequels.
That's also true. Yeah. But
there's the more I watch this film, the more I've always felt like this is my favorite film of his. I think that there's just so much cool shit that he does in this movie that's just kind of just incredible. And the action is great. The special effects, the practical effects, just all of it to me is just makes it one of the best action movies ever for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've said pretty much everything that I like about it in when we talked about it last time on my list, but I want to add two things. One, you talked about how this movie has a lot of false endings, right? Or it just has that thing that has become a thing in all of these. Like, if you have a big blockbuster action movie that's longer than 2 hours, you're gonna have one of these false ending things. And I know it comes from this, it comes from Aliens, pretty much. But to bring it back around to The Dark Knight again, when I saw that movie, that was that movie has a lot of fucking false endings. Like when they get Joker into the in custody at the police station, I thought that was it. If you go into and you're thinking this is a Batman movie, okay, they got the guy, and then there's a bomb inside a dude's stomach. Yeah, right. And then there's a bomb inside a dude's stomach. You're like, all right, fucking crazy, whatever. And then, you know, after the scene where they flip the semi, you're like, okay, now the movie's over. Like, we can't possibly go anywhere from here. And then you have the ferry, right? So this movie, I feel like there's a subset of action movies that I hesitate to even put them in the same class as other action movies. Like, these are kind of like the epic action movies, because there's a lot of action movies that I like a John Wick or whatever, that is just like a Taken. That's like a Transporter was on my list. That is a very straightforward fucking action movie, right? A, B, and C, and then we're done. Some of these ones that have this world building around them, and some of this other character work that's being done within the action or like alongside the action, I think is it's in a league of its own. And I think Terminator 2 does it, Dark Knight does it, Aliens does it, a couple other movies do it, some of the Marvel's movies do it, you know. So that's I want to just mention that, because that's a very interesting thing to me that you brought that up. And then secondly, have you seen the 4K Blu-ray of this?
Yeah, I've seen it. I like it. The stuff with Cameron and his, releases,
that annoys me a little bit about it. Yeah,
it's a whole nother thing. I feel like
I don't think it's the best 4K Blu-ray I've ever seen in my life.
No, but it's good.
It's good to have it.
It looks good. Yeah,
it's very clear. It's maybe not as detailed as it could be, but because when you're thinking like, I want to see Terminator 2, I want to see Terminator 2, and like,
yeah,
please,
like the Lawrence of Arabia kind of shit.
Exactly. I want to see the Lawrence. I want to just take me back to 1991 and put my ass in a theater. But yeah, it's still good. So there's a lot of ways to get your hands on this movie.
Yeah. There's, like you're saying, there's these deleted scenes. There's a director's cut. There's 4K.
And there's so much to mine. Like every little detail that we were talking about, how like they were going to do this and they were going to do this, and then the police allegory, and then this and that. Like there's so much shit to mine in this movie. We could talk about it for like another week.
Yeah, I could talk about this film forever. I love this film and didn't even talk about Edward Furlong, who's like amazing.
Oh God, yeah, he's so good in this, man. And he was fucking allegedly, he was like having like sexual relations with his like on-set teacher. Like he was that much of a fucking player. I mean, granted, yeah, he had a fucked up childhood and he is where he is now. But like, what a Hollywood story. I mean, this guy is like fucking 13 years old.
Dude, they picked him out of like nowhere. Like literally literally the person who cast him just like kind of found him, and he
something to aspire to, I guess, if I'm going to continue doing my casting work in the real world. I'll just pluck him and just be like, yeah, you look good.
You'll fly. I mean, that's half the battle. There's some funny stuff about like apparently, so he took to Arnold. I mean, who wouldn't, right? It's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you're like a little kid, and then like you're in a movie with fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger,
and he looks like he could eat you.
Yeah, and so apparently he was like giving him, like they're talking about like, oh hey Arnold, man, like how do I get women? The guy says what you have to do is you have to get really pumped up. You get pumped, they get women, they like that. They really fucking like when you're big, I remember. And then and what's her name was just like, dude, she said, Linda Hamilton was like, yeah, they really got along. They're both at the same intellectual level.
Yeah, they're both basically fucking idiots.
Fucking free teens.
Yeah. So, are you gonna tell Arnold Schwarzenegger that didn't work for him after the 80s? Come on.
Yeah. I mean, even like when he was just like a beefcake, massive dude, he was
dude was swimming in it. Yeah,
swimming. Yeah, totally. So I could say more, but I think I've talked about as much as I need to.
Yeah, we have
love this film.
we have a lot of combined discussion about Terminator 2.
I'll never not love this film. I just like, and again, I watched this film like, dude, I was probably like 5 or 6 or 7 or something when I saw this film the first time.
I think I rented this movie. I don't think I'd ever seen it. I've seen the first one a lot. Like I'd seen it a lot, like back in Romania. Like it was one of those like pirated VHS movies because it was an 80s movie because communism, right? I've seen the first one a lot, but the second one came out like post, like after the wall. So like we just fucking missed it. So I rented it from like Hollywood Video or something, and I watched the DVD of it. And it was one of those moments where like I was watching it and I was like realizing, I think I was like, I don't know, my teens or something, and I was realizing like this is one of those. Like I thought this was going to be an action movie, like a bang bang, bad guys lose, good guys win type of thing, and then it just got like really interesting, and it was really long, and I was really into that. So that's kind of like, I make that distinction. There's like action movies, and then there's like fucking highbrow, I guess, action movies you could call them.
Yeah, because you can do action movies where it's just like a guy with a gun, and then he's like, "Oh, I gotta find this fucking guy."
Well, they do them all the time, and I love those movies. And those movies are on my list. But like, there's an echelon, and we're gonna talk about it in a second of those types of movies. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So I'll shut up now.
My turn.
I'll stop myself. All right. Cool.
Well, I mean, you don't have to stop it necessarily. It's in the same vein. In the same vein. So my number 16 is my favorite R-rated action movie, if we're going to put it in those terms, of all time. It's very similar length, epic, whatever. It's Heat. It's the granddaddy. It's the granddaddy of all of this bullshit that we were talking about, the Dark Knight, blah, 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 heist scenes, whatever. Heat is it, okay? If you haven't seen Heat, if you don't want to like, if you want to just like skip all of our discussion and just like go to the thing that we keep referencing, go to Heat. All right. Al Pacino is in this fucking movie. Wow, surprise! I like this movie a lot. One of the greatest Al Pacino isms of all time in this movie.
Great ass.
Why'd I get mixed up with that bitch? Because she's got a great ass.
And your head is all the way up it.
All the way up it.
I love that it's Hank Azaria, the guy who like does 50 voices on The Simpsons. It's like getting.
So okay, fucking Heat, right? What is this movie about? This is a 3-hour epic heist movie. It's an LA movie, right? Similar to Terminator 2, right? I mean, just there's something about, I don't know what the fuck it is, but there's something about like heist movies or like long form multi-act like action movies that are set place in LA that like could only work in LA for whatever reason. There's just all of the different microcosms of gangster are in LA. You've got the Latino gangs, and you've got the black gangs, and you've got like all of the different like kind of set dressing for this type of movie. So they have a crew in this movie, and they've got the fucking Allstate guy, and they've got Danny Trejo. They
got the Allstate guy. They recruit this motherfucker out of the back of a goddamn.
He's like
fucking flipping burgers. He's like, fuck this, man. Like, hey man, you wanna do a job?
Yeah. I heard you're a good driver. Like, so this movie is like
we met at Folsom.
Yeah.
Folsom prison.
It's like the heist movie. It's just like they recruit all of these reprobates and all of these degenerate fucking dudes that are like wasting their lives away, and they want to do like one big heist or whatever.
Danny Trejo plays.
Danny Trejo is
like he's Trejo. Literally his character's name is Trejo.
Well, this was one of his like first movies. It was like I think this and Desperado came out the same year, but like in Desperado, he doesn't even have any lines. He's just Cuchillo. He's just the guy that throws knives. Yeah. It's so good. So why does this movie? Why does it hold up? Because if it's just a sequence of action scenes, then you would imagine that the technology has gotten better, that like we wouldn't still be talking about this. Like there's better action scenes in like Captain America, the Winter Soldier. No, actually it's the same action sequences. You ever see like The Town with Ben Affleck. It's the same action sequences. It's something about the way that this was staged. So who made this movie? Michael Mann made this movie. And Michael Mann is like, obviously this is his magnum opus, but like he's the guy. He's the everything he had ever made kind of led up to this point. He fucked around doing a couple epic big scale movies. He did Last of the Mohicans and some of these other like set pieces, and then he got back to like his roots, which is just LA and just crime movies in the city. I mean, his first movie was Thief, which is like one of the most gorgeously shot movies ever made. And then he did Manhunter, and then he did a couple of these other interesting like gritty concrete jungle crime kind of movies, and this is like the ultimate one. So Robert De Niro heads up, and this is the first also historic Pacino De Niro movie, the first time. And this has been building up. I mean, they were in Godfather Part 2, but they never had any scenes together. When are we going to see Pacino and De Niro, these kind of like mythical status guys? And they put them opposite each other. Robert De Niro heads this kind of, he's the ringleader of this of this gang that's going to undertake this heist. And then Al Pacino is the detective who is on his way out, like, you know, as the trope in all of these movies. He's on his way out. He's about to retire, whatever. He's about to have a fucking baby. I don't remember. But his last job is to take down this career criminal that has been doing this shit and has been just like on his mind his entire life, right? And everybody even over the Christmas break, when I was telling you, like, they were asking me, like, so who's your favorite actor? Blah, blah, blah. I talked to somebody, one of my mom's business friends. We ended up talking about like the 90s and like music or whatever. And then we ended up talking about movies because you work in LA, movies, huh? And then it came up. The guy was just like, you seen Heat? And I was like, yeah, dude, I've seen Heat. And then we talked about it for a while. He's like, you know that scene in the diner with Pacino and De Niro? I'm like, yeah, dude. So I don't have to go over the plot details of this movie. Just watch this fucking movie. Caught in the middle of these two is Val Kilmer, again at the top of his game in the 90s, in the mid 90s. Such an underappreciated actor, I think, and gives one of the best performances of his career. And there's that great scene, and it's all, again, like we were talking about, it's just really well directed. Like you have the guy, like it's in the hands of somebody who really knows what they're going for.
He knows what the fuck they're doing.
Not only in the craziness of the action sequences and the tension that you feel, because a smart thing that he does is he doesn't put music under any of the action sequences. It is just raw. It is just fucking loud. It's gunfire. It's chaotic. It's very intense. And so, you know, dramatically, there's a lot of things going on, but like the way that things are shot, the way that things are framed, there's that great scene. And I think we've already, I'm getting deja vu. We must have talked about this scene in some other discussion we had where Val Kilmer goes to get his girlfriend, basically to get the fuck out of Dodge. And she's on the balcony and she's got the entire FBI in her apartment ready to fucking get this guy. Mm-hmm. And she just gives him like one look.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, she does like this,
or she does this or whatever. Yeah. And he just like gets it. So
he gets it. Yeah.
There's a lot of good. It's just those great like story moments are in this movie as well. So anyways, I need to shut the fuck up about Heat, but I love this movie so much, and it's for all these reasons. And Al Pacino's like his quest throughout this movie is so fascinating to follow. Like all of the different like informers that he goes to and like the leads that he follows. Again, the Hank Azaria scene.
there's a lot. Like he goes to, like, he knows a guy who knows a guy who then ends up knowing the actual fucking villain of this movie, Waingrove. Mm-hmm. Rangrove, whatever the fuck the dude's name is.
Yeah.
Who like fucks up the job and then gets away, and Robert De Niro has to kill him. He's like, "Fuck this guy! I have to kill this guy." Yeah, and like another one of my favorites is like, I forget who it is, but they're going after somebody, and then they got some like, where's this guy? Like, who? Are you a fucking owl?
Who? You a fucking owl?
But I feel like, so who do you think this movie? Do you think this is who do you think is the protagonist of this movie? Do you think it's the cop, or do you think it's the thief?
It's hard to say. Because they give him equal screen time, and
I think it's the thief. I think it's the thief, and I think it's a tragedy about. Because he could have gotten away if he didn't kill Waingrove.
Yeah.
If he just let it go And even what's his name, John Voight on the phone's like, yeah, I found him, but you're not gonna go after him, right? Oh yeah, of course not. And he's like, look at the time, and he's like, I gotta fucking kill this guy.
And it's no, you're right. Because they do set up, they spend especially in the second half of the movie, they spend a lot of time with De Niro and his girlfriend, played by the absolutely fucking incredible Amy Brenneman. I love her in like everything she's in. She's not in too many things. It's another one of those situations.
Yeah, it's another one of those.
But she's so consistently great in everything. So yeah, like we do. What I like about it's like it gives equal time to both sides, and it doesn't necessarily. It's not cliched or like hackneyed in the way that it presents the villains and the good guys. It's just kind of like everybody's just doing in their own shit the whole movie.
Yeah. I mean, we should talk about Natalie Portman's in this movie.
Natalie Portman is in this movie.
Really good and like very tragic character.
She was on her way. I mean, fucking Leon and then Heat. I mean, come on.
I know, right?
Yeah,
just killing it. This has a really great cast, and they're just so like that first. Again, we're talking about The Dark Knight. I mean, The Dark Knight is this movie.
Fucking what's his name? William Fichtner's in both of these movies. In The Dark Knight,
dude,
and
that was a blatant, like, he knows what he's doing.
So the bank teller.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like that's like we see it. I see you, Chris.
Yeah, I see you.
I know exactly what you're doing, and that's what that was about. It's like he plays this fucking. Oh, I love that phone call that he has with De Niro, where he's like, "Yeah, I'm talking to a dead man," and then he just never leaves his little whatever. He's up there in at work. He never leaves work because he's afraid about getting killed by these guys who are like for real. Just that first heist that they do is so cool, so fucking cool. Where they know the Brinks truck is coming.
Yeah, the initial heist.
Yeah, when they rob the Brinks truck.
It's so cool, and the way that they set it up. Yeah, to derail it, and then the truck flips or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the tactical nature of it too, right? Because it feels real.
Again, it doesn't feel like when we say action movie, we think Fast and Furious, and we think stupid. In this movie, this set of movies are not stupid. All of the action feels really grounded and kind of as close to real like as possible. To get also these characters.
Because then again, like Wayne Grove. Dude fucking goes off the handle and he shoots this cop when they don't even need to. Mm-hmm. And that sets up this whole thing basically.
Yeah. And it's about like you're right. It's about De Niro and how he's just the unprofessionalism just fucking eats at him.
Yeah, he's just like fucking Wayne Grove, dude. I fucking have to kill this guy.
Yeah.
And he throws it all away because he has to kill this guy. And kind of glad he killed him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, that led to him dying.
Yeah, net positive for humanity, but yeah.
Very net positive. Yeah, because then like Michael Mann's like, okay, you dislike this guy. Let me make you really hate him. Let me show you the scene where he's like got fucking the Nazi tattoos
in the hotel room or whatever.
Yeah, and he's banging some black prostitute and then he kills her.
Oh my god, I know. Oh yeah. Oof.
Let me really make you hate this guy.
Yeah.
Because then you're like, yeah, kill him. Fucking kill him. Yeah, kill him. Yeah, so what does he say to him when he kills him? Like, he says something to him, I forget.
I don't remember.
But he basically says, like, look at me or some shit like that. Like,
yeah.
Like, he wants him to know. Like, he wants him to really know, like, who killed him. It's brilliant, man. I know at some point they're probably going to do, like, a legit 4K release of this.
Yes.
I don't think they have yet.
They haven't.
I've seen, because there's a lot of people like out there on the internet, they like make these AI'd blown up.
Upscales or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen some versions of Fight Club like that and Seven like that. I think there's one, I believe. So what I heard was that they did a special edition 4K of this that was like only on iTunes or some shit like that. Like
of Heat?
I believe so. Yeah, some people were saying that.
Interesting.
But it was not a physical release. There's not a physical 4K release.
Yeah. It's like
but here's the other thing too. So then they so this is what these motherfuckers did supposedly. So they said, "Oh, Heat 4K special edition." Okay.
You're right. It exists. Yeah.
they bought it, right? And so you bought it on iTunes, and these motherfuckers pulled the chair out from under them. So they switched the file. They then made that a 1080p file.
Why?
I don't know, dude. That's what I was reading that they did. So they said, oh, it's not 4K, it's just a special edition. Yeah.
It's
Probably
very confusing. It's very confusing because it came out maybe 2 years ago and I bought it. There was a Blu-ray reissue of this called the Director's Definitive Edition or whatever, where Michael Mann went in and he moved some stuff around. It's still like a 3-hour long movie. He didn't like add too much. He just like moved some things around. So obviously watch that version. It's fine. But the 4K UHD shit I'm looking at, you can't really tell which is which, because you would imagine if Michael Mann went in and he re-edited shit like a couple years ago, then that would be the 4K scan of that would be the 4K UHD one that you can buy. But you can buy Heat UHD on Amazon, but then there exists Heat Director's Definitive Edition 4K on like other streaming sites like Vudu or whatever. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there. iTunes is I think no longer has it, but yeah, it looks like iTunes doesn't have the 4K one at all anymore. But I'm looking at it now. But yeah, it's figure that shit out, Fox. All right.
Exactly. Yes. Well, it's not even Fox anymore, right? Does the Empire own this? Does Disney own this thing?
Technically, yes.
I wonder if that's good or bad for the prospect.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. But I mean, regardless of all that stuff, it's just so good. It's such a good crime movie, and it's like the crime movie that every other crime movie like wants to be. It's different. Again, it's different. It's not super stylized in that way. It's stylized, obviously. It's more in like a neo-noir kind of way, more in like a subdued, down on their luck kind of guy way, or like man against the world type of thing. It's unlike Carlito's Way, which is still like bombastic and like wild. But that's still like it's got its own thing going for it. This is just kind of the blueprint. This style of action is kind of the blueprint that if you're going to have like a longer than 2-hour movie that has action sequences in it, this is kind of what they're doing. We're shooting everything from as far away as we can, or when necessary, we're getting in so you can be there with the characters, but we're not shaking the camera and doing all this crazy shit. It's like all very well orchestrated.
I mean, this film is gonna forever be known.
It's going to, yeah. This movie is
just that scene in the diner alone.
In the diner, yeah.
Didn't need to be anything. Like this movie could just be that scene, and then the ending is also like really cinematic.
The ending is so good, dude. Yeah, with on the airport,
the tarmac, and like all the lights and shit.
Yeah,
and
well, that's just Michael Mann's thing, and thank you for bringing that up. There's a lot of night city stuff in this movie, and that's what.
Well, there's those shots like they're at what's his name, like Robert De Niro's house, and it's him and the girlfriend
with the girlfriend looking at the balcony. Yeah,
he's got this beautiful.
It's so melancholic. Yeah. I love it. I love it because that's what he does best. Michael Mann loves to do the fucking the saturated or the subdued or like just like the night city stuff. Again, he did the first Hannibal movie ever, and it's like all primarily just takes place in fucking dirty city alleyways and stuff. So like that's the kind of stuff. And Thief is very much like, I mean, Thief is like the most like fucking just colors and just night and just like rain-soaked streets, that like reflect the street lights or whatever. There's shit like that. You get what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah. Heat, masterpiece.
Yeah.
Like straight up masterpiece.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to end it.
Okay, so my number 16 is Saving Private Ryan.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. So, this movie is pretty incredible. This is like, so he had done Schindler's List before this. I feel like this is another sort of, I guess I don't know what the fuck, serious Spielberg or like the mature Spielberg. They give all these fucking weirdo names for it, as if this guy who's like
they do.
They do, yeah.
They do. Oh, so this is like he went through a serious phase where he made Schindler's List and Amistad and
Yeah.
fucking okay.
He matured. It's like the fucking
Oh,
time.
okay. All right.
Like like you start making movies about sharks.
Like in a way, sure, the guy who made Duel matured, but like, come on.
Like it's fucking bullshit. But like he really shows, like, again, these films are just like unfucking believable. Like how he depicts. I mean, I love this whole movie. A lot of people talk just about the D-Day storming the beach scene.
Yeah.
Which is some of the most incredible cinema you're gonna see.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like, and from what people have said, it is accurate to what some human beings actually went through.
I am a little annoyed, and let me just say this real quick. That D-Day scene is so good. I mean, it is so like unattainably high caliber that for the next 5 years, I feel like, because then Spielberg and Tom Hanks, they did Band of Brothers, and like all these other World War II series started popping up because this was popular. And then even in video games, like World War II video games popped off because Spielberg set it up at DreamWorks Interactive to make Medal of Honor, and then that became something. Medal of Honor then became Call of Duty, whatever. But that D-Day scene is in everything I just mentioned. Like, it is that. Like, the D-Day scene just becomes this thing of like, when you think of World War II, you don't have the actual like real footage in your mind or like pictures of it, or maybe you have like the V-Day picture or whatever. But it's like primarily you think of Saving Private Ryan and like all of the derivatives. And so that annoys me a little bit, that it's so good that all we can think of about, like, retroactively just like erased World War II, and we just like imagine that's all there was to it, is this D-Day scene.
Yeah. Especially because, like, from an American, like, this is
From
his
the
curse.
Exactly, yeah.
This is his curse. He's so good at cinema that he imprints ideas into people's brain,
literally into the consciousness.
Yeah. And so then, and that's to me again why cinema is so powerful. Like, that's what it is about. You can take something that people don't know or don't understand, or like what's that, and then like you can have someone do it in a way that replicates that, so that it's seared into your mind.
Yeah.
And that's what this film really does. I really like this film, even beyond that. Like I really think that, I forget who the DP for this is, but they
it's his guy. It's his guy. I forget what his name is. The guy who shot Schindler's List and fucking everything else.
Yeah, I forget that guy's name. But they really kill it with the way that they photograph this, with the steady cams and all that kind of stuff.
And they had to like really invent a lot of that stuff. Not necessarily like invent Steadicam or whatever, but just like because I watched some of the behind the scenes shit that's on the 4K edition, where they have just like B-roll. They have like a lot of just B-roll, like 20 minutes on the set or whatever, and like they had to like really get creative with, like, they built the set around the camera movements and stuff like that.
They do a like really great job. And like to me, the thing that works so well with this film is like how much you really just care for these. At least for me, I really care for the characters. Like, I'm really like invested in
that's Spielberg, baby.
Yeah,
that's 100% Spielberg. If nothing, if the action sequences weren't top notch, you're always going to feel that you're going to get that warm fuzzy feeling inside when Tom Hanks says like, we do it for our country, or whatever the fuck, you know.
yeah when they
we're gonna get this boy.
They have to do that mission where they got to take out some Germans or whatever. And they're like, I don't want to do it. And he's like, no, we gotta, our mission is to defeat Hitler and win the war. Right. Cast is amazing in this too, right?
Yes.
Like, there's so many, every time you're like, oh, he's in it.
Fun fact, Tom Sizemore in this movie and Heat and True Romance. Good. And Natural Born Killers. Good run for him on this top 100.
Good run, yeah. I think a part of him being in this film was they were like, you can't do coke. And if you do coke, we're gonna take all your money away and we're gonna kick you out. And I think basically, like, it was like, if you fuck around and do coke while you're doing this movie,
you're right. You're right.
Like that's a different level than like, oh, you can't do that. That's like, no,
yeah,
your ass, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't fuck with me.
He ended up fucking it up later down the line, anyways.
Yeah, like if you want to fuck up later down the line,
later we don't care. But like, if you're in this movie,
I mean, it's not like everyone didn't want to be in this movie, right?
Oh yeah,
everyone wanted to be in this fucking movie. Our guy, what's his name? Well, not our guy, but like
Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Vin Diesel is in this movie.
That's my guy.
Vin Diesel is in this movie.
This is Brazil.
Yeah. The other half of Ben Affleck is in this movie.
Oh, Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. They gotta save Matt Damon. Yeah, there's just so much.
Giovanni Ribisi in this movie, one of his best performances. I mean, so heartbreaking, so good.
Yeah,
Barry Pepper in this movie is so good as the sniper in the fucking tower.
Who's the guy who plays the Jewish guy in this movie? I forget.
Oh, I forget. Yeah.
He's killed with a knife.
Yeah.
He's great. He's really great in this movie.
The Jewish guy.
There's
Adam Goldberg. Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Goldberg. Yeah, he's fucking great. The Hebrew Hammer.
Yeah.
The Hebrew Hammer's in this movie.
Yeah.
There's a lot to love, and I don't know. I just like every time I was last year I was like in LA for some convention kind of thing, and it was actually Memorial Day.
Last year?
And of course, 2019.
There we go.
Yeah. So I was, and of course they play, like, this is the other thing too, right? They play this movie every Memorial Day. Somewhere. This movie's playing. The History Channel or HBO or somewhere.
Yeah. It's part of the same thing. It just becomes, it's the best, most high fidelity recreation of a thing that we have. And so it's just going to be the thing.
It's going to be the thing. Yeah. And I'm like watching this movie and I'm like, okay, I'll watch a little bit of it.
No,
whatever.
You can't.
And this is like with commercials too. And there's fucking commercial breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still like, okay, I'm watching this movie now.
Yeah.
This was a great period. Like the 90s was really like when Tom Hanks, like, because in the 80s he was like the goofy comedy.
He was the goofy, the splash guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like
Big.
What was the one? Yeah, Big. What was the one that he did? It was like something about the neighborhood, like their neighborhood.
Oh, The Burbs.
The Burbs. Yeah, that was him.
The Burbs.
The Burbs.
Yeah.
But in the 90s when he did this.
Philadelphia. Like it started pretty much, and then Forrest Gump, and then all this other shit.
Yeah. So he won, Best Actor 2 years in a row.
I think the 90s is when Tom Hanks became America's Tom Hanks.
Yeah, he became and really this movie too, because like again, when you're the guy who gets seen and you're like, he becomes the avatar of of that generation, basically.
Yeah. Again, like the shot in the beginning of the movie, the shots on his face when before the landing on D-Day, when they're in the boat or whatever, is like really, really like movie star, like powerful stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like you could almost imagine someone like Humphrey Bogart or someone.
Yes,
like,
yes, I think so.
If they shot this movie in the 40s, it would be Humphrey Bogart. Yeah, I could totally see that. I kind of want to see that movie now.
I know, right?
Well, they did. I haven't seen it yet, but they did The Longest Day, which is some like crazy.
They did. Listen, there's so many fucking World War II movies from like the 40s and 50s that I've only scratched the surface on. But I feel like, again, this is the one that it was made in the 90s. It was made recently enough to where like the technology was just kind of there, and we can have that scene spliced out and put in just everywhere, dude. Yeah.
There's something too about, to me, the look, the style, and the feel of this film is different than any other type of film that approaches this. Because
it's very desaturated. It's very like unsexy. Yeah.
Yeah, the look is desaturated. The way that the camera kind of floats around.
Yeah. Janusz Kaminski, by the way.
Yeah. He's fucking master.
So good.
It's gotta be great when you reach a point in your career where you work with one guy and that's your whole thing.
I don't know how big of a fan you are of Munich. It's my favorite Spielberg movie, but
I like it. I think Munich is maybe his most well-directed film.
That's
probably
there's a couple shots in Munich where him and Janusz, they do this scene like when like there's a lot of people in phone booths talking, and they do so many fucking amazing, like really cool camera movements. There's a shot of like on a car, on like the back of a car, and it's like reflecting the action, and it's like all happening in the reflection, and then they come around and then the camera moves. I mean, Spielberg and camera movements is like unfuckwithable, I think.
No, I like Munich for sure. Is like a masterclass. Like you could just watch that movie, and if you could actually understand the principles of what they were doing, because like that basically is just a fucking spy movie.
Yeah,
and a lot of like walk and talk, and a lot of like
So how do you make So how do you make boring shit cinematic? Yeah, it's absolutely one of those.
They're like,
but you don't notice it. It's like when you don't notice in fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark when he goes and he visits what's his face in the house, and they keep moving the camera through the house. They never cut. You don't notice it because he's so good at it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, I really like the first time I saw this movie, I was fucking blown away because like those opening scenes are like incredible, but then actually making us invest in these characters.
It's weird. It's almost like an adventure movie, but like of like horrific things, and you're still being pulled through it by these characters.
Totally. So that's my number 16 is Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, and special shout out to the Sapphire series, whatever, Ultimate Blu-ray 4K Blu-ray of this movie. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen a 4K. Yeah,
it is. That's probably the one that exists, but still, like the 4K disc of this is awesome. It is a sight to behold. It is. This came out at the same time as the Gladiator 4K, and I don't think it's quite as strong, like visually, but like again, just something about that like gray, muted, depressing. Because like, they did kind of the same thing in Schindler's List. It's just so effective, and the movie is so good. And the action sequences are so smart. Yeah, I love this movie so much. I'm glad you brought it up.
Cool. All right. So yeah, what's your number 15?
Oh yes, my number. I was like, how far are we? My number 15 is okay. Time to put the kids to bed. I'm sure. I mean, nobody's fucking here 2 hours and a half in. Yeah. Anyways, but time to put the kids to bed. All right, we're gonna talk about some nasty stuff. We're gonna talk about some ewy gooey stuff. My number 15 is, and I just rewatched it last night, and it absolutely is one of my favorite movies ever. I finally watched the 4K HDR version of David Cronenberg's Crash. That's my number 15. And first of all, the scan of it, I've seen this movie like a lot. I've seen this movie many fucking times. I'm that psychopathic. I'm sorry. This looks awesome. It's like the ultimate dream for a movie that is this niche and just like kind of not okay to be watching casually. To have like this high level of a restoration, it fills my heart with joy. Mm-hmm. So, what is this? How do I describe this movie? It's the reductive way to describe it would be to say it's sex and car crashes. That's the thing that's on the box, the DVD box. There's multiple versions of this movie, but primarily when this movie came out, it was like, hell no, you're not releasing this goddamn movie. And even if you are, it's going to be NC-17, and they were cool with it. But there is a cut, and well, they were cool in like letting that version exist, but then they made an R-rated version as well for theaters. So that's the version that came out, and it may sound weird, but if you remove some of the extreme sex stuff from this movie, the movie doesn't work. Like if you remove some of that stuff, then you're like 90% of the way there, and it's really like schlocky, and it almost feels kind of pornographic, and you're just like, why am I watching this? If you don't put that last 10% in there to like really sell the idea of just how fucking degenerate these people are, I don't think this movie works. Again, I just rewatched it last night, and I feel like I have a much better understanding of the obviously the story, but like kind of what he was trying to do. So what's Cronenberg's entire like mission statement is just like bodies, machines, and how they like interact with each other, how they change each other. There's a very funny line in this movie. I wonder if I can find it. Hold on. Okay, well, it's not on here, but there's a great line in this movie where like one of the characters. So James Spader is the main character of this movie. Elias Koteas is kind of the villain, I guess, of this movie. He's like the guy that it kind of introduces him to this world. Well, Holly Hunter introduces him to this world, but he's kind of the guy that like pulls him through it. So this guy is upset. He's just this fucking freak, and he's obsessed with celebrity car crashes and deaths. And so, first of all, the movie is based on a book, a novel by J.G. I think it's J.G. Ballard. I think is the guy's name. Yes. So the novel itself is controversial. The movie itself is controversial. What is it about? It's so James Spader is a TV film producer, maker, whatever. It's not really important. It's not explained. And he is clearly like a sexual deviant, like not necessarily a deviant, but he's just.
There's a lot of sex like from the jump.
Everybody's just fucking in this movie, just like nonstop. And so you get the idea that like, okay, so these people are already like, but the funny thing is that like he's fucking everything. His wife is fucking everything. But when it comes to fucking each other, they have some problems, right? They just like, you know, like there's that great scene in the beginning of the movie where he gets home from work. And what did he do at work? He was just like eating some camera operator's ass or whatever, right? So he gets home and then his wife is like fucking some dude at the airport. And then he gets home and then like the first thing is she's just like, did you come? And he's like, nah, did you? And she's like, nah. And he's like, maybe next time. It's just like, whoa. What kind of fucking relationship is this?
That's like, here's what we're getting into.
Yes, it's so good. And there's, so they just can't, the only way that they can kind of feel that passion for each other is to talk about like other people doing nasty stuff. There's a great monologue halfway through this movie where he's having sex with his wife and she just like will not shut the fuck up about like semen and like this dude just like blowing his load and his ass. Never mind. So it's not that important. So Cronenberg has this like obsession, I feel like, because I've seen all of his movies. So like he had done Dead Ringers, which is about gynecologist twins. So like he's got obsession with like, he's got obsessions with like scientific terms for things. Because when they describe the sex stuff in this movie, and there's a lot of sex stuff, it's like always in anatomical terms. They don't say words like cock or dick or like any like dirty kind of words. They're just like, oh yeah, like would you suck his penis? And they're like, it just feels weird. Like it just feels like wrong. It feels like you're hearing third graders talk about this stuff. And I think it's deliberate. And so ultimately it's an erotic movie technically about how for some people the devastating like power, the energy that is created during car crashes is like sexual energy that is released for these people. And they take it. Have you seen the whole thing yet?
No, I haven't seen the whole thing.
Okay,
yet.
I don't know if you ever will, but I'm not gonna necessarily spoil it. But there's a great Cronenbergian moment where there's this character played by Rosanna Arquette who she can't use her legs anymore. Both of her legs are basically in stilts, like permanently. And James Spader helps her basically because the only way that any of these people, there's like a group of them, and the only way that any of them can get off in any capacity is in cars or in cars that have been crashed. And so there's a great scene where he takes her to like a dealership and she's like clearly just like completely disabled, but she's wearing this like skimpy outfit and she like bends over the car and like the skirt like hikes up around her ass. And you see on her thigh, on the back of her thigh is this like grotesque, very Cronenbergian, like kind of open wound of like where like her leg had been split open and it just kind of like healed that way. And it's like an opening almost. It's like a gaping thing. And it's again very Cronenbergian. And just like Cronenberg would probably shove his fist in that thing, right? And then later on in the movie, like spoilers, like somebody fucks it. So so that's all you need. That's all I'm going to say. All right. That's all I'm going to say. That's why I love this movie, because it is unafraid. It is unashamed about like the marriage of like, in this case, sex and machines, and how machines are able to, they combine with people in a way. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the way that he did like stuff
Yes.
in Videodrome and the way that he did stuff in some of his other movies. Like the videotape in Videodrome that's like breathing. That's basically what this movie is, except it's like cars and sex, basically. It's like human kind of sexual energy being manifested by cars. So like there's so many shots of just cars and you hear them creaking and there's steam coming out of them, and it's just like the cars are almost like alive and they're breathing, and these, again, the only way these people can do anything is to have sex in cars. So the ultimate kind of through line of the movie is that he needs to repair this relationship with his wife, and the only way by doing that is by going further into degeneracy by joining this like car sex cult, and he gets his wife into it, and for a while everything is great and they're both fucked up and they both have bruises, but it's like great. But then that runs out, and then what's the next thing? And then so like it's kind of about addiction almost. It's just like you find your thing and then you keep doing the
adrenaline
thing.
addiction.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter like how much it damages you physically, because everybody in this movie gets like destroyed physically, but like it's worth it to them because they need that fix. It's a very interesting movie. And I think, I mean, I honestly believe that, because again, you could watch it and you could just say like, it's just a bunch of sex scenes and cars. But it's not like Cronenberg doesn't know what he's doing. So yeah, it's a very interesting one. And it's high up on my list, not necessarily for the depravity, but just the mood that it sets. The score by Howard Shore is like very like noir. The whole movie is very noir. It's all nighttime. It's a lot of just steamy cars, steamy alleyways. James Spader, there's a couple shots of him in this movie. It just looks like a fucking movie star. Like there's a couple shots where he's just like framed and there's the night city behind him and there's like all this smoke coming up and it's just like very noir. Very cool. And again, it's like something that I would have liked to see in a 40s movie where we have like all of the trappings of the noir stuff, but we're able to get into the full on to show us all of the gross stuff. Anyways, I've talked enough about it. I like this movie a lot.
Yeah, I'll have to finish that movie. I think, yeah, there's a lot. This movie is like one of the ultimate, just like sex.
It's a lot, yeah.
You know, yeah,
it's a lot.
But like not, you know, because like you could just watch a, you know, I mean, we live in the age of the internet where there's like hella porn. But this is like you said, there's a method to what he's trying to do. He's trying to like communicate an idea of human sort of, I guess, obsession.
Yeah, there's a thematic element to each one of the sex scenes, basically, because like it's like every character kind of stands for something and has their own history, and then they all fuck each other, and then like by the way that like kind of he takes you through it, you kind of understand like, oh, we're at this point in the addiction, or we're at this point in the degeneracy. No, they're not gonna do you know. there's that. Yeah. So yeah.
All right, so my number 15 is a 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Very different movie.
This is a fun like whoop.
Yeah.
Whoop. I mean, we didn't talk about what was it? I think it was a couple weeks ago. We talked about Clockwork Orange. That's kind of closer to Crash, but yeah,
it is closer. Yeah.
So 2001 is a very interesting film, especially when you see like basically where the genesis of this film was, and then seeing where basically Kubrick took where he started to where this ended, because pretty much on the face of it, this film is just about the human race interacts with some alien, you know, thing, and so they find this thing's obelisk, which is you know basically the aliens sent out into the universe to find other life forms, I guess. I guess we don't totally know for sure.
But the idea is really strong. The idea is super strong. Like you don't have to explain it because there's no dialogue. You see monkeys, and monkeys are like figuring shit out, but they're monkeys. They're dumb monkeys.
Yeah, basically you see monkeys, monkey fight over monkey fight over water, monkey lose.
Yeah.
The monkeys, then they're cold, and one of them gets jumped by a fucking leopard.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
And what's cool about this is, and what I love about this movie is like it's a kind of a cold open. It's like, yeah, it's 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's going to be a space movie, and then the first like 20 minutes of it is monkeys, and you're like, what the fuck?
This film, it doesn't really have characters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no like protagonist. There's just
no.
There's basically just stand-ins for different human beings.
Yeah.
Like the human being is the protagonist.
Well,
but it's human being over millions of years, so like I can't really connect with a fucking monkey.
I haven't read the novel, but I would bet that Kubrick's 2001 doesn't have characters, but like I'm sure the novel does. Because there's a 2010 and like Dave comes back and all this shit. Like it's a little more plotty.
Yeah.
But
that was some Hollywood shit. I haven't read the novel.
I think it's a
either.
novel too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's his name? Arthur C. Clarke. He was fucking prolific.
Yeah. So it's, like at a certain point in sci-fi, you got to make up like fucking dumb plot shit. But there's no plot shit in this movie.
There's not really. The closest thing to plot is like that stuff in 2001 where they're like, oh, we found this thing on the fucking moon.
Yeah.
You know, and we get very plotty for like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, like, and then it just drops it. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, the rest is like this Jupiter mission kind of thing, and then Hal and all this other stuff. But yeah, I mean, this basically like the conceit of this is like there's some force that
there's something that is pushing things to evolve, basically
guiding human evolution and like sending it to the next level. And then you can get into these theories about maybe Hal goes rogue because Hal is like trying to like evolve, and there's this battle for, I don't know, supremacy or something. Who knows? Anyway, like what's good about this movie is like you get some of the like most incredible like cinema ever. I mean, the stuff it's hard. I think it's hard for a lot of people to really consume this. I mean, especially now. Like I can't.
Oh yeah.
I can't imagine. So I would think someone now, like you see that opening scene is just like dudes in a suit that are monkeys. They just like, like I swear to God, I bet you. I would love to see. I would love to.
Well, it gets worse. It gets worse after he throws the bone. Then we're just like watching space in silence for like a long ass time.
That's probably my favorite part of the film.
No. But I mean, I'm not saying it like no. Well, I love it. I'm just saying for like a general audience, you're probably like, where is this going?
I think the beginning is worse because like you can't feel anything like and he's deliberate. He's like, I'm gonna spend 20 minutes of just monkeys doing whatever, and then you get the obelisk. Then it gets interesting. But before that, it's just like you have no idea. I feel like I would love to have them put this on Netflix and then see like I'd love to get the stats of like, when people fucking check out. Yeah, put this shit on the front page and let me see, because that's what they know, that shit. They do.
They absolutely do. Yeah,
I would love to see that. But if you can bear through it, like it really is some incredible cinema. Just like pure imagery.
It is
images.
1,000,000% as impressive as any of the David Lean stuff that we talked about. I mean, and even if not more, right? No one's ever done that kind of movie, but like in space. And especially back then, like in 69, this movie is the reason that so many people believe in the conspiracy theory that like the moon landing is fake and they would just shot it on a soundstage, because this movie looks as good as it does, as convincing as it does. And they had a lot of scientists on board, and they had a lot of like, they really were very meticulous about like, oh, there's no sound in space because, there's no air and sound can't travel. We're just going to make it completely fucking silent. Like, that's not a very Hollywood thing to do. In fact, that is not a Hollywood thing to do.
It's an anti-Hollywood thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in this movie. And, I mean, fuck, I don't have to tell you about it.
Yeah, it's really, I feel like that sequence of the docking of this fucking Pan Am spaceship.
Yeah,
that's a reference for you. People today are like, what the fuck is Pan Am?
Pan Am, what?
I love that. I just like with that the music that plays, it's just like so beautiful.
Yeah.
I really, really, really love that sequence. And like, again, this is just another one of those, we talked about it with Metropolis. Like, It's kind
Mhm.
of basically the same technology that they
Yeah.
made Metropolis with. They made this movie. It's a lot of matte paintings, a lot of miniatures, it's a lot of forget what they call they. I'll have to look it up, but it's like named after this German guy where you use a reflection to take like today we would use a green screen, but back then you'd have to use a fucking mirror to like mirror. So like if you see someone in a miniature, it's like an airplane, or it's like a spaceship, and then you see people like operating it. That's actually a mirror reflecting the people into this thing. Yeah.
There's got to be I think there's books dedicated to all of the techniques that went into making this movie. I mean, it is truly like moment by moment. It is like it's like if you're into movie stuff, like it's jaw dropping minute by minute how they did. And again, this movie influenced basically everything and everybody, but like this is another one of those things that like you could tell is at the very forefront of Christopher Nolan's mind when he's making his shit, especially when he made Interstellar. He's just like, I can do all of this with sets and movie magic. I don't need CGI, right? And of course that's dying out super hard, but like, what a testament, right? This movie to the old techniques.
Totally. And it's so beautiful. And yeah, there's just so many, like, again, he's so good at composing shots.
Yeah.
Right. There are just so many shots where the composition is just totally perfect and it just sticks in your mind forever. Yeah. And like, you could do this with drugs or without drugs. Like there's a lot to contemplate about this film. I saw this thing, actually, it was kind of funny. I saw this interview that he did with this Japanese guy where he basically talks about what he was trying to do with this film, like thematically, and like lays it all out.
Sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah,
which is kind of funny, like some random ass dude. Like that, because that like this film is very talked about. Like if I had to, like films that are highly theorized, this is way up. This is like top 5, like films with deep theories. Like top 5 of all time, or like things that really have puzzled people about what when you get into the stuff where he goes somewhere and through something. And
I love that. I love that so much. Dude, the first time, what was the first time you actually like sat down and watched this movie?
It must have been the mid 2000s, probably 07, 08, 09, around then.
Okay. Yeah, for me, I think it might have been a little bit later. It was like after high school, I think. I'd seen the individual scenes, right? Like I'd seen some of the monkey stuff and I'd seen some of the just the silent stuff in space. But then like I watched the whole thing, not necessarily expecting there to be like a through line or like a plot or something, but like I was not prepared for the ending of this movie, and I could not have loved it more. I adore the ending of this movie. I adore that there's no rhyme or reason to it, that there's no, I mean, obviously there's a reason to it, but I mean, like there's no, in classical film terms, there's no like, clearly this is where it was headed the whole time kind of a thing, I mean, there kind of is if you think about it, but like it just kind of goes off the handle for the last 10 minutes and then it just kind of ends and you're like, what the fuck? I love that so much.
Yeah, the third act is like, it's just him, and it's like, man, that the stuff that he does, like the shots of like him seeing himself and then the older version of himself, and then
it shook me. Actually, it freaked me out a little bit. I don't know why. And this is one of those movies where like you don't know why, because that's why it's talked about so much. It's like looking at a painting that affects you or something. It's just like, I don't know why it freaked me out, but when he walks into that room and he sees the older version of himself, it fucking freaked me out. It was scary. I don't know why.
Well, because it's very alien, the whole thing, and again, like he had said, like whatever made these obelisks took him there, and then they're observing him. But then when you're being observed by an alien, maybe things get weird, right? I mean, that's probably
and what perspective are we watching the movie from? The aliens or him, or is it a third person? It very well
could be the aliens, right?
You don't, but exactly, there's no answer.
Yeah, maybe he's, speaking of Nolan, like I almost feel like Nolan would watch that and he would basically, his interpretation is the Tesseract. Like he would say, oh no, he'll say, oh yeah, that's him in the Tesseract. Yeah. Like that's how he would depict the fact that time is totally different, and he could see different versions of himself
bogged down in the fucking quantum mechanics of it all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's all about the quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Nolan. But yeah, with Kubrick, it's just a very eerie, very like
It's eerie, man.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like what? And this like very, you know, the other thing too is like what the fuck? Who put that stuff there? It's just so random. There's like a bed, and then there's like this Columbia thing. Like,
and that's the
what?
Kubrick I love. That's the Kubrick I cherish. That's the Kubrick. That's the, you know, some of the Clockwork Orange stuff. That's the scenes in The Shining that are non sequiturs. Like again, the dudes with the animal masks. Like that's the unexplained, almost psychological kind of like nutty shit. Like he does this a lot in Eyes Wide Shut, obviously, but like some of the like icky stuff is what I love. That he places them there and he doesn't give a fuck. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's really it's masterful. It's masterful, like the way that he does this stuff cinematically.
Yeah.
This one definitely took a while for me to like really kind of appreciate. I think this is one. Yeah,
this is one that I saw like I was ready for it when I saw it, I think, because I had heard so much about it and I just never watched it front to back. And by the time I saw, like, I was so on board with it. I was so captivated by it. I was just like, I think I get it. And then I saw it one more time after that and I was like, I definitely don't get it, but like, what a ride. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this movie. A lot of it's good. So yeah, that's my number 15.
Yeah, that was
number 1.
That was one of the movies that I had gone back and forth a lot about, like if I had room for it or if I wanted to like include it in here. Like if there's a lot of movies on here that like stand for other movies by this, because again, like if I wanted to put every movie by all of the filmmakers that I love, then we would just be talking about Kubrick, De Palma, Scorsese, etc. Right? But this was one that I was like debating for a long time, so I'm glad we got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Cool. So going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
My number 14. God, I love this movie. All right, so think about Crash, right? Think about Crash. I don't know. I know you haven't seen the whole thing, but primarily blue tint, kind of nighttime. Again, rain-soaked streets, steamy, very noirish. People just happen to be fucking in it the whole time. Number 14 is this movie by I don't know how to say his name. Brian Helgeland. He's a big Hollywood guy. He's still making movies. It's his first movie called Payback with Mel Gibson. Movie came out in 1999. This fucking movie is, to my being, to my core, something that I would like to make one day. Honestly, I would like to make nothing more than, if I ever make a movie, would be to make this movie. It is so goddamn Holly. It is so goddamn like neo-noir. It is so goddamn just like cliches and like up its own ass about its own noirness. So you've got Mel Gibson, who basically he like voiceover narrates the whole thing. And he sounds like fucking, he's just like, I didn't know it at the time, but the girl was this and that. And I mean, it is so heavy-handed noir. It's so good, but it was made in the 90s and it's got that like blue tint to it that like all of those 90s movies had. And it's about him. And special shout out to Deborah Kara Unger, who is back to back in Crash and Payback and was also in The Game. I mean, really, like we're talking about some of these actors and actresses that are just like in their fucking element. And this is very much her element. So she plays Mel Gibson's girlfriend, and they're like basically thieves or whatever. And they set up this heist with a third guy played by Greg Henry, who is a De Palma regular. Greg Henry, another bit player. If you saw his face, instantly you would know who he is. Yeah. He's a De Palma regular. He plays Val Resnick in this movie. And so they set it up with him, and shocker, if you can figure out where this movie's headed, they betray the two of them, run off together, Greg Henry and Deborah Kara Unger, and they leave Mel Gibson. There's a shootout that happens with the deal goes bad. There's a shootout that happens. They leave Mel Gibson fucking bleeding out with gunshots in his back. They take his car, they take his stuff, and they leave, right? And then Mel Gibson is left alone, and he's doing the lone noir thing. He's like, he won't die. He's too stubborn to die. So he like pulls himself up and he like ends up in this like back alley where he like knows this doctor, and he just like barges in. He pulls out the whiskey bottle and like fucking pours it all over his wounds or whatever. The doctor patches him up, you know, and then the rest of the movie, I mean, the movie is literally called Payback. The rest of the movie is about him getting revenge on Val Resnick and his ex-wife. He finds his ex-wife, and it's very, very well, like, it's not as over the top and as comedic as it is, as I make it sound. There's a great scene where he finally he finds his ex-wife, and she's strung out on heroin. Like, you would expect her to have been, she gets all this money and then she leaves, she leaves with Val Resnick or whatever. No, Val Resnick ends up betraying her, and she ends up being a fucking heroin addict in a crack house. And that's where we spend the next couple of minutes of this movie. And then, like, her dealer comes over, and there's this great fucking scene where, like, her dealer comes over. And I think he's played by some, like, actor that went on to become, like, bigger. I don't remember who it is. Bill Duke is in this movie, by the way. It's so good. There's a great scene with the drug dealer. And so there's a great scene where she's strung out and she's like overdosing, and like on her side, like he flips her on her side basically, and then he like sleeps next to her, and he like kind of forgives her because he sees so it's got a little bit of emotional kind of weight to it. And then immediately we're back to like, this motherfucker, we have to fucking, like, Val Resnick is the devil and we have to get payback. And there's so many great shots. It's a New York movie. So many great shots of Mel Gibson walking down the street. There's people, there's subway entrances everywhere. There's a scene where it's set to like a Voodoo Child or whatever, of like Mel Gibson walking through the streets of New York. I mean, it is so goddamn fucking just cinema, right? But it's like, it's kind of a shitty cinema, but it's like my favorite kind of cinema.
Yeah.
And so anyways, it's a revenge plot. There's iconic debut role for Lucy Liu in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Or not debut, but like her first big role, where she plays this dominatrix that she's like Val Resnick's like call girl of choice, but she also like is the head of a gang of like Asians in New York. So there's a great scene where Val Resnick and Lucy Liu are in the hotel room together, and she's like pinching at him and kicking him in the nuts and shit because she's his dominatrix, and he's on the phone and he's just like, I'm on the fucking phone, bitch, and he like smacks her with the telephone. She comes back up, she's got blood on her face, and then she just like goes to like bite him or whatever. It's just so funny. And then anyways, later on in the movie, Mel Gibson gets to that hotel room and he fucking kicks Val Resnick's ass, and then he kills him or whatever. He gets revenge. And then we get involved with Chris Christopherson, who's also in this movie. And then so after he gets revenge on Val Resnick, there's a great line. Lucy Liu's just like, I've still got time. I've got 10 minutes left on the clock. And he's just like, so go boil an egg. And then he walks out of the room. So I think I've done a good enough job on painting a picture of what this movie is. And it is so it's like the crazy playbook, dude. It is it hits every single, like, if like the noir tree, if it was a tree, it falls out of the tree and hits every single branch on the way down. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. I saw it when I was young, and I've rewatched it pretty much like every year since, and it keeps getting better. One of the very, very few, if not the only instances where I would recommend the theatrical cut over the director's cut. There is a director's cut, but I think it's just a little too much. I think the theatrical cut is exactly what it needs to be. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's about an hour and a half, 40 minutes. It's just like a hard-boiled revenge thing, but it is done like, again, just the talent in this movie. All the actors: Mel Gibson, Deborah Kara Unger, Bill Duke, Chris Christopherson. Everybody's so good in this movie, and they know what they're in. And Bill Duke plays the. Can you guess what he plays?
A cop?
Yes, he plays a corrupt cop. A corrupt cop who helps out Mel Gibson along his travels. So yeah, it's pretty fucking great.
Very cool.
Yeah,
these like, the B movie all stars.
The B movie all stars, dude.
The B movie of someone should make like a B movie Avengers, right?
Yeah.
Bill Duke and like, but it has to be like really, really B movie,
Yeah, like an Expendables, but for all the bit guys that we don't see. David Paymer's in this movie too. David Paymer, if you see, he is the definitive that guy. He's like that guy, there's a lot of that guys in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you got to see at least if you got to see watch the whole thing, but you got to see the scenes with Lucy Liu and Greg Henry in the hotel room. They're so funny.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting an education in all the like, really like
all the
noir-y
really
B movie like stuff I need to see.
That's the stuff that I really
like the best
really
of the best
cherish.
stuff I need to see.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's a lot of shitty stuff too. But yeah, this is the stuff I'd recommend.
Cool. So my number 14 is another Nolan film. This is my highest Nolan film here.
How many Nolan films you've had? A lot, right?
I think it's 4. I think
it's a lot.
I think so it's Dark Knight,
Interstellar.
No, I think it's 3. And this
3.
This
okay. I guess he just comes up in every fucking discussion.
I just forget. We just fucking keep talking about him. So.
Well, I had a Nolan movie too, so like I get it. Yeah. It was Dark Knight and Insomnia. So, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, my number 14 is Memento.
Memento, I'm so happy that covers it. That covers the whole spectrum of Nolan. Yeah, I picked Insomnia over Memento, but now we can talk about it.
Yeah, so Memento, like I remember, I pretty vividly kind of remember the first time I saw it. It was a Netflix thing. I got the DVD. I watched it. I was like, okay, this is very different. And because we're seeing things happen, but then there's one narrative going backwards, and then there's this black and white shit, and it's just like, what? But it really sucks you into this mystery, this sort of thing. And I literally watched this movie and then immediately watched it again. Immediately.
Nice. Because it kind of ends that way, right? Like it prompts you almost to watch it again.
It does kind of prompt you, but what prompts you is you have questions.
Yeah. You have questions and like you have the complete picture and you just need to put all the pieces together. You have all the pieces, I should say, and then you just need to put them together.
Yes, and then you want to have your theories and see which ones you think are correct or not.
Yeah. And thank God this movie for once is like it has a definitive correct interpretation, right? Like it has correct series of events. I thought
like series of or do you mean series of events or like definitive truth?
I think it has the one thing can go back and forth, but it's pretty clear to me. At least the last 4 times I watched it.
This movie really gets into a lot of the themes that Nolan cares a lot about.
Yeah, well,
because there's a lot of stuff here. Because you watch this movie, you're like, okay, what's real, what's a lie, what's happening, what is time, right? And you can just go like the fucking IMDb page of frequently asked questions or whatever. It's like 20,000 words.
Right.
You can go into an absolute hole trying to figure out the theories and read all this stuff. There's a lot of stuff written about by people.
That's funny. It always seemed really clear to me. At least like the A to B to C like narrative seemed pretty clear to me. But like I never contemplated like some of the because if something's not explained, I just don't care about it. But I can totally see.
Yeah, I think what gets people is what's his name? Is that dude? Is he lying?
Yeah, exactly. Joey Pants.
Yeah, is Joey Pants lying?
Yeah.
Is Joey Pants lying or is Joey Pants telling the truth? I think that's where people get caught up.
Do we not know? Is this one of the Nolan things where he's like, I'm not talking?
I don't know. It's been a while since I've loved this film for a long time.
Me too. This is probably the fucking the movie I've rewatched the most, like the farthest back of Nolan's. Yeah.
And I don't, maybe if you asked me like, I don't know, 10 years ago, I would.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man,
if you asked me when I was in high school, I had a fucking notebook worth of explanations for you.
Yeah, but that time for me is long past.
Yeah, so same kind of.
I mean, if you ask me my just like straight up, I would say he's probably telling the truth, and that, he killed. He's basically lying to himself.
Yeah.
The main character is lying to himself to live in the world that he wants, because he can't. He can just like
thematically that makes more sense that way too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, so what's so brilliant, right? Is like he's telling this movie backwards, while also like while also like doing this, intercutting this fucking other shit, this other narrative that's kind of bookending what we understand.
I'm laughing because after I rewatched fucking Tenet with my buddies, we spent 2.5 hours having this exact conversation. So the first half of the movie's forwards, but then he plays it backwards, but not really, because he's going backwards, but the world is going forwards. I'm just like, I'm so over it at this point. But yes, this movie is played backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is in
Christopher
fact
Nolan.
It is in fact sequentially backwards.
Christopher Nolan. And it's brilliant. It's not just like, it's not just...
It's the least gimmick. I mean, it's gimmicky as fuck, but I mean, like, it's the most kind of, like, thought out, I gotta say. I don't know how to describe it.
It fits. It fits the narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
There are definitely, like,
Yeah, it's not for the sake of it, yeah.
Yeah, because it really kind of helps get you into this guy's head, because when you don't know, he also doesn't know in those moments. And he's also kind of piecing together all this stuff. And yeah, it's just really brilliant, and it just really draws you in. Like you're like, okay, I don't understand. And even at the end, I have questions and I have theories.
Yeah.
So it really makes you, and I feel like this and The Prestige are kind of like companion pieces.
I think so.
Where they're both sort of dealing with similar-ish stuff. There's a lot of like, because with The Prestige, it's like, is the guy a clone? Is he not a clone? Who's the real magician? Who's the real Angie or whatever?
Yeah.
And with this, you kind of get sucked into like, who's the real Leonard Shelby? Like what?
Yeah.
Like who is this character that we're following?
It doesn't matter. He got lost. He's lost.
Yeah.
He doesn't exist anymore. Whatever the real, it's fucking dementia. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, people get fucking super caught up into that.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah. I know.
They're like going deep, like, oh my god, no, it's actually really him, and the guy's lying, blah blah blah.
Maybe that's why I like this movie so much more than some of the other ones. Is that like, it is it's an equation that like it's well thought out. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's a well made.
Well, what have we always been saying, right, about him is like, he's this guy who's making these intricate like watches with all these all these complications. And this is just another one of these things where the plot is so intricate that you just marvel at it when you see what he's done at the end. And it's really amazing. It's totally amazing what he was able to pull off.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And there was, I don't know about you. I mean, I'm sure this happens to everybody, but like, especially this is one of those like high school movies for me, or like late high school, where like I had a group of friends, and we would get obsessed about like certain movies for like a long period of time, and we would watch it. Like, I've seen this movie probably 4 times. The first week I saw this movie, I saw it 4 or 5 times. And then with my friends, without my friends, and we would talk about it. And there's these different periods in your life where like you're obsessed with a certain actor. I mean like obsessed. Like if I was like a man crush almost, like in the way that you're obsessed with like Angelina Jolie when you're 12 years old or whatever. Maybe I'm speaking for myself, but like that happened to a lot of people our age, I'm sure. Or like when you're a teenager or whatever. We were fucking obsessed with Guy Pearce. I mean, obsessed. Like, we went back, we pulled every single one of his movies that he'd ever fucking been in, and we were just obsessed with this guy. We loved him so much, and he's really great in this movie. I just want to say that he's so good in this movie. Yeah, he
is great. He really delivers. I saw this interesting thing Nolan was talking about doing this movie, and yeah, he was talking about like it was the first time I really like there was an actual budget, and basically the, like,
I think this movie was like what, $5 million. I think that's what it was. I think because that was another thing. Remember, we were obsessed with this fucking movie. That was one of the things. Like, they made it for $5 million. What could we do for $5 million? That kind of conversation.
Yeah, imagine,
yeah, right.
Imagine like fucking teenagers getting $5 million.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, he was talking about like basically he was shooting a scene with Guy Pearce, and the fucking producers were like looking over his shoulder, basically.
Yeah.
And so they're shooting a scene, and they shot it, and Nolan's like, I think we're good. And Guy Pearce is like, no, let's try it again. And then he said like the next take was like he, like he saw acting. You know what I'm saying? Like when you see someone awesome. Like give those moments like where it's. He's got a lot of interesting stuff that he talks about, actually. But yeah, I Guy Pearce gives a really good performance, and it's like quite a character, right? Like this is an incredible character.
Yeah, and I mean, again, for a budget movie, this movie it shoots like way above, like it's like punching way above what it should be, like the weight that it should be punching at, and I think it's way, but like the people are going to come back to this movie and they're going to keep talking about it for a long time because it's easy to get caught up in the Inceptions and the fucking Tenets and the Interstellars because of how like the scope and the sets and all of the camera trickery and stuff, but like the genius was kind of always there, and sometimes like I personally prefer very clearly the simpler kind of smaller scale story scenario based thing to some of the grander, because you get lost in the sauce. Like Tenet is the ultimate gets lost in the sauce of its own thing, kind of a thing,
like high on his own supply.
Yeah, like sniffing your own farts, kind of, like that's like you could very easily, like when you have too much power, that can happen to you. But like if you could distill your entire like mission statement into like one very like coherent picture, then like that's really impressive to me.
Yeah, this film is like, because you're in the hands of someone who's a master. Like that he's really, because it's almost like he wrote the film forwards. He's like, well, I could just do this backwards, keep the same structure, and it'll work better. And so then he did that.
Yeah.
The other thing too, like the screenplay is out there, and it's interesting too because like it looked like he went through like 4 or 5 drafts of this, at least from what
I'm sure he did.
Was like the production thing. So that means that there's probably even more stuff.
Oh, there's got to be a shit ton of drafts. Yeah.
Spent who knows how much time, on this thing.
Well, that's what I like about him. That's what I mean, whatever. We don't have to keep fucking blowing him, but like, it is like we keep saying, like it's nice to have somebody that is operating at such a high level in Hollywood. I mean, like truly top 5, top 3 filmmakers, right, working right now. That is such a, like, he's so about the work. Like he's so about just writing and rewriting and iterating and reiterating and like coming up with things and servicing ideas. Because a lot of people are just like they just make the shit. Like some of the biggest budget directors, they'll give you a good movie. Like they will just make you a thing. But Nolan is like it all comes from like some passion that he has. And it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, totally. And this was definitely for me the first film I saw of his that just blew me away. And then, watching Batman Begins, and like once he did The Dark Knight, he was just, he did like Prestige and The Dark Knight, and he was just a thing.
Prestige was another one. Prestige was like right after Memento. I think maybe you're onto something with their companion pieces, because like still like at the tail end of high school, we got really fucking deep into the Prestige.
Yeah.
So yeah,
totally.
Yeah, maybe it's just, I don't know. It's maybe just bait for like teenagers, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's my number 14, my man.
Cool. All right. Are you ready? Are you strapping in? Are you strapping in for the long haul here? The last 3?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's do it. Number 13. If you asked me to make this list 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you asked me to make it, remember how he said, like, I knew my top 5 and like I knew which movies were in the top 10. Like Dark Knight was definitely in the top 10, and then it just got fucking booted way the fuck down. This movie has ever since I conceptualized the question, what's your favorite movie of all time or favorite movies? This movie has always been a very consistent number 2. Always been a very consistent number 2. And here we are at number 13, Back to the Future.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a different spin, like a little heel turn from the other movies that we just talked about. Crash, Payback, Back to the Future, yeah, Amblin. But I'm not gonna make it very long because I don't have to explain to you why Back to the Future is so fucking great, because it is. But why I love it in particular is that, and I think I've mentioned this before a couple times, is that it is the first movie on its own, and with the sequels combined as well, but like the first movie where I truly felt like the world that it created, the characters and the situations, I want to live there. Like, it is the most, for whatever reason, and there's a lot of movies like this. There's like a lot of people love a lot of, Spielberg's movies. A lot of people love E.T. A lot of people love, Star Wars, and they can put themselves in that situation and say like, God damn it, like I am Luke Skywalker. I would love this. For whatever reason, this movie, Marty McFly, is my kind of like, is it for me, is my movie fantasy. I don't know why. Like, I don't want to be Mel Gibson in Payback. Certainly not. But I like those types of stories.
Like that, yeah.
I like that style. I like that delivery. But like this movie, I want to be in this movie. I want to be in this movie so bad that when I was renting these from Hollywood Video at the time, when I was going through them, and I was watching them on my Windows 98 PC that happened to have a DVD drive in it. Very big money shit to have a DVD drive in your computer. So I was watching them on there, and I watched them again. I watched the first movie a couple times. I think I may have seen parts of it on TV, and I was just like, holy shit. He gets in a car, he time travels. That's so cool. That is so cool.
That is fucking cool.
And then I rented the movie, and I watched it like 3, 4, 5 more times. And then I rented the sequels, and then I took a day, and I think I watched all 3 of them back to back. And when I was and I was so much in love with the first movie, and then I immersed myself into watching all 3. And they're so like, it's kind of the blueprint for how to do this. Like every trilogy after this, or pretty much, would just do it this way. Like, okay, we have a thing that sets its own world very distinctly, and we're going to make 2 and 3, and we're just going to make them happen, right? We're going to shoot them back to back, whatever. So because of that, they were able to like have stingers at the end of each movie. So like at the end of Back to the Future 2, there's a trailer for Back to the Future 3, like in the theatrical print. And so that's on in the movie. And so like, being engrossed in that world for like a 6 to 8 hours or whatever, however long it lasted, and then it ends, right? The future is what you make it, Marty. Fucking go be the best that you can be, and then it ends. Was like the first moment where like my heart sank, and I was like, it's make believe, but like it felt so real to me, So that's what Back to the Future represents to me. It's just so well. It's the score, the Spielberg involvement of getting all the talent together, Bob Zemeckis and Bob Gale, Huey Lewis in the News, everything,
They basically shot this movie twice.
Oh, I know.
They cast Eric Stoltz and whatever.
Oh, dude, the deep dive has been completed. I had a similar moment of like, oh shit, it's over. I'm out of things when I ran out of special features to watch. They did just last year though. They did 35th anniversary 4K set with all 3 movies, and I bought no shit, I have it. And there's like 1 or 2 new featurettes that they did, and they got Bob Gale to like do some more interviews, so that was cool. But like originally, when I ran out of content with Back to the Future on it. And I'm not counting the animated series, because I watched the animated series too, and they had like the fucking Universal Studios ride and stuff like that. But like the movies themselves are just like, fuck, dude. Yeah. Like, what a world it creates.
Yeah, these movies are really fun. And this first movie is like, wow. I mean, it's just so fun.
So cool.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like all the stuff, like and they kill it. Both of them just kill it. They have this chemistry that just works.
Doc and Marty.
Yeah, Doc and Marty. And it's just like hilarious and fun. And I don't know. Everything about it is like hella cool.
There's that word again. Heavy. Is there something wrong with the Earth's gravitational pull in the future?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh, no wonder the president has to be an actor. He's on television all the time.
He's on television all the time. Ronald Reagan, the actor?
The actor? That's crazy. Yeah, there's also something too about, you know, the whole plot of like your mom falling in love with you.
Yeah, I love that. It's so funny.
They make her super hot.
Yeah.
That's so they made his mom super hot. That scene too, when he first wakes up and it's his fucking mom and she's hella hot, and he's like almost naked in the bed.
Yeah.
He's not really naked, but he's in his underwear, and she's
in his underwear. Yeah.
And she's into him, and it's
and
like,
then he finds out that his dad is just a fucking loser. I love that so
Dad's
much.
an absolute fucking loser.
Yeah,
like loser.
Yeah. Oh, and then we have of course Biff and the bullies. I mean, God, man. You make like a tree and leave or get out of here.
Yeah, this is funny. And then like the Calvin Klein stuff, that was really funny. Good. That's some good what do you call it? Like promotion or whatever.
That's pop culture fodder, dude. That's like that's what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like when he plays that fucking guitar solo at the end. And he's like, your kids are gonna like it.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, yeah, it might be too much for you guys, but your kids are gonna love it. Yeah, I identify with that, dude. Or you know, like when the drummer, like Chuck Berry's cousin, calls me, he's like, "Hey, Chuck, you know that new sound you're looking for? Listen to this."
Yeah, it's great.
Like, I don't know. There's something fun about time travel movies that, like a Bill and Ted type of situation, where like, we can fuck with time, we can fuck with historical figures, and we can move things around, and there's no consequences, kind of a thing. I mean, obviously there's consequences in this movie directly for Marty, but everything else, the Chuck Berry shit, it's just like so fun to be like the alternate reasons for why things came to be, right? The alternate reasons why your parents got together is because you fucking did some dumb shit in the 50s. Like, I don't know. It's just a fun concept. And
yeah, it's super fun. I mean, it's definitely
everything.
Very different than Tenet. The way that they handle time travel.
Stop it. And it's not even until Back to the Future 2 that we get into that stuff where like Doc pulls out the whiteboard and he's like, all right, so this is the timeline. And then this is the timeline when we went back to 1985, but it's Biff's timeline. And they're just like, hold up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's kind of nice is they don't get bogged down in that. We kind of understand, right? It's like, well, basically.
If you don't think about it, it kind of works. It
basically he messed some stuff up. He has to fix it, and if he doesn't, he's dead.
Right. He doesn't exist. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, and it's just like, you know, this is Robert Zemeckis at this time. Holy shit!
And there's so much detail in this movie. Like the movie theater on his way to the mall is like showing porno movies, and it's like in the seedy part of town. And then when he comes back, it's like showing, you know, like Star Wars and like classic movies and shit, and it's like everything is like on the up and up because he like I think that might have been in the second one, but nevertheless, like there's so many details that they put in this thing that make them so like really like a complete set. Like there's kind of nothing left out, which I really like.
Yeah, totally. It's just one of the classics.
Absolutely, yeah. And I love it so much for that. Like, this is the one, like, again, everybody has their one movie that is just like the whimsy and like it gets them. This is the one for me. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so my number 13 is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring.
There we go. I was wondering where this is going to drop.
Yeah, this is my highest rated Lord of the Rings film. This is the first. So it's kind of funny. So like when I kind of saw this on a whim, which is really kind of funny when you think about it. So like I had a friend and he was like into D&D and Lord of the Rings, like he read all these books and stuff.
Nerd.
Yeah, Harry Potter, like he had read Harry Potter before. Like, hey man, you got to read this thing, Harry Potter. I was like, okay. And so I read it at some point, right? And saw the movie. So I probably saw the movie first. But yeah, so me and him, we kind of show up to go see this thing, and I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll see it. Because I'd see fucking anything, you know. Like, I'm the kind of guy who, like, saw everything and many times. If I liked it, I saw it a lot. Anyway, so we're watching this movie and it's like super fucking epic and crazy, and like, you know, it's like, man, when you think about what they had to do with this movie, where you have to like really dump people into this world, this fantasy world. Where, you know, any movie you have a lot of world building to do, period. But with this, now it's like 3 different layers because now there's fucking goblins and wizards and magic and all this other stuff, and now it's like, okay, how does all this work?
Yeah,
And
well, we
they're
talked
just
a little bit
able to
about
do
this
all of it.
in the other ones because it's like you don't have to get like bogged down in like everything. Like it's all there, like the source material, right? Like there's so much, but like what is the movie really about? It's just like this fucking guy, there's a ring and he has to take it from here to here and like shit happens. Like to adapt it into movie terms, like they were so smart about how they did that because they didn't have to spend a little bit in the beginning setting up, like in the beginning there was fucking rings and fire and demons and shit.
There were goblins and there were people,
there's a little bit of that, but then after that it's just like whatever, dude, like just follow the story along kind of.
I really like that opening prologue,
the montage. I love it. It's so cool.
Because it does a good, really, really good job of like that's basically the Lord of the Rings history in 4 minutes. You know, there was a guy, he was a demon, he fucking killed people. He made a ring, and then the whole world had to like literally it's World War I where they had to stop him. They killed him, but they didn't really kill him because he's still in the ring, and the guy didn't destroy the ring. Oh, by the way, one of the other main characters is his descendant who still carries that burden, and that's one half of the story. That half of the story is this hobbit who has to destroy the ring. So it's all about the ring, but you know, you get 2 different sides of it. I just think like, you know, there's some like sort of my theory on film in terms of like what makes a good story. There's some stories that are just they have the elements that create good cinema, and if you get the right amount of actors and people behind the camera and money and story, you're gonna get great film. And The Lord of the Rings is one of those. Like, I think everyone sort of recognized, like, once, you know, you've read all this stuff, like, whoa, this is really, really epic world. And if people really take the time to want to do the deep dive into it, it's very satisfying. And the fact that he was able to, like, really just do all of it, and it's a miracle. It's an absolute miracle these films worked out.
Absolute miracle. Yeah, and again, we've done this, we've had this conversation before, but like, holy shit, like what an undertaking. And especially at the time, like if you read into like the making of it, like New Line was just about to go out of business and they just fucking blew their final load on this movie, right? Like there's so much writing on this movie, and they just gave it to this like basically Sam Raimi from New Zealand, you know. And the guy who just does like schlocky horror movies. He did like one movie with Michael J. Fox in 1995, and like
Frighteners or whatever.
The Frighteners, which is a great movie, by the way. But like, you know, like a special effects driven kind of guy. So very cool.
You know, Miramax was involved, and they wanted to do like 1 movie or 2 movies or some kind of crazy shit.
Of course.
And exactly. And so somehow, it's actually really crazy because like they wanted to do 1 movie. They wanted to do The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And they're like, no, we don't want to do that. And they're like, okay, so find someone else to give you the money, and then you can do whatever you want. But you have like it's like Into the Spider. You have 48 hours to find another. Like literally, they're like, you have 48 hours to find another financier, or else this is canceled. It's going into whatever, you know, it's going to turn around. And then he's like, he's scrambling, and then gets a meeting with New Line. New Line's like, okay, we'll let you do 3 movies. And then they just go to fucking New Zealand, and it's him and, you know, some people, and they're shooting this movie. And then
it's a miracle, man.
They somehow made it all work. And just to sort of talk about like, I guess why I like this movie the most. Again, it introduces the world. It does a really good job with that. I think there's something really cool and palpable about the way that you see the Fellowship come together, and the Mines of Moria scenes are really some of my favorite character stuff, because it's really, you know, like I think I described it before, it's sort of like a D&D mission. It's you and your little party, and
you're right.
Got to get out of this situation, and unfortunately your friend died, but you know, you escaped to continue your mission
to the next thing.
Yeah, and I just think that's what really, really works. While also, you know, it sets us up for what really is going to come to be what we love about this franchise: the massive battles, the great cinematography, the beautiful landscapes, and like all the stuff they did with like they use miniatures and they use like, you know, I mean the stuff that they do to was the forced perspective stuff that they do is like so cool.
in like the little hobbit houses and shit. Yeah,
it's so cool because they have it so that like the stuff would move so that you're always seeing the same perspective.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. I remember that. Yeah,
really fucking cool. Yeah, so there's just a lot of stuff.
I mean, it's a gold mine. This trilogy is like if you're even remotely interested in like films and like how they're made and how they did stuff, and this is primarily done without like an overuse of CGI, you know. So it's like it's before the current era of like every Marvel movie is just farmed out to like a bunch of really good effects pieces, and there's just that tens of thousands of people working on these things, and the credits roll by, and you're just like, okay, and like it kind of doesn't mean anything. At least
someone
to me.
Made a really funny like they were saying like there was this thing. It was like in 2019, back when before the world ended, basically, they were like, "Oh, what should the Russo brothers do next?" And then someone was like, "They should make a musical." It's like, what? It's like, yeah, because Endgame was basically a musical. Like that final battle is just people in a fucking green room dancing.
I'll take it. Yeah,
and I thought it was a funny take, but they were right.
It's funny.
It's literally that battle in Endgame is a green room.
Yeah.
With some stuff, there's some actual stuff, but it's just a green room.
The entire Aquaman movie is just guys in a green room.
I saw this great thing where it was like basically some of the scenes that they did with Momoa for maybe like Justice League or something like that. And it's him on this green rig, and then it like pushes him forward.
I think I saw
him
that,
in a green room, and then it's like he's
that.
on this green thing, and it's almost like a green swing, and it swings him forward. And then you see the actual thing, and it's him like. Shh.
And the shit looks so fake in the movies, dude. Like it always does. Like we definitely don't have to talk about it right now, but like. For example, and to bring it back to Lord of the Rings, like in Wonder Woman 1984, there's so many shots in that movie where she's like flying or running really fast, and it's just like I thought like we've definitely seen this stuff done better. Like,
Well, they did it way better in Civil War. In Civil War, they have the scenes where it's like Cap and Bucky and Black Panther running through the streets, and they're running faster than a car.
Yeah, right.
But that's like people on like there's a wire that's like going really fast. And
so that's my point. Like from my recollection, there's nothing that is as jarring in any of the Lord of the Rings movies, right? Like it's all carefully considered. And the only thing you could say is kind of shitty is when they do use CGI, but it's not that like it's often.
The only stuff there's some stuff in some of the extended where like what where you can kind of understand why they cut it from theatrical, but that's in like the other two movies. Like there's two that stand.
Well, in the other two, yeah, specifically.
Yeah, in the second one, there's a scene where like all the Uruk-hai run into the forest, and then you can tell they cut that shit. They're like fuck it, because like people are getting not for real because it's like you see this forest and it looks honestly it kind of looks like it kind of looks like a video game from like the 90s.
Yeah.
Where this forest, and then it's like moving, and then you get these really weird reaction shots of like people going like this, and then it like cuts, and then it's like totally. You can tell that they were like, nah, we're not going to figure this out. And then there's another scene with two side characters that they're watching the army go off to Mordor. And it looks like a green room, straight up. It looks like a green room, basically. But otherwise, it's really really well done. And again, the 4K looks beautiful.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to rewatch all of these and to do. I don't think I've ever actually seen the extended editions of any of these. So I got to a point where like it was recently enough that I felt the need to watch them that I was like, I'll just wait for the 4K version that's going to come out, and now it's out. So I have no excuse other than when am I going to have 10 hours to do it? I don't know, but I definitely want to do it because I think these movies are a miracle, like you said. Like, it's it's amazing that like they got the right filmmaker with the right kind of connections and the right approach to do it right.
Yeah, he got a whole fucking country
Exactly. Yeah.
to rig the laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, actually, I think they probably had some tax incentives, but I think the real rigging was The Hobbit. The Hobbit was, and actually, there's some people that are so pissed about that shit because they created these fucked up laws where you can like basically you can like get people from other countries to like work there and not have to pay taxes or some shit. And yeah, and then they created this like because then it never went away, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
So
everyone's just like fucking just raping New Zealand. Is that what you're saying?
It's literally the unintended consequences, like New Zealand gets stripped, fucking strip mined for film.
Yeah.
Shit. so they could get like this, there's probably a lot of spend in the country. I'm sure when they did those 3 Hobbit movies, it's probably like 100 million, 150 million each. But yeah, it's kind of funny. So that's my number 13. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring.
Of the Ring. Sick. My number 12 is a movie that we've already talked about. But my number 12 is Pulp Fiction, baby.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Cue Mr. Lou. So we've had most of the discussion of this already. The only thing I want to add is like the personal significance of it. And I was struggling with it too. I was just like, do I really like? I love this movie. Don't get me wrong, but like I feel like I've seen it so many times and it's constantly talked about that. Like, are these my feelings or are these just feelings that like I've convinced myself that I believe, that I feel this way about this movie? Because again, I've seen it in theaters. I've seen it DVD, Blu-ray. I've seen it with friends, without friends. I've seen this movie 8 or 9 times, So do I really love it or is it the circumstances that I've seen it in and whatever? And I'll tell you what. The first time I saw this movie, I didn't know what to make of it, right? Not that I thought it was like bad or it was like convoluted or anything. I just like kind of didn't understand the approach, right? I was like, why is it? I figured out that, and again, I would think I was like early high school or whatever. I was trying to figure out that I had seen Reservoir Dogs and I fucking love that movie. And that movie has its own kind of weird disjointed narrative, but it's all kind of pretty clear. It's just about these bank robbers. This movie doesn't really make any sense. We start with the 2 guys we start with the diner and then the 2 guys and then Bruce Willis is what? Okay. So,
yeah.
But there's a couple things in this movie. The rear projection scene when he's in the cab with what's her name?
Villalobos.
Isabella Esmeralda
Villalobos.
Villalobos, right? And again, the rear projection, the 1940s kind of noir feel to it. And we're American, honey. Our names don't mean shit.
What is it like to kill a man?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Please tell me, what is your name?
That awoke something in me, right? And I was just like, ooh, like yeah. Like this is kind of the kind of feeling I like to get in my movies. And then later on, the scene that like very concretely put this movie, like everything after I watched this movie and everything before it's very stupid. It's the scene where he drives up, he's going to get his watch back or whatever. He drives up and he parks his car. He gets out of his car and then he walks through the like this back alley.
The back gate, yeah.
He walks through a back alley and then through there's like apartment buildings on his left side, and then he's walking through the backyard of the whole place, and he goes through a fence, and then he keeps walking through the entire field until he gets across the street to where his apartment building is, and it's a continuous take, and it's a Steadicam shot, and I don't know why, but when I saw that, I was just like, movies. I was like, whoa. I was like, yes, that is so cool. Why is this so fucking cool? I still don't know why it's so cool, but I love those types of like long takes where we're just following the character, and the sound design in this scene is kind of what makes it. Is like you hear on the left side, you hear like commercials, you hear the jingles of like some of the in-universe stuff that you've heard in the scenes prior. Like I think on one of the TVs, like there's I don't remember exactly what it is, but something that ties into like another reference in the rest of the movie, and just following Bruce Willis through that hole in that gate and following him through the field, for kind of seemingly like no reason. Like in any other movie that I'd ever seen, especially at the time, was watching a lot of like really fast paced cutting movies, you know, and this movie's just like, nah, we're just gonna chill for a minute. We're gonna follow Bruce Willis around. Like that was really cool to me. Like the entire Bruce Willis storyline is like it for me. I love the rest of it. I love Harvey Keitel. I love the Wolf. I love Jules and Vincent Vega. I love all of it. But like the Bruce Willis, the again, it's the closest it comes to like a neo-noir thing, where it's just like a guy and his lover, and his lover is like this exotic woman from like France or whatever, you know, and he just like, are the bad guys coming to get us? And he's like, no, baby, it'll be fine, baby. Like, I just love that shit so much. I eat it up.
Funny too, like when he wakes up the next day, right, and she's watching some fucking. She's watching like a war film.
The war film, yeah.
She's like watching Platoon or some shit. And he's like, and he like wakes up. It's like, oh my god, what's it? And she's like, brush your teeth or something.
Yeah, and then he just has his great.
And then they're like gonna go to Mexico or some shit, right? Like
yeah, that's their plan. Yeah, I mean, what a classic story. He's on the run. He was supposed to duck out in a fight, or he was supposed to fudge a bet, whatever. You know, you can insert any kind of circumstance, but he's on the run from these gangsters, and you know, he just wants to get his girl and get out. Like that's such a cool thing. So that's the part of Pulp Fiction that is like really attached to my soul. And so that's why I love this movie. Everybody loves this movie for one reason or another, but that's it for me.
Yeah, and the other thing too I like about the Butch, that story arc is like that whole thing in the, you know, the Zed shit.
Zed, yeah. Oh yeah.
When he's like, you know, choose your weapon.
Yeah, right.
Would you like a chainsaw? Would you like the only thing I wish it was like the Jason, like
the machete.
Yeah, like a machete, a machete, and then like the Michael Myers fucking
a huge knife.
Huge knife.
Yeah, like a comically huge knife.
And then because then he like picks up a bat. And he looks at the
he's just like pretty good. Then he looks at the chainsaw. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that. Like I literally was just like fuck yes when you like take the katana. Take the katana. I want the katana.
That's the understanding the beat. And that's what I love about Tarantino, that in the same way that like we talk about like Nolan's thing is he just thinks about time and then he's a craft. Like Tarantino's thing is just like, I like B movies. How can I make a B movie about X, Y, or Z? Mm-hmm. And this movie is just a collection of like B movie ideas.
Yeah, I feel like he's basically elevating the B movie to an A movie premise. Like take B movies, give good characters, give really interesting sort of but it's all the B movie stuff, right? Like
it's all in this movie, yeah.
Right? It's like fucking The Warriors. Can you dig it? Yeah, I love
that shit. Can you dig it? Yeah.
You know, and this is just the same stuff. It's those lines that really you can't forget. Mm-hmm. It's, you know,
it's right.
Violence
it's
and sex and
it's the like characters who have no character. They're just fucking tough guys, you know.
Yeah, it's like they have a backstory. Yeah. They go around fucking killing people for this guy.
Yeah, you know? Marcellus Wallace is like the kingpin, and it's like, of course, there's a fucking kingpin. Why wouldn't there be?
And I mean, they're just so many, and like that speech Marcellus gives when they're trying to find Butch.
Oh yeah, I want a guy.
I want someone in Indochina.
Here to Indochina.
I want someone in a bowl of rice.
Yeah,
we're gonna put a cap in his ass.
Mm-hmm. In every bowl of rice from here to Indochina.
I mean, you know, how can you quantify that, right? Like that's
or like when Jules calls Marcellus and he's freaking the fuck out, and he's just like, you go back in there and chill those guys out and tell them the wolf will be coming directly, and he's like, shit, that's all you have to say.
He just hangs up the phone and he's done.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, like, oh, which one's your wallet? The one that says "bad motherfucker" on it.
I mean, and that's I mean, very clearly all the blaxploitation that he watched, like all of the fucking, you know,
Dolomite
Superflies and Shafts and like all of that stuff, you know. Yeah,
totally. And it's just like taking all that stuff and then percolating it up into, and like, you know, again, like he's really fucking good at casting. He's really good at casting.
Yeah.
You know, when he's
yes, you're right.
When he's given full reign, he can, like, you know, he'll have his pet people, like, you know, Pam Grier, and in this film it was John Travolta
and Tim Roth. Tim Roth is kind of his guy. Tim Roth and Harvey Keitel, like, I gotta have those, and I promised Samuel Jackson a role, so I guess I'll put him in the movie.
Yeah, Sam Jackson kills it in this movie. Fucking
no, this is the movie that like creates Sam Jackson.
It does, yes. Yeah. Like the Sam Jackson persona, I think, because this is 93, right?
Yeah, 94, but
94, yeah.
But he really hadn't been in anything. He had been in Jurassic Park and Goodfellas for like a second. Well, Jurassic Park probably longer, but like not really anything where he like got to really like bite into some material.
He was kind of in. I forget which, but he was in a lot of the Spike Lee stuff, and he's been pretty good performances.
You're right. Do the Right Thing and Jungle Fever, School Days. I think he was in those.
That was really where he was at, and then
you're right.
Because then later, what was it? 95. He did. What was it like? What was that fucking movie? Time to Kill or whatever. The thing with the
Time to Kill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. No. What does he say?
It's like something. I hope they burn in hell.
Yeah. Yes, they did it, and I hope they burn in hell.
Yeah.
Shout out to Joel Schumacher. Great movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this movie definitely, especially the Sam Jackson persona.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that gets kind of where he says motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I just the thing that comes to my mind is like there's this really hilarious skit that Chappelle did where instead of Samuel Adams, it was Samuel Jackson.
Oh yeah.
And he's just like
that a Chappelle show thing because I think I've seen it. Yeah.
It's really it's Dave Chappelle doing Sam Jackson dressed as Samuel Adams.
Yeah.
And then he's just like screaming like try my beer. Samuel Jackson is really fucking good. It's like, why are you yelling? What do you mean? I'm not yelling. This is the way I talk.
Yeah.
Such a great skit. Yeah. Anyway, so. I really, when you really kind of think about what he's able to do with this film, where it's like this film is very highly regarded.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like top 50 all time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like the fact that this is a guy who spent time fucking
just digging through the shit.
Over dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
And his whole like what is the thematic premise of Quentin Tarantino as an artist? Elevate the B movie.
Yeah.
And make everyone love B movies the way that he loves B movies.
I think you're right, yeah.
And he basically, Pulp Fiction is him doing it. He's succeeding.
He's been doing it he never stopped. Jackie Brown is a B movie. Kill Bill is very much a B movie. Fucking Death Proof is the Best of it's his personal B movie. Like it's all shit.
It's like a B movie within the subgenre of Tarantino movies. And then he's like, I want to do a World War II movie, and then it's like
by way of we'll torch Hitler in the cinema by way of like a Grindhouse movie or something.
Yeah. Do a slave B movie.
Oh fuck yeah. So anyways, that's it. But like again, there's got to be, and we talked about this a little bit last time. Like there's something about the film work, about the mechanics of why this film works that really works in Pulp Fiction, and that's subconsciously the stuff that probably stood out to me. I'm not necessarily as obsessed with the individual moments of like I'm a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker as I am with just like some of the cinematic stuff that he
does. The Guns of the Navarone. Oh my god, the references in this fucking movie. Dude.
Yeah, no, it's dense. It's really dense.
It's so dense.
It is incredibly dense. Yeah.
And that's just like them talking about a reference.
Yeah.
Let alone what is he, motifing or whatever. Stealing,
right. Exactly. Yeah.
What plots is he stealing or whatever?
Yeah.
Repurposing. Yeah.
So that's Pulp Fiction basically.
Cool. Yeah. Glad we got some more time to talk about that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my number 12 is The Matrix.
I'll let you speak.
Yeah, The Matrix. So The Matrix. So I've been doing lists for a while. My first list. It's kind of funny, like how my lists have changed, but they kind of stay the same. The earliest list I ever did was like 2008, and The Matrix was number 1, and Memento was number 2.
Yeah, I'm very much a neophyte to this.
Yeah.
Intellectualizing it to me, like, why do I love it?
I for me, like, the minute I saw The Matrix, it was the best thing I'd ever seen for me. like it hit me in a way where I was like, I fucking love this movie on so many levels.
I have one of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Matrix is like a ass hair away from being that movie for me.
But at the time I'm like 12, right?
Yeah. So fuck it, dude. I take no shame in that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a 12-year-old boy, so it's like everything I'd ever want.
Yeah.
And I never would have known I would have wanted. Yeah, so the Matrix is like, I think the best way to understand the Matrix is basically you take some people who are really into anime.
Yeah.
And they want to transpose anime with some kind of philosophy stuff and then do that.
Well, they're really into anime and philosophy.
Yes. Yes. And the Matrix is a way to like marry those two things together and create, while also doing an action blockbuster movie.
Yeah.
And it works on every level.
Every single level.
Like the stuff they're doing, that the anime stuff with the bullet time shit is amazing. Like, and it's sort of, I think the closest thing that's come to something similar is what Zack Snyder did in 300 with like the way that he did
the slow-mo and the green screen and shit.
Yeah, where it's like you zoom in and you see him kill someone. And
Yeah.
That's the closest thing. But like this, like what the Matrix did, is super cinematic.
Yeah.
And it just immediately became like a thing.
It's like immediately cinematic. It's a technique that they invented for this movie that like, it's like how was this not in movies before? Like this is so purely.
What I love too. Okay, so there's this Will Smith did a fucking video where he talked about the meeting he had with the Wachowskis and how they described to him what bullet time was, and it's fucking hilarious hearing him just because like so like imagine a guy and like he's getting shot by a bullet, but then he's like dodging the bullet and you can see it all the way around. And Will Smith's like, the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know if you've seen footage of the Wachowskis from back then because they're very private and they didn't do any interviews, but like they were fucking weird guys.
Oh
like,
yeah,
they looked strange.
Well, they looked like two comic book people. Like they looked
from the store, right?
From the store. Like when you're at the comic book shop and like you'd see the two of them next to you looking at the fucking mangas or whatever.
Yeah, that's just what they looked like. And so when you have those fucking weirdos explaining this shit to you and you're Will Smith at the height of your fucking popularity, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and there's no Steven Spielberg to tell you, okay, you really need to do, because no one knew what the fuck was going on with that movie. No one had any idea.
Thank God for Keanu Reeves, man. Thank God. Johnny Mnemonic, dude, he gets it. He does the shit.
Yeah. This movie is like unbelievable, and it really holds up to me. I saw last year they did a was it 20-year re-release
2019.
Yeah 2019. Yeah. I feel like 2020.
Just skip it. Yeah, anyway, it didn't happen.
So they re-released it in Dolby, and they also did like a 4K. I think that came out.
They did. They did. The 4K came out a couple of years before that, I think. But yes.
Anyway, so the Dolby re-release is like unbelievable. That experience, like it was beautiful, and the sound was so good. Yeah,
I didn't get to see it.
It was fucking awesome, man. Yeah, there's just so much about that they do so well, and unfortunately, they kind of don't do well in the sequels. But like that opening scene is it's kind of again comparable to what they do in the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings is a little bit more expository, but this is like it gives you everything. It gives you all the questions you're gonna want to ask throughout the film. We're seeing some fucking text on a screen, and then we cut to some woman and she's being arrested.
Yeah.
And then these guys show up and
she's like wearing all leather too.
Yeah, she's fucking hot. Yeah. And then it's like the fucking Men in Black show up. It's like what? Three white dudes wearing glasses.
Well, she goes into a phone booth and she's about to be immediately crushed, and then she teleports away.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, like again, so like we see her. She does we see the bullet time thing where she fucking kicks a guy through
the crane
through
kick.
A wall. It's like, what? How does this person have superpowers?
Yeah.
And then she jumps 30 feet, 40 feet from one building to another.
Yeah.
And then we see this, the Men in Black dude do the same thing, and the cops are like, "What the fuck?" and we're like, what the fuck? It's also, that scene is really, really kind of cool. The way they shot that scene on the rooftops.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of really cool stuff because there's like, I love how they create the Matrix world because it's literally a like Sim City kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's not our world. It's fucking
Yeah.
Sim City, and there's all this weird stuff. It's very, you know, like the people inside of it probably wouldn't realize it, but it's super generic. Everything is super generic.
Yeah.
And like she's running, and there's just like they run this massive poster for like a gun shop.
Yeah, it's literally it's
something.
literally a video game. Like I have a lot more.
Yeah.
I have a lot more like invested in this, and I've done a lot. I've studied this movie extensively. I'm obsessed with this movie. It's very near and dear to me, and it's very high on my list. But like, yeah, you're right. The way they construct, it's like that's what video game cities looked like in the 90s. Like it was just that generic, you know.
Yeah, and
so
it's all on purpose.
They're pulling.
Right?
They're pulling from all of these things. It's so smart, and and that's something that we can talk about now, but way over people's heads. Fuck over people's heads. Yeah,
because they were like internet people from this time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and so like no fucking executive understood the internet.
No.
1998 or whenever they were like pitching this movie, they're like, the fuck? Yeah, and like,
or if they did, again, they had hackers and they had Johnny Mnemonic and they had some of these really, really fucking dog shit like movie versions of these things.
Yeah,
or like any cyberpunk movie in the 90s is just dog shit. I'm sorry. You can love it as dog shit, but they're all dog shit until The Matrix. Except for maybe Dark City. Dark City's probably like the best one. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a neo-noir film.
Right.
Actually, it's literally a noir movie.
Well, right, but I mean, it's still set in the future, and there's AI and shit. So yeah. So I just like the minute I saw this movie, I just like fell in love with it because like the action is so good, and like the storytelling they do in this movie is so fucking good. Like they're really. Like I don't think they did it better. Like I really the other day I was rewatching Cloud Atlas and I was like, I really fucking love this movie. But like this film really they nail all the stuff that they need to nail to like really get us to understand it, while also like paying off making this an action fucking manga film. Because that's what they're trying to do is like I want to do some shit where people are on wires fighting and like. Have our two characters get into a Mexican standoff. There's another influence, there's all those like Hong Kong movies. Whoop, here they are. Yep. John Woo, here he is. Yeah. Yeah.
And like this is how you like take that stuff and you put it into an American context.
Yeah. Boy, am I glad it worked.
Yeah, I am too. Like I love this movie, and there's just so much.
Yeah.
So much cool. And again, it's a rated R. Actually, I mean, I don't know if like this movie should really be R.
It's not very heavy.
It's not a hard R. It's not Mel Gibson, right?
No, it's not. It's not Payback.
Which kind of pisses me off because of the fucking MPA. And it's stupid shit. It's like when he gets into a fight with Agent Smith and he spits up blood. That's why it's an R. It's
that's why. Correct. Yeah.
What the fuck? Or when he gets shot in the chest and you see the blood.
Gets exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's always the MPAA is always the villain. If we've learned anything.
But yeah, like the first time I saw like that ending when he gets shot and he's dead, and you're like, the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
But then like the whole thing of Trinity, like, no, I love you, so you can't die. He comes back to life and he sees the Matrix, and he is the one, and he's fucking Superman, and he's easily killing these beings, and when you see him see the Matrix, and that's like
that's the point.
That's the payoff.
That's the point where the philosophy and the anime like really come together, because it's just like it's about determinism, and it's about like the Messiah, and then it's also about like this motherfucker just went Super Saiyan. Let's go. It's both of those things.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah. This movie's so fucking sweet. And there's just, again, like all the fight scenes are like that fight scene in the dojo when he's like, learning from Morpheus. That shit is really cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it's a video game too. It's just like
it's literally a video game. It's literally
load up the helicopter program. Okay, boop, 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 done.
literally a video game. And then like, you know, there's a great cutaway. It's like Morpheus is fighting Neo, and like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and they all just fucking because these bored ass people in this shitty world.
And they're all just watching code, and like you can tell that like they can just tell what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's actually a really good point. They are just
No,
looking
that's yeah, they're
that's
just
really what
looking
they're
at
looking
code. Yeah.
they're not
yeah.
actually looking at like. I mean, although I would think that you'd be able to do a front end thing with this.
I'm
But
sure,
anyway,
yeah, you would, but like
not going to get into that. Anyway,
Yeah,
but yeah, they're looking at code and like they're watching them fight and like,
Mhm.
oh my god, look how he's so fucking fast, dude. You know.
Yeah.
That scene where they're in the helicopter and he has the minigun and he blasts all of them.
And just the bullets are just like falling down.
Yeah,
like I love
so-
I love that shot from underneath the helicopter with the bullets just fucking raining down.
It's
yeah.
in slow motion and like
Yeah.
and like they break
Or the
break
casings. Yeah.
they break the window and then the water's falling down because the emergency or whatever
The
shit
sprinklers
goes
went off,
Yeah,
yeah.
sprinklers go off. That's when they fucking take on like 20 SWAT members in the lobby. Like
yeah. Oh, we don't even have to go
Like-
there, dude.
like,
yeah.
dude, yeah. And then he dodged the bullets on the fucking roof.
Yeah.
This
I remember
movie,
watching
this movie is
the-
everything I've like it just brings something out of me, man. There's something about that experience I had, and I don't know if there's really not many movies that have replicated it. Ever.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad you like this movie because we're gonna talk about it again next week. It's very, very high on my list for a lot of reasons. But yeah, it's just I mean, I can see how a lot of people can just like kind of not ignore it, but they can just be like, oh yeah, the Matrix is this thing that's always existed, and it's just part of it's just ingrained into everything. And like, you know, if you're making an action movie, then like you have all the techniques that they came up with, you just have them now. So like, and I can see how it can be a little bit of a meme or like a cliche of like, oh yeah, of course you like the Matrix, you're fucking male, you know, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But like, I really cannot overstate the intelligence with which this movie was created, and how it's not just like boys and their toys. Like, it's really a fucking brilliant movie.
It is super brilliant. It is super brilliant, and it's just like kind of incredible. Like being able to fuse all that stuff.
Yeah.
Take the kung fu shit. Take the philosophy. Take the anime.
Yeah.
Take the manga stuff and like, you know, and
just
put it all into one.
make it a new thing. Yeah. It's great. It's great. And we'll talk about it some more. I promise.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I think that covers it. The Matrix.
Oh,
Love it.
So good.
Love it. From 1999. A
so
very
we
good
made-
year in film.
Dude, 1999. Maybe we can do an episode on like best years in film or something, because like 99 is
good.
just fucking so many movies that like.
That's
if you-
a great topic. I'd love for us to talk.
Yeah, if you just go back and like even look at like the stuff that you didn't even know came out that year, you'd be like, what? Like fucking
Yeah.
The Sopranos
when you do
came
the
out? Like what?
When you do the deep dive and you really
Payback with Mel Gibson came out in 99.
Yeah.
So okay, number 11 then, right? We've made it. We've made it. So we are now just scratching at the top 10, and it's just like,
yeah,
what movie has the almost the shame of not making it into the top 10? For me,
yes, the shame.
yes, the shame, right? Making it all the way up to number 11 from 100. My number 11 is The Godfather. It was higher on the list, and then I shuffled some things around, and then I kind of again did some soul searching, because spoiler alert, Godfather 2 is higher. But I mean, where do I even begin, man? I mean, we talked about Coppola.
Yeah.
If you know, all throughout this list, we talk about him. I feel like I bring him up every single week somehow. He is truly I don't want to say like innovator. Innovator has like a weird connotation to it. He's just a filmmaker's filmmaker. I don't know. He just makes good movies. He makes good cinema, or he has a good feel for it. I don't know how to describe it, but like, it's very hard to hand somebody The Godfather and just like come out with this movie. Right. And especially if you read into some of the production woes about how Bob Evans was just on his ass the whole time, and how Paramount kept trying to fire him, and how Paramount refused to get Al Pacino in this movie because they wanted fucking bigger stars. They wanted Dustin Hoffman. They wanted so and so. He had to fight for Marlon Brando to be in this movie because they were beefing, but they like couldn't understand that like Marlon Brando. Because when you're in the moment, when you're in the shit and you're the studio, you're like, fuck Marlon Brando. We don't like him right now. But you don't like him right now. But 50 years from now, when we're still talking about The Godfather, we're talking about Marlon Brando. Okay, like we're not talking like that still means something to have him in your movie. So Coppola like understood all of this and he fought for all of this. And yeah, I mean, shit, dude. I mean, it's I don't know. You have to prompt me because I have so much that I love about The Godfather, right?
Yeah. I guess start at the beginning. The opening scene. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think I feel like the opening lines are actually very, very underrated for a movie that has a lot of great quotes and that has a lot of like things that people talk about.
I love America.
I feel like that.
Yeah.
That whole
I love
monologue
America
that guy has is actually like very poignant.
It's very poignant. It holds up. So okay, that's a good enough starting point. So this movie came out in 1972, almost 50 years ago. And you bet your ass they're gonna do like a 50th anniversary thing. That's probably when we'll get the 4K of this finally. Yeah. It doesn't exist yet, but whatever we have is great. So like a couple of things about this movie. The way that he chooses to depict family, right, or family gatherings, very verite, like very kind of documentary style almost. And I hate to say that because everybody keeps like all the film terms and film snobs are like, yes, you shot it in a documentary style and it's right off the heels of the 1960s, whatever. It works for this movie. What I want to say about The Godfather is that like there's a reason that it keeps being brought up and people keep watching it. Like we were talking before we shot this about like, you know, Zoomers and TikTok and stuff and how attention spans are just right here. There's just like, you just can't, it's unfuckwithable almost. Like, why would a kid these days or like a teenager or whoever who has TikTok and Instagram and YouTube and Twitch and all these things to go to, why would they sit down and watch an hour-and-a-half movie, let alone The Godfather, you know, 3.5 hours, 3 hours, however long it is, you know, this epic, right? I think Godfather is one of those things that could break through. I think if you find the right time and you sit some asshole down and you say, you're going to fucking watch this, that beginning monologue, that kind of very realistic depiction of that wedding scene and everything, you know, how everybody goes to the Don, Luca Brasi, rehearsing his thing like Don Corleone. Yeah. It is my great pleasure, blah, 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 whatever, you know.
This guy's a fucking hitman. He's like a notoriously like brutal hitman.
yeah, right. But he's got anxiety, right?
Yeah, he's got anxiety.
Yeah. It's so smart, man. I think this movie holds up. Like I don't think it's boring. I don't think visually it lacks anything because there's not that much there's not that much like quote unquote like, you know, action or whatever in it. Like there is action in it, but when it is, it's like it's always to effect. And that's what I love about Coppola in general. And that's what I love about these movies is that like when there's violence, it's fucking violent. It is really, really violent. And it's not willy-nilly. It's not like and this is absolutely nothing to take away from like a Goodfellas, which we're going to talk about at least on my list coming up. But like that is just fucking people's getting their heads blown off the whole time and like, you know, people cursing the whole time. This is like almost classy in a way. Like these people, like they'll kill you. They will fucking sever a horse head and put it in your bed. They don't give a fuck. And we'll show that to you as well. But like it's about the etiquette. And I think
they have a very like these guys are depicted as almost like the elite, sort of
like they're almost above what they do. Yeah. They're criminals. I mean, they're all criminals, common criminals. Like they're not doing anything fancy. They're just really organized about it. You know, they're just fucking criminals.
Exactly. And yeah, they're just like, you know, like there's that great. What I love too about this movie is like if you really think about like the mechanism of like what's happening in the film, we basically get like, I mean, it's almost like half an hour of just stuff that explains the world, right? We get the wedding scene.
Yeah.
Michael's talking about the family. Oh yeah, he threatened like the reason why you know, John Fontaine, aka, you know,
Yeah.
The reason why he's here is like my dad had this. You can see this gigantic dude who's stuttering. He had him put a gun to a guy's head and say, either you get him out of the contract or I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's not me. That's not me, right? That's the whole setup. That's the
Yeah.
setup of this whole thing. And then, you know, we get this whole Hollywood thing. The other thing too is like I love that interlude, like that music that he plays, this jazz music, like I fucking love that. It's just it feels so 40s and 50s.
That and
it just gives you the mood and feels exact. It like sets you in the time and place immediately.
That's another thing that I think. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because like a strength of this movie that makes it, because there are other movies, like great films of the 70s that I can point to, like French Connection, for example. It's a different approach, but I can say like that's one of the great movies. The Exorcist is another one of the great movies of the 70s. But they're like kind of their time. Like you can kind of sniff that it's a 70s movie. I don't know if it's just me, but for some reason when I watch The Godfather, it is truly timeless. It's the cinematography and the fact that it's a period piece. So it's a movie set in the 40s, made in the 70s, but because of how well they hit the 40s, like the production design, the cars, the costumes, how prim and proper everybody behaves, it almost feels like the only thing that drags it down is like the audio quality, in my opinion, like because they just couldn't, like the recording of the dialogue. I'm not saying it's bad, but like you could tell that it's like not as good as, you know, Flavor of the Month, whatever iTunes movie, you know. That's the only thing that like really tips you off, because if you are in a dark room and you're watching The Godfather, you're there. Like you're you're absolutely in that world. And it's just one of the best. I mean, Gordon Willis, the cinematography. Yeah. The fact that like, they broke a lot of rules when they made this movie, and you hear this. If you've ever taken a film class in your life and you talk about great movies, it's they break a lot of rules, but they break them in the right way. But like they chose like the right kind of tone, the color tone, and they chose the right actors, even if they weren't popular choices and everything. So like, yeah. And there's a lot to talk about Godfather. There's a lot of individual scenes that are like super iconic. All of the performances are fucking amazing. It's again that new acting style that we talked about, that new acting style that was popping up of like the Pacinos and, you know, all of these people who are like
James Caan.
James Caan. Oh, Jamie Caan in this movie is so good. You know, Robert Duvall, everybody, like they are not acting. I'm acting, and I, you know, fuck you. You know, they're not doing that. They're like they're doing it's very naturalistic. It's a very new school thing. A lot of them are theater actors. John Cazale's in this movie. Whatever, dude. Fucking, I'm exhausted to talk about The Godfather.
Yeah, I guess. So I guess the last thing I'll kind of end on with this is like, you know, what's really brilliant too is think about the ending, right? Where there's this massacre, and it's juxtaposed with him doing this religious ceremony. It's like Michael Corleone, do you renounce Satan? I renounce him. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. It's just like so fucking brilliant. And it's on so many levels. Like there's the montage, the intercutting, and then the music, the fact that it's this organ or whatever is playing. It's just like so like you could write a whole fucking thesis.
You could write a thesis on that, and specifically on how like film language accomplishes that, right?
Yes.
It's something that he came up with. You know, he planned the shots, whatever, he came up with it in editing, whatever the case may be. But like that works because film inherently has that power. If you juxtapose these things in the right way, in the right order, with the right timing, you get that effect. That's a very film thing, you know? So I think and there's a lot of moments like that in this movie that are just very smart, the way that they're done. So yeah, I think that's how you have to sum it up. I mean, there's a reason that like people keep going back to it and they keep talking about it, and people keep watching it generation after generation, and they are enraptured by it. And we even talk about the scene about where Michael goes to Sicily, you know, and he's just like trying to find himself or whatever. And then
his wife.
Yeah, right. And then it's just like, fuck, dude, like, sorry, bro, like you're kind of destined for this, destined, cursed, however you want to look at it, you know. It's a combination of a great story with a great director that is able to like really make the correct choices
Totally.
that are just very like this movie's gonna survive forever, you know.
Forever. And
Yeah.
like this film really takes its time because like when you think about like
Oh, it does.
the first real plot point is like 30 minutes in. It's like when they have that meeting with the Turk.
Yeah.
And then what's his name? Like basically shows his hand, which is that.
So was it Salazzo?
Yeah, Salazzo.
Yeah.
And then what's his name? James Caan. He's like, oh, you can't. Are you really? You're gonna do that? And then they're like, oh, so he wants to do the deal, but Dad doesn't. So kill the dad, get the son. We'll get the deal. And so then that's the first plot point. But that's like 35 minutes into the movie. We've already seen them fucking cut the head off a goddamn horse, and we saw this wedding, and we saw this other shit,
and we saw, and like Michael's just hanging out with Kay, fucking buying Christmas presents, and you're like, what? But that comes later.
I love that, like his cute life.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't. It's funny too because like Michael's like one of the main characters, but we kind of go away from him for a while.
We ignore him for a while. Yeah.
And then that scene is like the whole purpose of the scene is like basically the life that he's not going to have, right?
Yeah.
For one, and for two is like he reads his newspaper about his dad getting shot or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And then he's sucked into this this story basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, this film, like, it really draws out the story for us, and it takes its time.
It takes its time, but it not in like a boring, laborious kind of way, or like not in an artsy way where like I'm gonna hang on this for 1 minute and really make you think about it, kind of a thing. Like I like you can make that argument that like some movies are like that, but like I feel like everything has it's efficient, even though it's slow. It's like really efficient.
Yeah,
it tells you everything you need to know. Yeah,
you get the purpose. Like for sure, the first time I saw it, I probably didn't like it as much as I like it now. But like once you understand the purpose, like it really connects with you. The film does.
Yeah. So yeah,
okay,
we're almost there.
My number 11, Star Wars. 1977.
Yes, thank you for calling it Star Wars.
Well, I mean, it is Star Wars. I mean, there's the episode 4, blah 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 blah.
blah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Star Wars as it came out originally. It's look, like we big time live in a world that is totally shaped by this movie.
Yeah.
And what's really kind of funny, right? Is like, so we talked about Empire as well, which came out in 1980. Film is like almost catching up to what he did in 1980, right? Like now we have the MCU, and they just came out with more TV shows and all this other stuff, and that's like, and there's other smaller scale stuff, John Wick, and there's the fucking horror franchise,
Fast and Furious, and shit like that.
Yeah, but like this is where it started.
Yeah,
the actual blockbuster film franchise.
The pop culture geeks at a comic store being able to be excited about a movie, continuing from another one. Yeah, this is it. And when this film came out, it was fucking huge, fucking humongous, and people just kept going over to see it over and over and over and over again, and it became like a phenomenon. And there never really been, like, there have been films that, we've talked about Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind was, like, really big. But it's not like, again, at that point, it's like Gone with the Wind. You just show it over and over and over again. And then there's no continuation. There's no nothing, right? Yeah. It's not like, oh, hey, buy the Scarlett O'Hara dress, or, like, Or, well, The Godfather is another, it's pretty analogous to it too. It's just like, you can show that movie forever, and then 2 years later there was a sequel, but it's not like you were selling Michael Corleone dolls. Like, it just doesn't, it's not the same. That wasn't the intent to the franchise, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So although I would say, like, The Godfather's ability to, like, live beyond just its own generation is
well, obviously
it's not it. You can't
now.
Like. You can't you can't commodify that like the way you can in Star Wars. Like in Star Wars,
no. Yeah.
You can like sell all kinds of shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Star Wars is more or less architected with the idea that like we could probably sell some shit. Like this is like entry level. Like this. What am I trying to say here? Like the story.
Yeah, like the business kind of.
Yeah, it's like not
Bullshit.
there's no barrier to entry to Star Wars. There's none.
Yeah.
You know, Godfather, you have to be a certain age to get it, or maybe your fucking dad took it to see, but you couldn't see it when you were a kid or whatever.
Yeah, Star Wars is the 4-quadrant, like super.
Yeah, right. It hits every single.
You could be 8 to 80, and you'll get the film, and
Yeah.
you're gonna want to buy the toy or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
But like this film is like, we also this block talked about 2001, and like this is just the kind of continuation of what they tried to do in 2001. Same kind of way they're using special effects and all the breakthrough stuff they did. And again, the fact that this film was inspired by like the Akira Kurosawa movies.
Yeah.
And I guess he wanted Toshiro Mifune to play Obi-Wan Kenobi, which would have been interesting. Too bad he didn't. Yeah.
That's hilarious. I never knew that.
Yeah, but he was like, nope.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you, you fucking UCLA guy or whatever he was, or USC was he?
Yeah, he went to SC.
Yeah.
It would have been cool if he hadn't done it. But we got what we got. I just like. There's so much like about this film. Like I really love watching Star Wars. Like probably the most out of all of them. I like watching Star Wars. It's just like it's very fun.
Yeah.
Like I think Empire is better. There are other films. I think that they like the new films. At some point, people will get over hating them. But one thing I think the new films did really well was like they, especially like when JJ was doing, was like getting back to like
the fun.
Also like using practical effects and not just having a green.
Oh yeah.
Like he did a really good job of like actually going out into a fucking sand dune and like getting these big practical things.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a really good marriage of like having great technology, but also using practical effects so it doesn't feel like your actors are in a green room and you can kind of tell.
We could use more of that.
Yeah. But yeah, this film is like, I don't know, it's just so much fun. It's like probably one of the most fun films for me.
And it's very cozy. It's very like, again, like the low barrier to entry, and it's very like kind of no frills, no there's no corner of it that's gonna make you feel bad or that's gonna like you're just not in the right mood for it kind of a thing. You can just anytime,
Yeah, and like all the stuff that he does with the character, like there's a lot that has to be done here, right? All the world building, all the shit, and like not. Because this could easily be super overwhelming.
This could be just an exposition dump for like an hour. Yeah. Yeah.
Recently, on another podcast I did, we reviewed this movie Krull, which is this ripoff of Star Wars.
That fucking movie. Yeah.
And Krull is the bad version of this, where there's all these exposition dumps, and then there's even worse. There's stuff that happens that that they don't explain. It's like
or like the David Lynch Dune, where it's just like the spice. The spice. This is the spice, and then they talk about it for like fucking 20 minutes.
Yeah, I saw this great comment on YouTube where it was one of those scenes, and then the guy wrote, "The exposition must flow."
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah. With this, he doesn't get bogged down. He doesn't get bogged down in explaining the Force. He doesn't get bogged down in explaining why this dude is wearing all black and he's choking people out. It's like, what? No, you'll get it. He's evil.
I mean, if you don't inherently get it because he's just a big, guy on screen choking people, then yeah,
you'll get it. He's evil, and he's powerful, and he has some kind of magical powers that, Luke can tap into as well.
Yeah,
and it's really just like simple kind of thing. There's this massive thing that's gonna blow up a planet. We see it blow up another planet. They gotta stop them, and they have.
And there's a lot of there's that, and then there's elements of like a road movie almost. Like there's road movie element. I fucking love road movies. There's just like, okay, all right, we're gonna go on an adventure now. Obi-Wan, hop in my fucking cruiser or whatever, and then we'll find these droids in the desert, and then we'll go to Mos Eisley, and we'll like do the shit there, and then we'll go wherever. I don't remember, but yeah.
Yeah. Mos Eisley, and they go to the bar, they go to the cantina, and
like it's just kind of a fun. Yeah, it's just like a fun kind of
Han shoots that guy in the face.
No, the guy shot first. Yeah.
Han Solo, one of the great space pirates of all time.
Yeah, Han Solo really fucking truly discovered, like, just let Harrison Ford like
be in everything.
Just put his just let him use his charisma. You know, don't you?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be like the fucking colonel in Apocalypse Now. He doesn't have to be the fucking secretary in the conversation. Just let him be himself,
Yeah.
and that's what it is.
Yeah, let him
Yeah.
be. Like, can you imagine? There was a time when this guy, like, you just named all these like bit parts he was doing. There was a time
Yeah.
when that guy was like not
He was
the
doing like
biggest
really
fucking thing.
really serious roles. Yeah,
Yeah, like when he was not the biggest fucking
but just
actor
bit
on the planet.
parts. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean this dude. Yeah,
But
yeah,
they're still making that Indiana Jones movie with him. 75 years old, or however the fuck old he is. He's still doing it.
yeah. Steve got out of that one though.
Oh well,
Which
yeah,
says
yeah.
a bit to me.
Yeah, should say everything.
Yeah, I don't think I on a quick aside, I mean James Mangold's going to direct it, who's a very good director.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow, I really didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you know, we'll see. I think the fourth one is a disaster, but I love watching the Spielberg. I don't know, he's just like fucking brilliant. He's just
Yeah,
fucking,
no,
even
I
movies
don't-
that
I
are a
don't-
disaster. They're
Exactly.
still-
I don't hate it. I think it's still fun to watch, but like,
Yeah.
just don't.
It's
think
not.
about it.
It's not the third, but like he wanted to end it on the third one.
I know.
You know?
I know.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this film, there's so many great characters, right? Like the three main characters, Han, Luke, and Leia, are all super iconic. 3PO and R2D2 are also iconic, but as like these weird side characters.
And to this day, right? Aren't they like the only characters? I think 3PO is like the only character that's in every single like mainline movie.
Yeah, it's really kind of interesting. His philosophy of the film. I heard him talk about it somewhere, but basically his whole idea is that this Star Wars is a saga about the Skywalker family.
Yeah.
And they're pretty much the tribulations that happen that affect the galaxy. And R2D2 and 3CPO are like basically the two things that are always there seeing this journey. No matter who it is, they're there
through the generations, right?
Yeah, they're there for
Anakin.
for Anakin, and then they're there for Luke, and then they're going after that as well.
No.
Yeah. So, but he also kind of described. He's like, yeah, they're like two slaves or whatever, which was a very kind of accurate though. I mean, when you talk about,
Well, I mean, that's
like,
literally what they are in the beginning. Yeah.
Well, I mean, droids have to serve humans basically, but like that kind of went to a whole nother thing, which was interesting in and of itself when you get into like the philosophy of like how they treat droids in this world and all that stuff.
I never thought about it. I never thought about it.
Yeah, I didn't think about it either. You just think of them as like these cute, characters, but yeah, when you like put like the slave stuff, you're like, whoa, shit, this is actually kind of dark and fucked up. That these things are forced to work on behalf of these kind of, and humans in Star Wars, humans are always super fucked up. Humans, and it's really kind of humans are just going around killing people. They're, there's a reason why basically the Empire is depicted as all humans and all British. They're all British humans.
Yeah.
So it's like, maybe like this is a problem. Maybe this is like a stand-in for imperialism.
I think more than maybe, but yeah.
Yeah. There's just, by the way, okay, so gotta talk about John Williams. John Williams' score in this, right? It's just like,
I was gonna bring it up if you weren't gonna. Yeah.
Ever. A lot of people talk about like how he's kind of borrowing, as it were, from like a lot of kind of like older stuff that did these kind of epic fantasy scores, and he just like scooped it up and just took it all and put it in Star Wars.
Yeah.
But who cares? Because we love it. Like we fucking love it. It's just like it like that opening that you know, when you see Star Wars and then the crawl happens like that you could play that for
there's no way to know
years and make more films with that same sound, and it's gonna until the end of time, people are gonna have a reaction to hearing that.
But I mean, to his credit, I mean, yeah, okay, he's stealing all this shit and he's just putting it all together and recombining it, but like, there's no way to know that that's gonna work and have that effect and have this eternal impact. Like, there's no way to know that when you're doing it. Like, when you're working on a thing, the stuff that you think works doesn't, and then the stuff you think doesn't sometimes works, and all this stuff. Like, you can't really tell. So I think more than anything else, he had the awareness to like know that at the very least, like this score over the this score is gonna like this is the theme. Like this is the fucking theme. George, use it. That I think you got to give some credit to that.
I mean, also all the motifs that he does, when Luke's looking at the twin sons, like
of course, yeah. That's my favorite. That's my favorite scene in the whole movie. And if I have to extrapolate it, probably the whole franchise. I don't know why. I identify with Luke on like a
level. That is it. That's what the whole thing's about, right?
Yeah.
This person who's yearning for adventure.
Yeah, yeah.
That's literally the whole saga.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's just we find a different
like incarnation each time, but like that's kind of what it's all about. That's
and it's Anakin and it's Rey, but it's always this person who's yearning for something bigger than themselves.
Something bigger than themselves, exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's tale as old as time, right? But like it works. It's so effective.
Yeah, and when you get the score, when he's looking at the sun, it's just like, holy shit. And then they go to it again and again and again in basically different iterations. He does that in episode 3.
Yeah.
When there's little baby Luke and I think it's Joel Edgerton. I think it's Joel Edgerton is like holding him.
Yes. Yeah.
It's Joel. I believe it's Joel Edgerton.
It is. Yeah. He Uncle whatever the fuck, right?
Owen Lars, I believe. Something like that.
Yeah.
Uncle Owen. I gotta go to Touch to get the power covers. The other thing too, I really love the very last scene at the end in the throne room.
Oh yeah,
that music is just I don't know. I feel like I haven't really seen anything ever like that. It's so kind of triumphant.
It's very triumphant. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just all like if you play that with no sound. It's a fucking giant.
It's weird.
It's
really
weird, right?
Yeah.
It's just like do 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 do.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, here's a thing for you. Do do do. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, like why
all.
Are we like? Are we getting medals now? Like what the?
It wouldn't track at all. But with the Williams music, you're like, holy shit, they did it. They did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're all together.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah. I could keep going on, but I think that basically covers everything I'd want to say about this film. I really, really like it. It is kind of funny though to see like how this film there's basically there's like a lot of the stuff that we come to think about Star Wars is either kind of muted in this film or we get only a taste. There's not a lot of the Force, right? There's not a lot of stuff with lightsabers.
We just get enough groundwork to like stand on something and then we just go. Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting how, I mean, this is sort of another thing about the prequels, but like the prequels he really kind of goes there with the ideas that he had. Before
he sure does. Yeah.
Before he's really not able to do. It's just the surface level stuff. Even in the sequels to Star Wars in the original trilogy, it's still just like a couple old people fighting with lightsabers, or
right.
Luke fighting Darth Vader and gets his hand cut off, or like, I mean, the lightsaber duel at the end of Return of the Jedi is pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But even that, it's still like they went fucking crazy with like the Phantom Menace. He went totally fucking crazy. Like that shit was like, whoa.
Flips, dude. That's all. Flips, that's what the old movies were missing. Just flips.
I love that fucking. That's the one thing I like about the Phantom Menace. There's a fair amount I like, but I love because like I like that he went there, and he had all these big ideas, and he's like, I'm gonna do them.
Yeah,
I have this idea of like the stuff on Mustafar, and like it's really big and epic and crazy.
He just, I think of course, and you can love it or hate it, but I do think he sniffed his own farts a little bit because, like, unlike James Cameron, would have probably had the restraint to say like, we're not there yet, like we're really close, but like to shoot a movie digitally and to do all this shitty CGI, like, not yet.
Yeah,
not yet.
He didn't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
Although,
yeah.
what did they shoot Avatar on?
Avatar is a 35 millimeter, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did a lot of post production on that though.
Well, they did. What's Avatar was about like getting the special effects to be high res enough to match the picture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like, you know, with Avatar, that's a green room though. But like, that's like they make it look good.
Oh, never mind. This was HD, 1080p. I didn't know that.
Did they have to shoot on like a red or what?
No,
what
it was this. It was one of the. It was the F23, the F23, the Sony camera.
Sony, yeah.
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 It's like the one that like every other movie in the 2000s was shot on. That was digital. That's so interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean the movie is all basically digital, right?
Yeah, that's
like
why I did do it that way,
everything you're looking at is created by a computer, pretty much.
Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, Star Wars.
But still, like if you wanted to do that with Star Wars, you would have had to maybe wait until Avatar times to do it.
Yeah, I think after the Phantom Menace, because the Phantom Menace, he really kind of still was trying to do what he did. I mean, there's some beautiful stuff in the Phantom Menace,
Phantom Menace. Yeah, that's the only one I can point to. That's the only one.
They really shoot on location, and like the costumes are amazing.
They shot on film on that one too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks good. You can tell.
Yeah,
you can tell.
Like, trust me, going to
like it, and he was like, "Fuck you guys, I'm just gonna shoot."
Have you seen the 4K? Because they're all on Disney Plus and they're all like on disc now, like the 4K. But like, have you watched the 4K of like Attack of the Clones?
Oh,
it's dog shit.
Why would I want to
dog shit? It is dog shit because the source is 1080p, and then whatever models, whatever what are they called? The materials of the visual effects, like whatever assets they were using were low res assets for the visual effects already. Like they weren't going to be 1080p assets. So like, that's not one that you want to watch in 4K.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah,
no, thank you. All right, Star Wars might look pretty good.
Pretty good.
4K. I don't think I've seen it yet in 4K.
It does. It just has all the special
special edition shit.
I can't. I have to turn it off. It pisses me off when we get to the sand with and we see the stormtroopers and the fucking camels or whatever the fuck. I turn it off. I turn it off right there. I can't watch it. It pisses me off.
I always feel kind of interested. So I don't really blame him because there's a version where Jabba the Hutt is an Irish dude. And it's and straight fucking fat Irish dude, with Irish accent.
Yeah. I've seen it. Yeah,
that doesn't make any fucking sense. So it makes sense for him to change that. But there's also in that scene they do this weird thing where like Han steps over. God, I'm sure he was pulling his fucking hair out thinking.
Well, that scene's not in the theatrical cut, right? It's
no,
not.
It's not. It is.
Yeah, it's not at all. Yeah.
It's not. It's not in the theatrical cut. No, he cut it out, but then he put it back in because they figured out
they figured that they put Jabba in the third movie.
They put Jabba in the third movie, and they also created Jabba in that scene instead of the Irish dude. It's Jabba.
Yeah,
and they have Harrison Ford walk behind him and then go up.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
It's really fun. Well, there's a lot of stuff. So like there's also in like the second in the second movie. In Empire Strikes Back, there's this version of the Emperor that looks totally like shit. It looks like a fucking Halloween costume, like some guy with this weird Halloween costume on his face. Yeah, it looks like shit. I'm glad they replaced that, but they replace it with what's his face
continuity. Yeah, that I like, but like at the same time, it infuriates me.
Well, I believe it was him, but it looked like shit. It just fucking looked like shit.
I mean, it was him, yeah, but they like made it to match like what he looked like later. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they shot him what I'm saying is they shot him in the 80s. So they did this one version of the Emperor where it was a guy in a Halloween costume, but it was the guy who plays the Emperor.
Yeah.
So then later they're like, that looks like shit. Let's try a different version. So then they put
because they knew that they were going to use him in the prequels. So yeah.
But what they used was the episode 6 version of him.
Oh, you're talking about Empire. I'm sorry. Okay.
Empire.
Yeah.
In Empire, like there's a scene where Vader is like fucking bowing down.
Oh, that scene.
And he looks like a fucking goblin. Yeah, he looks like a goblin. Like the original version, he looks like Doug. Looks
I
like
have
that shit.
I have those like despecialized editions or whatever that I can go and check that scene. Yeah, I'm sure those guys are having a fucking field day right now that the 4K ones are out, so they can like use most of the 4K like digital
Yeah.
stuff
Oh
that's
yeah.
out and then they replace it with their own scans. Like I'm sure it's gonna look awesome.
Yeah.
I still think Disney can print money. I'll buy them. Fuck it. I'll give them money. Like just please release
Yeah.
the originals. Like I care, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, because Star Wars has gone a long way from, in some good
Yeah,
and some
Star
bad,
Wars-
from where
It's
it
very hard
started.
to have a discussion like we just had about just that movie called Star Wars without talking about all this other bullshit.
Yeah,
You know,
because it spawns the bullshit. But
it
this
does.
little
Yeah,
movie is just like a little
it's just
cute
it's
thing.
just a fun little gem of a movie. Yeah.
Dude, there's almost like none of the bullshit in this movie.
No.
There's no fight. There's not a lot of lightsaber battles. It's a really kind of tiny thing.
Yeah.
It's a very small thing, and then it just explodes into this much, much, much bigger thing.
Yeah.
Fueled by George Lucas's ingenuity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Just about covers it, unless there's anything else you want to add.
No, I think we did it. I think we
Cool.
had our Star Wars discussions, which is great. The only thing I would add is that like as not the world's biggest Star, like I'm a little annoyed with how big Star Wars is like a property and how it's shoved in everything. And there's, all of these ads and all this cross media promotion and stuff. Like I'm not that emotionally invested as like a lot of people are. But again, those first three movies, so there's a little bit of that wanting feeling in that first movie, with the two moons and stuff that like just it gets me enough. And I really like those first three movies. Everything else I could give a shit about, but like yeah.
I think again, I feel like we've sort of had this discussion. Like there's this sort of there's just some Americana that you get fed.
Yes.
If you are an American, especially if you're an American boy, you get fed Star Wars, and then you get
sure, yeah.
And it's funny, like Disney owns all of this shit now. They own MCU, they own Star Wars, they own all their little Disney princess stuff, and so they
own your like psyche almost.
They're the mother bird feeding you, like forcing stuff into your gullet. Just like, open your mouth, open your.
Yeah. And I'm over here just like.
Yeah,
Disney's fucking evil, dude. They suck.
Yeah, and people are like, "What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? 4K Lion King."
Like that remake? Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Whatever.
Oh my god! Well, that movie made $1.5 billion. Like who's
to say that like, we're wrong? Clearly,
yeah, we're
wrong. We just need to shut up about it, yeah?
Oh my god, yeah. I don't know if you saw it, but there was this thing got floated that Universal and Warner were gonna merge.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
That was the thing that floated, and it's like, man, we're getting that much closer to there being one fucking company, basically.
Yeah,
that runs everything.
If that were to happen, then it would truly just be Disney versus Warner. Warner would just own everything. Because what does Disney not have? Some of the Spielberg shit, E.T., right? That you can sell toys for that, and Fast and Furious. If Warner Brothers was to acquire that, then they would have DC and they would have some of these other franchises, and I think that'd be like pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
Paramount's gonna sit there and fucking milk The Godfather forever, but.
The thing about it is like Disney just dominates the landscape no matter what. I mean, even if there's other competitors, they still dominate. They still like when you look at the only thing that's close is Netflix, but even still, they have all these massive IPs, and they're just WandaVision just came out, and they are spending buku bucks on their IPs and just pumping it out. Star Wars pumping it out.
Yeah.
MCU pumping it out, and like we're behind on MCU, so there's gonna be like a year,
dude, yeah,
where we're just gonna be like every other week it's some MCU, like It's gonna totally dominate the landscape.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to dominate. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's fuck. I can't believe they have Star Wars, dude. That's so huge. It's so huge. To have they have the Infinity Stones, Marvel, Star Wars, Disney. I mean, shit. You don't really need anything else.
No, not right now. I mean,
No.
I'm sure there'll be some new thing that's going to happen this decade. That's going
Yeah,
to,
probably.
you
Yeah,
know,
it's gonna be the Avatar sequels that Disney also has. I don't know. I don't know. Can't say.
yeah. Who knows? Who knows? All right, cool. Well, yeah, I think that just about covers it for today. We got one more episode to go.
One more episode to go, baby.
One
Jumbo
more
size
episode
it.
to
Let's
go.
go.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been a wild ride. So
Yeah.
thanks a lot, everybody. And we'll see you again soon. Take care.
Yep. See you for the conclusion. Peace out.
Yep.